Woo! Woo!
Shout out to Justin Tucker. Woo!
Woo!
This is every time Justin Tucker sees a football and he's got to kick three.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
It's good. Oh man, Walaikum Salam, man. Walaikum Salam, Philip. What's up? We got Louis Konya. Oh yes, we got Philip. We got the electrician known as 480. We got the snowman in the morning with Cole Johnson. We got Namer. We got 3000 GT Atlanta. Whoo! Oh man, did y'all see that game? You talk about nail biting. God damn, the Ravens pulled that shit off. Lovely, man. And I made tacos today, so I feel good. Yes. I know Art didn't have a hangout last night, but for my good buddy, I gotta carry the season along. Woo! We gotta make up for lost time, baby. You know, sometimes when you the American dream, baby, that you gotta make sure you can dream. Sometimes you gotta bring that dream into fruition, baby. Sometimes you gotta dig deep. I mean, oh my allowance, you gotta dig deep. How's everybody doing tonight? Woo! If you're in the Baltimore area, you better not go downtown. It is probably gonna be blockade. So many people hanging around cheering. Woo! Shout out to Lamar. Shout out to Mark Andrews, the best tight end in the game. Fuck what you heard. In the words of my fellow Baltimoreans, I mean, there's a better tight end than that man. Oh man, did the Ravens defense show out? Oh, goal line stands. They must invoke the gods of Ravens old. Like, we make a sacrifice to Terrell Suggs, Chris McAllister, Ed Reed, Ray Lewis, Tony Saragusa, Rod Whitson. Woo! Hello, down. I mean, it was a beautiful game. Very competitive. Who would think the fucking Eagles would be like, what, 5-0? God damn, and Dallas 4-1. And they gotta face each other next Sunday night, baby. I want somebody to chat ask how I'm doing. Woo! Oh, yes. We have only just begun. I'm going to light up one of them LFDs, and I'm going to sip on the finest of cognac. I might even switch it up for some Japanese whiskey. Oh, it's a strange season indeed, my man Lewis. Strange season indeed. Go fucking Ravens. Tell you. See, the one thing I love about my team is the perseverance. Everybody in their mother for a whole 7 days, one whole week, was talking sugar honey iced tea about Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. But you know what? Get off the phallus of Joe Burrows and witness the greatness that the Ravens truly is. See, when you motivate people, and I had to tell people this, never wake a sleeping giant. Leave the dragon alone. You talk shit about people, if they're men of character, they're going to do something about it. I remember when I was wrestling, man. I went through a 2-match, I think maybe even 3-match slump. And everybody was counting me out. Oh, this man's not a real champion. It was a fluke. Blah, 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 blah. Comeback time. And I had to make everybody once again a believer and destroy my next opponent. Tournament time, I walked through people like they had X-Lax through their system. Sometimes some people need that wake-up call. And that's what happened tonight. I mean, how many times do you see, especially the caliber of quarterback that Joe Burrows is, get stopped on the 1-yard line? Think about that. Oh, don't worry. We getting to the link. I just got to run my lips for a few minutes. But we're going to get to the link. It's no different than being on these YouTube streets and people talking shit. But yet, you got cowardly-ass people like Mary and others who will never come to your playground or even neutral ground to meet you. You can have the Umar Johnsons. How much did you pay? See, here's the quintessential issue that we have right now. There's too many people out here talking shit but never have anything substantial to say. Whether if I get 5 people or 500 people watching me, which is something that I've accomplished before, trust me, your boy's actually accomplished some shit that even bigger channels than him haven't done. As long as somebody's watching, somebody's learning, and somebody's sharing, we're going to be okay. We're going to be all right. I don't have to kiss the ass of people. People are like me or hate me. Guess what? They'll still watch me. They'll still admire me. You gotta love it, baby. You gotta love it. There's nothing better than being the best. You know why? Because you make everybody a fucking believer. You make everybody a believer. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. How you doing, Miss Lolita Gore? Woo, the lovely Lolita's in the building. Detroit 313. It's funny, right? When you have something true to say and you have something substantial, nobody wants to hear it until you actually happens. Until it actually happens, man. All this software that we talked about years ago, they're going to come back to the table. And what happened? it blew up in their faces because nobody believed them. If the Steelers, RP to my Steelers, yeah, they got their asses handed to them. Oh yeah, by the way, take that terrible towel and wipe and let the Ravens wipe their ass with it. Everybody else has done it. See, you got to remember when we talked about Roe v. Wade on BGS's platform 5 years ago. See, all you got to do is be right once and just let it stew. Let that shit stew. Hold on for a second, folks. I got to tell you this, man. It's a funny thing, man. You've been in these streets for the longest time. People trying to make content off of your content. People try to shit on your ideas. See, here's the fundamental question I have to ask all the naysayers, the ne'er do wells, all the foes, the villains, the hoodlums, the henchmen. It's funny, right? Shout out to Azrael, the first of his name. Oh, hope to see Lamar Josh go head to head again. Yeah, it's classic, man. It's fucking classic. Oh. Just heard about Antoine Sterling's Fight Club. He shared a story about a black boy. He was 13 years old, sentenced him 39 years to 80 years. He was set up by a black woman. Now he's a millionaire. Hmm. I tell you, man. Age of 40. At the age of 40, chicks be wondering, Charles, when you gonna get married? When I don't like my fucking testicles and dick. You gotta be a hell of a woman for me to marry, man, because I never seen one of my boys who were married look like, yeah, this marriage shit, you need to get into this. It looked like they lost a fucking submission match at WrestleMania and was forced to do that shit.
Those throws you have to make. They score the ball.
Oh, but here's the crazy part, right? Say what's up to everybody, Chris.
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody?
See, here's the thing about it. The one thing the Ravens have managed to do, especially in the first half, is make really good teams look bad. Now, which you have saw them do tonight, which didn't happen the last game with the Bills, they actually did something that we haven't seen since the Ravens of old for a minute. They did goal line stances against a guy who was in the fucking Super Bowl just a few months ago. Okay? Remember, February, that motherfucker was trying to win a championship. And they stopped him cold in his tracks. And they stopped Joe Burrows and the boys when he tried to do that lateral pass, and they blocked that shit at the goal line. So they finally stepped the fuck up. Then on top of that,
against a team like the Chiefs that really scored a ball, because the Bengals ain't been scoring a ball like the Chiefs, and you know that.
You gotta think about it, right?
Coach, why I'm walking to this from the store?
I'm gonna say this, when you go into a case like that,
They was in the SRT, they was gone.
When you're doing shit like that, people forget. Those high speed chases may be fun, but it's very dangerous. Even after a while, guess what? I don't care what car you're driving, you're gonna lose control. Like, I've driven cars 120. Shit, the highest I've ever done was like 135. You don't want to fucking drive a car that damn fast, because the car starts shaking. You don't fucking feel like you're in control of that motherfucker. I kid you not. We're chasing a car. You just got to break off.
Oh, let me give you the address.
Hold on. I'm just looking at that shit like the whole time. You driving that damn fast. I'm like, phew, that is some of the most dangerous fucking driving you can ever do. Especially the idiot trying to get away from you, and you're like, you didn't get, unless you got like a way to stop and cut his engine off cold, which still won't stop him on a dime. That's some of the most unsafe shit you can do. I've been in some unsafe situations in my life. Be like, oh Lord. I tell you what, it's amazing how much they let that goddamn the state troopers get away with shit, man. They don't call a lot of the shit when they start crashing and burning. Mm-mm. No, they don't.
I bet we more shit than the state troopers.
No, they don't. The police, state troopers are law enforcement and police. The same shit.
I know they are.
Now they get away with a lot of shit. We don't. We really don't. Especially these last few years. Last few years, we don't get away with shit. People been getting fired off of hearsay. Okay? Nothing proven. Hearsay. Have video evidence. Let's say somebody's girlfriend or wife calls and say, oh, I've been abused. Go to court, get acquitted of all charges, meaning found proof that the person was lying, or as they say, subterfuge. Found found with slander, subterfuge, and perjury, and the department will even see the charges of this motherfucker, and guess what? They'll still fire him. So you gotta understand, they don't get away with shit. Now, are there some things like you mistakenly tackle the wrong guy who has the same clothing description? Yeah, it happens. That's not bad. You're like, oh, damn, my bad. Let me write this report. This involuntary detention. Let the person be on their way. But when you're doing stupid shit, yeah, that's when it gets bad. That's what. But we're talking about cops and shit. They get away with shit nowadays, man. I'm gonna tell you what, they get away with shit. That's just bias. It's not bias. When you have the type of commissioner you got now, who's a yes man, all he cares about is the consent decree. He doesn't care if he's losing cops. He doesn't care if the crime goes down. He just want to follow the consent decree. You're gonna have idiots.
You gotta keep going straight.
You're gonna have idiots who think that oh, y'all get away with stuff, huh? Mm-hmm. Fundamentally, what happens is you're gonna get what you got now, hands off policing, and you wonder why your crime is off the hook. Crime rising like a goddamn prom dress over two horny and drunk teenagers. And fundamentally, you got a bunch of idiots, especially in a black stronghold like Baltimore, who don't want to admit you got a fucking discipline, you got a fucking authority, you got a fucking parenting problem. You got a bunch of kids.
All right, Coach. Appreciate it.
All right.
Y'all going to lose next week.
Right. The Patriots always been some shit.
We won.
Oh, you won one? Okay.
0.
Against who? The Lions. Yeah, we won against somebody. What y'all say last week?
Team. They in the NFL.
So the Patriots. The Patriots are like toilet paper. They're only good used once. Ugh, man. Y'all ready for this link? It really sucks to be a fucking fan of, let's say, the fucking Packers right now. Good God. What's up, boy?
Yo, what's up? From a Bengals fan, congratulations. This has been one weird-ass season so far.
Was that?
The season has been very weird.
Breathing over there. Like,
You're Borgin, Charles.
Hello?
Perfect.
Yeah. This is the fucking area I drove past. Some of these trees and dead zones. I think some of these fucking houses used to be bomb shelters or some shit. So, anybody coming on, that's the link right there. Going once, going twice sold.
Yeah, this has
Yeah,
been.
like I do agree. It's a weird season, man.
I'm still reliving last year as a Bengal fan. I'm just satisfied. We good once every 20, 30 years, so
That's how it is for a lot of teams, man. Like right now, the Eagles fans are talking bad shit right now.
Minnesota doing.
Yeah, look at Dallas. Look at Dallas. I mean, you got motherfuckers now. Now, when they were about to get rid of Jalen Hurt, you know, they were about to get rid of him, and now they like, oh, they ready to get down on their knees and bless the dude.
Well, I'm going to wait till around week 10, 11 to see where everything evens out at, to see where everybody's at. I'm not panicking or
People forget this is still early for football season, man.
yeah, it's 17 weeks. So you will see how things are around week 10 or 11.
Yeah.
Place at.
You got a lot of feeling. You got a lot of scratching and crawling for the top, and you're having a lot of competitive teams. You have a lot of competitive teams, so like it's good to see Ronnie Stanley out there. You know, back after 2 years from having a massive bad injury. You know, back in the day, 20 years ago, a lot of these fucking people with these injuries would not be playing right now. Shout out to medical science, man. Kicking ass.
Well, I know from experience. Imagine what a lot of former military people compared to 20, 30 years ago, if they was experiencing what this generation has experienced, they would be like invalids or just totally stuck in a house. Now with technology and modern medicine, like people are having, through life altering, they could have still some quality of life to them.
Yeah. Like, how I know. It's like you get people now who are like, I'm suggesting that in about 5 years, people missing limbs, they'll probably end up being just, bionic. You would never know.
I was watching a video. Speaking on that, it was on one with a Marine Marsoc. His leg was blown off, and after rehab, he went back to the battlefield. Like a year and a half later, with a prosthetic leg, and there was another one with a
Oh,
I
yeah.
think Green Beret or Delta.
Yeah, it was a Green Beret who had his leg, blown, and he got a prosthetic leg, and he's back in action. God damn.
back in the battlefield, so getting some. So the
Hey.
medicine has made large leaps and bounds. I can tell you that. Thanks to DARPA.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of will and medicine because you just got some people who just gonna will themselves back to either normality or superiority.
That would be me, included on that list.
What's up, Snow Man?
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Doing all right.
What's up? What's up?
That would, but Charles, with your statement, that would be me, willing myself back to greatness. Forget normality, because my normality includes a lot of medicine, a lot of exercise, and I'm fine with that. But a development happened over the course of the week, and you thought you were pissed, Charles, when I told you that they wouldn't give me any disability benefits.
Yeah.
All right, try this. This disabled black man has to go back to work.
How?
Well, like I said, we're in dire straits right now, and I'm trying to get money as best as I can.
Oh yeah.
They needed help at one of the gas stations near me, and they're gonna work me in the cooler for like 4 hours a day. But it's just that, and I know, and my wife and I had a good long talk today, and she told me how much pressure she feels about trying to do everything, and that just made it incumbent upon me to try to do something. Yeah, it's besides what I want to do and what I love to do, but right now, as I said in the chat, and I'll put my Cash App and my Patreon back here because I'm trying to get stuff monthly as well. We're in dire straits,
Yeah.
and we're trying to get home. We're trying to get home. Like, I want us to find. Forgive me if I start crying. I want us to find a place by January, because the folks at UNC Greensboro told me if I find my way back to Greensboro, if my family and I find my way back to Greensboro, then next year he wants me to be the voice for most of their athletic events.
That's what's up.
And I already got a high school in mind just in case UNCG falls through. And I know I can find some work remotely. I would do it here, but my desk won't allow me to have 3 monitors. And I got a bigger one. I got a bigger one in the garage. I'm just trying to figure out how to set it up. And Charles, I need to thank you for coming on to the show on Thursday and allowing me up here every time that you're on to tell my story.
It's a lot of fun. Don't worry, it's a lot of fun, and a lot of people don't realize, hey, if you didn't put me on to this, I wouldn't be doing this shit anyway.
Right.
Oh man, you had a show Thursday?
Huh?
You say you had a show Thursday?
I have a show 5 days a week, kind sir.
What's funny is anybody experiencing? I'm experiencing with a lot of channels. The ones I'm subscribed to.
Yeah.
Is YouTube shadow banning people or something?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, they are.
Like
because I feel that my ass is shadow banned.
No, because my man Black Ram, he had a show back Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Also, because he had came back from shoulder surgery, and I was periodically contacting him through the phone, seeing how my brother doing, and it showed a notification Saturday. So I'm like, welcome back. Like, I had a show Thursday, and I got all my favorite content creators, with the bell hit and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are just not showing up on my notifications.
I'm gonna say this because
it's a flat out ban. It's not a shadow ban. It's a flat out ban.
It's a flat out ban because like for my shows, even at this time at night, I would get 50, 60, maybe even 100 people watching.
Yep.
And now I'm barely pulling in 20, 30, 40, 50.
The last 3 shows I've done in the morning, if it's not Snowman in the Morning Plus, where my friend Drew comes on Mondays, and I have different guests, different announcers with me. The first SITM Plus I did drew like 200, maybe 300 views. Every morning, I get close to 20 live views, but that's where the cap ends. And I know for a fact, Charles, and you and I talked about this, that I should be at least 1,000 subs by now with the super chat activated. You know, I'm not even at 400 yet. And this is no jealousy toward you, Charles, because you've taken more time than I to develop your channel, and I realize that. But at the same time, it's something that I've asked before, and I will continue to ask again. Why is it that Black male YouTube creators can't get the numbers that Black female YouTube creators get? Because us four should be well into the hundreds of thousands of subs because of what we do.
But you know what's funny too, Snowman? I got a lot of subscriptions to other sites that's not Black. They detail into with like the current events, because I'm about to start my channel soon because I work in the food industry. I'm a store manager at a supermarket, and I want to do my videos on getting everybody, you know, like giving everybody the heads up on with the food shortages and everything.
Yes.
I listen to a lot of YouTube channels, even with that was given, like, you know, with certain military channels with, you know, that's giving a real info on what's going on in world events, and with preppers, and they've been being shadow banned. And before, I have my notifications go off on a lot of people that I'm like subscribed to with military channels and channels like that. I don't know if it's an update they had overall with YouTube, but I've been having a lot of issues with my notifications. I don't know if y'all experiencing the same, if y'all got, you know, on your phone where you're synced to other than Manosphere, but I'm experiencing all around.
Well, I know I can pretty much tell for a fact when Charles comes on my show, because some days I'll see him, he'll pop on and then he'll pop off. And that just gets me thinking, okay, something is going on with YouTube where Charles is not allowed to stick around with me. Thursday he did, and I appreciate that, but something screwy is going on. That's why I'm pushing both of my Patreons beginning tomorrow.
I think that we need to start an audit of YouTube because some type of suit against them, because you have fundamentally some weird shit going on.
Yes.
Even when I crossed 3,000, I've been stagnant for the last few months at 3,200. And
I caught that.
And if you
caught that because when you hit 3,000, the count began. I'll borrow the words of the late great Jim Durham. When you hit 3,000, we all celebrated that. Everything that you started to do with your numbers slowed to a crawl.
Yeah, you're talking about
to a crawl.
You're talking about. Wait a minute. If I'm averaging on certain videos, like what, 12, like 1,000, a K viewership, and I'm like, hold up, like something's not reading right. And you're telling me, and I bet you right now, how many people got notifications? I know it's Sunday, some people might be asleep. Okay, I get that.
Right.
But there are some people, when I'm like, any other Sunday, we have a bunch of people still on. We have a bunch of people who only do live streams once a Sunday. And it's like I told Artist and MC, there's no reason why Artist and MC isn't getting 100 viewers. It's screwy shit yet if I
No
look at
reason. There
if
should
I
be no reason I'm not getting 100 viewers a show, and I'm on 5 days a week competing with the best of the best.
and it's funny because here's the crazy shit. You got a morning sports show that should catch like wildfire,
And
and
it's not.
it's crazy. I don't know if you need the hashtag sports show in the interim or in the
I'm,
comment
I'm
section.
starting.
Hashtag sports,
I'm starting to use more hashtags. But even
hashtag sports show. And I
but
mean,
even
really, sports is not as controversial. Nowhere near as controversial as what I talk about.
mhm.
And I'm like, you should be out.
it
I can
shouldn't even come.
understand,
It shouldn't even come
but
down. To be perfectly honest, it shouldn't even come down to hashtags. It should come down to the fact that I'm talking sports at a time when people are listening to sports shows on the radio 5 days a week, and the time that I'm on, 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central. You would think with me competing at that time, like you said, Charles, that it would catch like wildfire.
and
And it
here's the
hasn't,
crazy
and
part.
it's pissing me off.
Here's the crazy part, right? Go look at these other sports shows.
Hmm.
They're not doing anything any better than you. If
No.
anything, you guys come up with some of the funniest shit I hear on YouTube.
Hmm.
Besides yours, truly, of course.
Besides you, of course. And I give you
Oh,
and I give you salute for that because I give you salute for that because you do come up with some funny shit, and I love being on with you, and I love listening to you. But you would think,
Cole are hilarious, man, and it should be
Wait, what am I? Chopped liver?
a little. I mean, but seriously, you and Cole probably a better tag team foundation, man. Or you got
You're barking, Charles.
Charles or Borgen?
mhm,
Oh, by the way, to be more accurate, Snowman,
yes,
you and Cole, you guys are more like Bulldog and Owen Hart.
yeah,
But when it's you and of course, what's his name? The Baseman.
Chris Bass.
You know that's with Chris Bass, of course. He's more like Jim the Anvil Neidhart, but he always makes you laugh with a straight face.
Yeah,
And you'd be like Bret Hart.
um,
And of course, I would think that's what friends are for, but we don't need to have the two noses, four nostril reference here.
we don't need that reference.
to
To be
But I'm
totally
gonna tell
serious, and Sick
And I'm gonna
can
tell you this.
Sick can vouch. Go ahead,
Uh-huh.
Charles.
I'm gonna say this before Snowman continues. The answer, Lord Juno, has anybody seen Edward Anderson? Dude's videos have been removed. He got a strike against him. And see, that's the bullshit that gets me. Edward was doing fucking numbers, man. He was getting about 100, 200 people watching him. He was doing fucking numbers. It's fucking criminal. And I'm really getting tired. Look, I'm gonna fucking say this, and I'll probably be the next motherfucker to go. How the fuck, YouTube, and I'm talking to you, YouTube, you got motherfuckers who talk shit about black men and their fucking channels grow. You got people
Yeah,
who advocate fatherhood and black male excellence. You'll take them off the fucking screens. And I'm looking at you, YouTube, because you're fucking guilty of this shit.
they are good. They are guilty.
Hey, Charles,
Awful. Yep.
what you see on YouTube is going to happen in real life. You got
Yep.
people very paranoid, and what they're doing right now, you could equate it to digital violence, and you're going to see violence perpetrated against us in real life because it's like their last resort because the gravy train has left the station. So they're
That it
doing their
has.
last stance right now.
That it has.
Snowman, as you were saying,
It's something I've spoken about. I've something I speak about all the time.
and I can vouch for it. So please go for. Please proceed what you were saying.
You can vouch for the number because you're one of the mods on my channel. You can
Yeah,
vouch
thank you.
because you see the numbers go up, and as soon as we hit a certain plateau, they drop like a rock.
Yeah, I will admit about this, because I'm subscribed to a bunch of y'all. And Snowman, I get notifications when you come online, and also when Charles does. Oh, by the way, Charles, brilliant with the prick flare, by the way. But you're not a prick. You a huge cock, motherfucker. A prick is usually a dickhead who's just like about under 5'9" or some shit like that. You are 5'10" and above, so you are over the limit. Anyway, sorry, I had to need some water. But if anybody, just to remind everybody, you might as well break out a glass of water while you just listen to this. But
That's what I do.
But I'm gonna say some real shit. What's up?
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me get what I need to say out.
No,
Understand, folks.
Supposed to tell the host that, but I'm gonna let you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. My apologies. But as I was saying, folks, does anybody remember Tommy Sotomayor and how many times he got his channel shut down and he had to rebuild? He had to rebuild another one constantly.
Yes.
Because if they could do that to him, imagine what they could do to any of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he kept persisting and kept pushing in front. Others, I mean, non-black YouTubers who've been dealing with this kind of shit. Some of them have had to migrate their stuff into other places like Minds.com and whatnot, which I'm on. But unfortunately, Minds has also got a lot of questionable
content.
Content creators and such. Same thing with other alternatives. But it has to be like that. And you got to. And one person who I subscribed to, they had to move to another website, but they had me. But I keep receiving their this individual's like content because they posted through an alternative website, and I'm on the email list. So somebody has to question, what is it with the algorithms that's going on? In fact, Mr. Z, big shout out to you because he mentioned this documentary called The Social Dilemma, and there are jewels of information from there, and that's on Netflix. If anybody can find this, also After Truth. It's a After Truth. That's a documentary on HBO. Another one called 15 Minutes of Shame, because you can see how everything's interconnected regarding social media content creation and algorithms and everything.
I'm gonna tell you what it is ultimately, man.
Go ahead.
Right now, my numbers are going down, and everybody.
Ed got his channel flagged.
Yeah, he got his channel flagged.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right there. Tommy Sotomayor. He talked about how many times he kept getting false flagged on his channel. His videos kept getting flagged and shit.
I'm gonna put this out in perspective for everybody.
Please.
And AL Snowman, and Lewis.
What's up, AL Evans?
Y'all been some of my day ones, like and others. Bruce Almighty, Shonda H. Miss Lolita Gore. Y'all been some day one motherfuckers, and I love that. I'm gonna tell you what really pains me. See, I'm a man. I'm not a perfect man, but I'm a man. I'm a man who stands in and come and fight for what's right, okay?
Yep.
You see me go toe-to-toe with some of the biggest opponents of the fucking manosphere.
Yep.
You see me shut down Sage. You see me shut down Grandmaster Troll. You see me shut down multiple. You see me shut down Amiri. You see me shut down multiple enemies of the black manosphere.
Yes.
And here it is, right? Here it is. We're getting shadow banned. We're getting people, oh, we don't like you. Look, I've defended motherfuckers. There's no fucking sense a guy with a sports show isn't outpacing me. And I would understand that he is because my shit is kind of controversial.
Right.
That, even though it's considered that way, but it's just barbershop fucking talk.
Yeah, that's it.
Think about this. What if I just did firearms training or firearm selection? Will I get to be big enough for them to send me fucking gun belts, holsters, firearms? Who better than me? Here it is. I'm a disabled vet.
Yeah.
I'm a
Yep.
fucking disabled vet who's got years of knowledge, a world of knowledge. You literally heard me on my conversations on here talk to a young black male who had a good damn black woman home and said, "You better not leave her. If you leave her, we whooping your ass."
Yes. Yes.
And it's funny, right? You've seen me multiple times take the time to talk to brothers, network with brothers, trying to get them help, especially when they're at their lowest points.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen us laugh, you've seen us cry, but yet you disrespect each and every one of us who put our hard work, time, knowledge, skills, passion, and you fucking flag us. You're not man nor woman enough to come on the panel to challenge any of us.
That's the thing. That's the absolute thing. They're not man enough to challenge us. They're not man enough to challenge our points. And we've said it so many times before.
You literally got motherfuckers trying to scrounge the internet to try to expose us.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. You got somebody who's mentally ill, like a Grandmaster Troll.
Yeah.
Who can get repeated cash apps by extortion, committing a fucking crime. I'm talking to you, YouTube. I'm talking to you. I'm talking directly to fucking you. Cut my shit off if you please. I'll find a way to come back.
I'll help you.
And I'm going to tell you, YouTube, before it even gets cut off, you allow motherfuckers to get extorted by doxing their personal information, and you do nothing of it.
Nothing.
But if that motherfucker gets hurt, if somebody gets hurt from your shit, I pray their family members, if the individual survives, they sue the fuck out of you. You have people, how come Cynthia G was never flagged for hate speech? She can make a comfortable fucking living saying some of the most hateful shit.
And has.
Hey, Charles,
Yep.
If you want to hear some hate stuff, and this is where my conspiracy theory goes. If you sneak over in the clouds on Clubhouse, because that's where Amiri and a lot of even the divestors are. That's where they're very big, and I'd be over there in the clouds snooping. And there's other people, I'm not going to say their names, but that's where they be spewing a lot of their rhetoric, and that's where they do a lot of their plotting. I think that's where they get their little soldiers from to be flagging channels at. Because if you make yourself a Clubhouse account, because I got a lot of clips recorded, and if you get caught, you could get banned from Clubhouse. But if you listen to if you make like an account and make it like a female name and put a female picture and just snoop up in the clouds, the rhetoric and the plot and they be doing over there is insane. That's where they make a lot of their money, because they can post their cash apps, and that's where they have their little pity parties. And I'm telling you, it's very devious over there.
And here you got two disabled men, one a police officer, one a broadcaster, who, in essence and truthfully, need all the help they can get. So they use what everybody else uses, and they can't get a push. It's like I said, I'm doing it for my family first and foremost. But it's like, I can't get any fucking disability and I have to return to work. What?
It's criminal. Here's the crazy part, right? Motherfuckers like Paris Mulan who could say some very hateful, ignorant shit.
And has.
you literally have people who go out of their way to be so fucking hateful. There are times we have some of the best conversations on YouTube and not even mentioning broads.
Mm-hmm.
And fundamentally, we're just looking at it like, yo, can I live? But nobody's
They're
ever gonna let
paranoid.
you.
They're paranoid.
They're fucking paranoid. That's exactly it. They're paranoid. I've posted my Cash App, and Charles, I know you have also, several hundred times. Several hundred times. There's a guy named Delbert Yates, and I told y'all about this motherfucker before, who thinks I never battled cancer. When I did my trial football game 2 weeks ago, he popped up on my YouTube channel saying, don't give this con man a dime. He hasn't fought cancer. You got people that get away with that and halt growth.
I'll tell you that's crazy. And who the fuck about cancer? Really?
I mean, he actually believes that.
I had Cynthia G said I wasn't really a police officer.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?
And you
Holy
could basically,
cow.
how many times have I came on uniform?
Yeah.
How many times was I working when I was on live streams with you guys?
I mean, you were lifting weights.
Dude, I remember.
Jesus Christ, are you
Charles,
serious?
I remember a couple times. Hang on, Charles. I remember a couple times you got onto BGS's live streams while on duty, and I remember you were in the middle of the street. You know, you're walking the beat in full uniform, puffing a fat ass cigar, and you had this is before you had Tiffany. It was a different club you had a different Billy club in your hand.
That was Dirty Diana.
Oh, by the way, how's Tiff? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, how's Tiffany doing? By the way, in fact, how both them clubs doing?
She kind of doing well.
Better than Club Shay Shay with Little Suspect, but that's a discussion for another time.
Dear God, Club Shay Shay. No, dear God.
What in the all types of blue hell?
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you.
Exactly.
It's funny, right?
Charles, you're breaking up again.
Charles, you're Borgen.
Damn it.
In the meantime, I will say this, like you know, like what Louis here was mentioning, you know. Louis, you still there?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Conyer. Or do I have to address you by your rank?
Lewis is fine.
All right, Louis.
It's good. It's good to talk to you, Louis. It's been a while since we connected. Because the last time I connected with Louis, I was in the hospital. So it's good to talk to you.
And hang on a second.
Brother. Same here.
I need to change my avatar for a minute. Hang on, folks.
I'm gonna really tell you what it's like, because you know what really pains me, right? And I remember I did the live stream, you know, struggle. That sounded kind of Hitlerish, which I'm not. I said, but yet the difference between my struggle and Hitler's struggle, my struggle was real. It wasn't hatred. My struggle isn't out of hatred, isn't out of prejudice. It's out of frustration.
Same.
It's out of fucking frustration where, how come as a black man, I can't get the fucking benefits that the women in my community get? But oh, you're not being a real man. But it's okay for me to die to earn my manhood. I look at it, right? And I'll tell you guys this funny shit. Dr. C.S.on Johnson recently got 30,000 subs. And congratulations to the good old doc.
He should be at 75.
He should be at 100,000.
True that.
We all should.
And you telling me a man with a PhD with tenure whose son is going off to college, YouTube doesn't want to promote that?
No.
A man with a PhD you don't want to promote. Oh,
No.
I know why you don't want to promote him, because he stands up for the common man, the black man.
That's exactly why.
But yet, look at this shit. Look at this shit. You got people coming up here from academia. Shout out to Mr. Z who just joined the panel.
What's up, Mr.
Who
Z?
try to
What's going on, everyone?
You're Borgin, Charles.
Yeah, you're Borgin really bad, Charles.
I gotta find me another area. I think I might do that. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
can
have
hear
you.
you.
Perfect.
I think that when FD tried to come at Mr. Z, FD tried to come at Mr. Z, I took that kind of personal. Because, like, you know, like the Snowman and BGS and Angry Man beget me, I kind of take the credit for Mr. Z starting this channel, because every time he came up here, I said, nigga, start your shit. And FD thought Mr. Z was going to be the weak link. There ain't nothing weak around here, bro.
First of all, FD's ADOS. And ADOS, first of all, have a tendency to underestimate West Indian folks, especially Haitians. You don't want to get a Haitian on your bad side. No, you don't want to get on a Haitian's bad side, first of all. No offense.
I'll put it to you this way. If I had 10,000 Haitians, I'd take over a country.
Damn right.
I think
Damn
FD just
straight.
underestimated me because I'm a lefty and he's a lefty, and I think he thought he found some type of camaraderie, and there's things that we agree with socially and politically, but when it gets to the conversation about women and how this is working, I'm like, yeah, nigga, I'm not letting go of my manhood for some insecure ass academic, some insecure LGBTQ women in academia. So that's where we part.
And shout out to Detroit 313. Read what he said.
Yeah, I see it.
They want to promote killing
us.
BM.
But yet, here it is. And I'm really confused on this shit, YouTube. You'll promote somebody rapping about selling drugs, fucking bitches, taking a fucking gun, and killing another black man, and they'll get millions of views. Millions of subscribers. No harm, no fucking foul.
In a day.
In a day.
I've seen it happen. In a day. I've seen black women's channels, let me pluralize that, grow exponentially within a day with the hatred that they're spewing. I apologize for that, Charles. Go ahead, please.
Oh, you good, man. And it's funny. Like Snowman just said, in a day. In a fucking day.
Some cases a matter of hours.
Yes.
Yeah. And you're telling me that someone who says, hey, let's take a look and see why black men need to join the military. How many views am I going to get?
Excuse me, Charles. First of all, big shout out to BGS for linking us all to one Craig B. Hewlett. Because Craig B. Hewlett explained black men are still the most feared entity on the face of America. Because nobody enlists more so in the armed forces outside of Latino immigrants and non-U.S. citizen immigrants than African Americans. Black men have always been seen as the bane of American society, but BGS said it best. They begrudge whether they like it or not, begrudgingly, they need black men in every aspect of American society. The only time, I mean, I'll in fact, Snowman, as a sports broadcaster, you know this better than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the Olympics, outside of major international sports competitions, you guys are outside of times of war, you're never seen as Americans. You're just, ooh. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. Because that sums up what I'm saying. And understand, this is not even an American who's saying this. This is not coming out of the mouth of an American. This is coming out of the mouth of an African.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this. I understand this shit. Outside of war, outside of whatchamacallit, outside of the Olympics, outside of major competitions. Hell, if the dream team was made of white guys, you would never have heard of the dream team. There would never have been the dominance of Team USA in men's basketball or women's basketball, for that matter.
Do you know who Rose is?
Excuse me?
You know,
I'm sorry,
You're
Charles, you're Borgen. You're Borgen. I think he's trying to say Jordan Barrows.
is.
You're Borgen.
Still Borgen, fam.
What about now?
Okay.
Perfect.
I don't know. That's this fucking spot. Jordan Burroughs just won his 7th World and Olympic title, and he's a brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How about Gabriel Stevenson?
And he's not
winning the Olympics.
And as Charles pointed out, he's not celebrated.
What about the sister, Tamira Stokes?
Tamira Stokes.
Who won
Mensa Stokes, I believe.
Mensa Stokes. Like, she's a gold medalist. Hell, she just won another world title this year as well.
Clarissa Shields.
I'll say this: 2-time Olympic gold. How the fuck do you win 2 Olympic gold medals?
You're Borgen, Charles.
Charles, you might have to relocate to another spot. You might have to relocate to another spot in the meantime. Yeah. In the meantime, let me try to carry on this conversation, because like what he's trying to say makes perfect sense. Like, take Clarissa Shields, for example. 2-time Olympian, 2-time Olympic gold medalist in women's boxing in her weight division. In her weight class, excuse me. She branched out into MMA, but unfortunately she couldn't get the big time exposure. I mean, first of all, UFC, I'm sorry, it's not what it used to be. Not since 2014, ever since they had the Reebok deal and try to clamp down on people's rights to sponsorship and whatnot, endorsement deals. So she had to go on to the Professional League of Fighters, Professional Fighters League, and that promotion is not without its bullshit. But she was doing good over there, but things weren't always working out. I mean, level of competition is not what it is, so she had to go back to boxing. She's been doing pretty good in boxing, but you don't see it. But women's boxing doesn't get the attention that you think it is unless you got a subscription to the Zone. I mean, Brian, you know what the Zone is, right?
Yes.
I mean, how many
and it's a piece of shit. The Zone was doing good for a while. I'm very familiar with the Zone. Go ahead.
Okay, what about Paramount? Because Bellator MMA, they have a broadcasting deal with Paramount for a while, I think.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. Look at what Cartel says. The fact that America has always had a problem with black men in the first place is the biggest issue. To them, Cartel, to them, we're supposed to be the biggest flaw, and we're not.
And what was it the BGS kept saying? They need you, but they don't want y'all.
Want you.
I mean, I can see this in other countries where you have like large black communities. I mean, take the Netherlands for example.
Mm-hmm.
Take France. Take England, the UK, even Germany. But in Germany, it's even the racism is kind of questionable as well. But because they, as much as they want to keep their countries pure, they realize they're going to need as many non-indigenous immigrants in their athletic programs just to give them the edge. Hell, if you ever look at
and just to give them their numbers,
give them the numbers, give them the edge,
just to give them their numbers.
And the fucked up part is there's so many immigrants that some of them have decided to use the dual citizenship route and represent the country of their origin. I mean, I can tell you how many when it comes to soccer, how many African teams have second generation Europeans in their squads. I mean, especially North African. I mean, prime example is Algeria. Most of their players are either second or third generation French nationals. Morocco, a lot of their athletes on their national soccer team are second generation or third generation French, Dutch, Belgian, even Spanish nationals. So, and that's in North Africa. Sub-Saharan, you got plenty who are British, French, Ghanaian, Dutch. They had to go there. They decided to, especially considering the competition was so intense just to get into their national teams, their places of birth. They figured, you know what, screw this. I'm just going to head home, represent the country of my origin because I know there's no chance for me. Especially in France when they found out there was like a quota system, a scandal about a quota system and such. But they realized they need them. There's what's the name? Spain, they have a triple jumper, or it's a long jumper and a triple jumper named Mariam Diame. I think she's of Senegalese or Gambian descent. Then there's another one, Khadija Sanya from Sweden. She's African.
Well, do you remember when France won the World Cup?
Which one?
A couple years.
2018. Yeah.
18. Yeah.
2018.
And some of the players were commenting on how much they were being celebrated, but prior to them winning the World Cup, how all the African immigrants were being treated in Africa.
There wasn't the first time, Louis, because if you go back to 1998, a lot of the players on that national team, I can mention many of them. Oh, you sound good,
Much
Charles.
better, Charles. Much
Hopefully,
better.
you won't start bargaining.
And I'm gonna say this because I remember when the France won the World Cup, and the team was basically Africa. Think about it.
There was only two white players on that team.
Mixed race or immigrants. Mixed race and immigrants in some cases.
Basically, you might as well call it the African expansion team.
Oh, let's not forget a couple of them also they are also French nationals. They're of the French Antilles. Like they're from their parents are French nationals who immigrated from Martinique or Guadeloupe or French Guyana and such.
I mean,
French overseas territories.
How many Africans are UFC champions or people of African descent?
3.
You know, a sport that tanked in the U.S., even though they had a lot of immigrants playing it, indoor soccer.
What?
Indoor
soccer. The MLS?
Yeah,
I'm talking about
indoor soccer used to be big in Baltimore with the
Let's go back to the
Blast.
80s. Baltimore Blast, the MISL. To the point where CBS was calling the MISL Championship Series.
That was big in Baltimore in the 80s and the mid 90s.
In the mid 90s, I can tell you some of the teams that had so many foreigners on the team, and it got the U.S. citizens into indoor soccer. The Baltimore Blast, the San Diego Sockers, the Chicago Sting.
Oh, futsal, you mean?
No, it's
indoor
like
soccer is called futsal.
Yeah. like I said, those are 3 teams right there. The Dallas Sidekicks
Uh-huh.
with Tattoo.
That's
Because every time
okay.
you had a game with every time you had a game with the Dallas Sidekicks on television with Tattoo, and he would score, he'd take his shirt off.
Until they banned that celebration.
Who remembers Steve Jungle?
Like, I'm gonna tell you, man, the Baltimore Blast were the shit back in the day.
Yeah, they were. I mean, every game that the Blast played from 83 to 87, Baltimore Arena was full.
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore Arena was full. Even when they got skunked by the San Diego Sockers, who had one of the greatest teams assembled, and they were all foreigners.
Mm.
They were all foreigners. They were led by, as I said, Steve Jungle. Steve Jungle was the shit for the MISL. Steve Jungle was the face. See, Steve Jungle was the face of the MISL, but the Baltimore Blast were one of the staple teams of the MISL because 4 consecutive years, 82 through 86, the Baltimore Blast were in the championship series.
Mm-hmm.
They were in the World Championship Series, and 3 out of those 4 years they faced San Diego, and it was the highest rated soccer series.
Wow.
It was the highest rated soccer series. The only series that was rated higher than that was in the early 80s when the Chicago Sting won it all. And I want to say that was 1981 in Chicago Stadium.
I will say this about the MLS and everything. It's not got the exposure it needed. But then again, they've been so focused on, I mean, especially considering that a lot of players who come to the MLS are usually like European greats who are at the tail end of their careers.
Mm-hmm.
Or some guys who come in just hoping to redeem their careers. But men's soccer, they've been making such noise. I remember in 2014 they made such a big noise, or 2002 they made a big splash. But the problem is they've been so overshadowed by the women's game. But the women's game as a whole has not gotten the big exposure like the men's game. It's nobody's fault, because the problem I can say about the women's national team has been they're great. They've been proving their greatness, but this whole equal pay crusade they were on was a huge. They don't get asses in seats. That's right.
That's why the Chicago Sky moved from the Rosemont Horizon to Wintrust Arena. They were one of the few teams in the WNBA that sold out every home game.
Okay. Oh, it's an upgrade. Okay.
Yeah.
But see, here's the ultimate price, right? When did you ever hear of Serena and Venus Williams talk about equal pay?
Never.
Ronda Rousey?
Rousey shut that shit down during a press scrum.
She actually
I remember that.
She shut it down. Now, when Ronda Rousey fought, Ronda Rousey was the number 1 woman's fucking fighter in the world. And rightfully so. So, she put asses in seats. But yet, look at Amanda Nunes. I'll put her in the pound for pound discussion, male or female.
Yeah.
She's a 2-weight division. She's a 2-division champion.
Just regained one of her titles.
The bantamweight one, 135. But the thing is like, who else was also such a great woman? But they underestimated was Holly Holmes. But they kind of did. They did her dirty. They did. You know what? I'll say it. Tim Silva. No, what's his name? Whatever. The guy that does the matchmaking and Tim Sylvia. I think is not Tim Sylvia. That's a former champion. Not Tim Fertitas. Somebody from who's involved with matchmaking, and Dana White. They did her dirty because she had to wait how long before she got her first defense of her title?
Yeah.
And who'd she lose it to? Misha Tate. Misha Tate. She deserved to win that fight. Yes, but the way they did. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was saying with Ronda Rousey, the machine behind Ronda Rousey had that machine behind her with the promotion and everything.
Yeah,
just like Connor.
Because look, like Conor McGregor, like Amanda Nunes. I don't understand. Look, Amanda Nunes is rainbow, and I don't understand. If they were smart, they will push that very hard. But with Ronda Rousey, they had that promotion machine behind her, and it because of her look and everything. But you look at Amanda Nunes, a straight up killer, and very strong in her fundamentals compared to Ronda Rousey. But it was that big promotional machine with Dana that pushed her, and that's what put the butts in the seats. But they're not doing the same thing with the other fighters like Holly Holm, Misha Tate, and all of them.
Closest one would be Louis. The closest person I can think so who might get a similar push is the women's flyweight champion Valentina Shevchenko. They talk about her. Shevchenko is a fucking killer.
She's a badass.
She's a badass.
They didn't even promote Chris Cyborg.
They you know what the fucked up part was? They did Chris Cyborg dirty because they refused, and this is the bullshit of the UFC. They only had 2 weight divisions until they decided to bring in the women's flyweight. They only had 115 and 135. It was later on they brought in the 125 division as well as the 145.
But they wanted to go 155.
That's the crazy shit. There's no 155 because and that causes a lot of trouble because how many women who are naturally 155ers or 170 for that matter? There's some women out there who compete because and you look at like I don't know what's the highest weight class for women in amateur in Olympic wrestling first of all, Charles.
About 185, 170.
185. Okay. Oh, but that's a healthy 185. There's some women out there who want to go into MMA, but they can only compete at 170 or 155. It's not that they can't drop down to 145, but it's too taxing on their bodies to drop down to 145, 135. Am I borging?
No.
Oh, okay,
no.
I know. Must be. Okay. I thought it was borging. But the thing is like, I've noticed that shit. I mean, even Bellator MMA, they have only 2 weight divisions, 145 and 125. But you think they would get a 135, 115 as well? One championship. They're smart about it because knowing the dangers of the weight cut, they had to upgrade everybody to a higher division.
Here's the weight classes for women's Olympic style wrestling.
Okay.
Women's national and okay, this is funny. Let me go. It's going to be 110, 170. Remember, 121, which is non-Olympic class. Certain classes are not allowed in the Olympics, which is stupid because you should have it. 126, 130, which is non-Olympic weight class. 137, 143, which is non-Olympic weight class. 150, 159, non-Olympic weight, and the heaviest 168.
Wow.
You know how many women are forced out of that because they're too big to compete at 169? I mean, it's like I'm not saying. I mean, of course, a lot of people saying, "Oh no, you're trying to promote heavier women or some shit." No. I mean, have you ever seen CrossFit competitors? Some of those have you seen CrossFit competitions? Some of those women are a solid 170 or probably 180, and it's all muscle. They're not unhealthy.
Look at Shatori Yoshida. Okay, she's a world level champion, world and Olympic champion. Okay, I'm gonna read it off to you. You want me to do the Olympic championships or the world championships first?
Damn.
Go on, Daisy, if you will.
I'm gonna go to the world championships first. 2020 in 2002, gold worlds. 2003, gold worlds. 2005, gold worlds. 2006, gold worlds. 2007, gold worlds. 2008, guess what she got? Gold worlds. Want me to continue? 2009, gold worlds. 2010, gold worlds. 2011, Gold Worlds. 2012, Gold Worlds. 2013, Gold Worlds. 2014, Gold Worlds. 2015, Gold Worlds. How many was that?
14.
14
13.
world
13.
titles.
Now, Olympic titles count as world titles as well. Athens, 2004, gold. 2008, Beijing, gold. 2012, London, gold. 2016, Rio de Janeiro, silver.
Silver.
So, just to let you know, she's the most decorated freestyle wrestler ever, where she has 13 world championships and 3 Olympic gold medals. But yet, women don't promote bitches like this, right?
No.
Because the reality is, women want to see men compete. Let's be for real.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yep.
Oh yeah, by the way, you know why she's so good?
Why?
Her coach is what? Oh, former champion himself. Former Olympic medalist herself. Oh yeah, by the way, let's look at Yoshida's sister, right? Her sister is what? Let me see if I can find it. I think her sister actually won 4 gold medals.
Oh wow. She went up to her older sister. Okay.
Oh yeah. By the way,
She was inspired.
let's look at Kaori Ichigo, right? She's a 10-time world champion and a 4-time Olympic gold medalist.
Ooh.
Damn.
Athens, gold. Beijing, gold. London, gold. Rio de Janeiro, gold. From 2000 to what? 2015, gold. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 5-time Asian Games champion. But they actually get praised. I'm going to tell you, man. You want to talk about the most dominant female sports team in the world is the fucking Japanese women's wrestling team. You got literally 4-time world champions.
Yeah.
13-time world champions. They trained them chicks to be killers.
From a young age. Not even the Chinese with their programs could produce great champions like that.
No. I'm one day I just want to sit down and figure out what's the fucking secret. What's the fucking secret?
I'd ask the same question when it comes to athletics and track and field and certain events. I mean,
I'm gonna have to go, but Charles, do you have my Cash App?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna make this plea for everyone watching. Please keep me in your prayers because I have 2 MRIs coming tomorrow in Indianapolis, and the wife will be with me. Charles,
MRIs?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Magnetic resonance imaging.
Oh.
In other words, they're gonna take some pictures of me in Indianapolis just to make sure cancer doesn't come back.
Okay.
And to find out if it's the food I'm eating that's been giving me the trouble. I know what part of the trouble is, and I got a dietitian to help me. But I'm gonna go ahead and make this plea. I did it in August, and folks rode to the rescue. I'm gonna make it now, and I hope folks ride to the rescue again tonight and throughout the week. When Charles posts my Cash App, keep in mind that this disabled man, for some reason, has to return to work. and we need your help. We can't even get heat in the house right now because it's so
Damn.
damn expensive, because we live out in the country and we got to use propane. And that's a $600 cost that neither of us can fit right now.
All right.
And as I mentioned, it's a struggle to keep food in the house. And I want to do something. I want to do something to help my family. And the big, big goal by next spring, before college baseball starts, is to be back home in North Carolina with a condo in Greensboro, or with a house in the outskirts. But I wouldn't be. I'm taking no prisoners. We need your help. Period. We need your help in the worst way. Because if we're here beyond the spring, then I lose my shot at UNCG. And that's like Division 1. That's like the Holy Grail. I had it once. I thought I'd never get the opportunity, but the opportunity is there. But we have to get there, because they're not allowing remote broadcasters anymore. They want people on site, and I want to be on site. And I was told by one of the reps that if I find my way back home, if we find our way back home and get to Greensboro, then we will hit the ground running. Those were his exact words to me. They got a hiring freeze on right now, but he wants to work with me. All the reps at UNCG want to see me there. They want to see me kick cancer's ass, bring my family home, and I want to establish my radio network there. I'm doing it here in Indiana. I already have to miss one opportunity because I got to work next Saturday. And next Saturday, I was slated to be in Greensboro for Edward Waters and North Carolina A&T. Can't do it because, simply put, don't have the money to get away. So if it sounds like I'm begging for help, I am. And I post my Cash App and my Patreon every time I'm on Charles's channel. He gave me permission to. And given the fact that the state that we're in right now, I'm going to keep doing it. So I need.
Well, I'm going to let you know, Snowman, when I get
Yes,
paid, when I get paid, I'll try to shoot some more over to you. Like these past 2 weeks, Bill's been crazy for me.
Understood.
But I'm out of the weeds with that. And everybody know I'm always donating. I'll make sure I shoot something over to you.
I appreciate you.
Excuse me, Snowman. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible you could, like, if you have people in North Carolina, if you could, like, temporarily stay with them, just so you could just, get started or some shit like that? Is there any other route or something? No. Okay.
We gotta have our own place.
Okay. No, I mean temporarily until you guys can find a place of your own.
I know.
Okay.
But considering where we lived before and where we want to go now, no, we gotta establish ourselves, and that's why I got the Patreon, the GoFundMe. I'll put the GoFundMe up in the back chat here in a minute. But yeah, we gotta establish ourselves. And I plan to update the GoFundMe. I just haven't had time. With me doing a show 5 days a week and sick. You already know, as soon as I'm off the air, I crash. So I can get some extra rest. And that's one thing that my doctors, my wife, my children, my grandchildren have all harped upon me. Make sure you get your rest. And Jody has told me, if you can't do the whole show, make sure they know. And Cole has been absolutely fabulous in taking the chair for me. I mean, he's basically assumed the chair since I went in for surgery in April.
Man, that Cole Johnson's one bad mother. Shut your mouth.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. And
Motherfucker.
Charles, Charles, this is for you. Cole Johnson is one bad motherfucker.
Woo!
And I mean that from the heart. I mean it from the heart. So
one of the most creative minds. He's Chris basically call him the mad scientist.
The mad scientist. He is. He's the mad scientist. And that's another reason why I want to do this. I want to get my crew paid. Wise and Cole and anybody else who's involved. Hell, I want my wife involved in this. This is my baby. This is my heart. SDM Sports Radio Network, that's my heart. That's my soul.
Yeah.
But it's just not fair that other people can launch a Patreon and get support within 5 days where they're bringing in 4 figures a month. And here I have something very tangible to offer. And I barely get $20 a month from both my Patreons.
I mean, think about what I said last time, Snowman. Can I use the analogy of Fox News and everything and how some things are?
Yeah.
You got shills. You got so many people who just like the Johnny come latelys who understand how to game the system and they just jump in the head of the line. We gotta learn how to fight that game. I mean, BGS gave you some important jewels on how to,
He did, and I've started hashtagging the hell out of my show with whatever.
You got to hashtag. You got to get like 10, 20 of them at least.
With whatever teams I'm talking about and whatever situations I'm talking about, I'm hashtagging the hell out of those.
Hashtagging strategic.
It's just, again, like what Charles said and repeated what I said. These black women can come onto YouTube one day and within 5 days they have 100,000 subs because they're talking shit about us. Because they're wishing we would go away. Because may I go all the way in, Charles?
Please.
They're wishing that we're dead. They're wishing that we would go the fuck away and leave them alone and not be around for their needs. Hell, Cynthia G is the absolute worst of this shit.
No, she's not.
Pink there's somebody worse. Who's that?
Pink Pill, Crystal and Karazin. Like I said,
that bitch.
If you want to tip your toes in the fires of hell, go on Clubhouse and you will hear pure hatred.
I've tipped my toes in the fires of hell. It's called living with my mother for 3 years after my pops died. No, thank you. I want some goddamn elbow room. And it's been a year, and I can't believe it's been a year since my mother passed. So going through all of that, the blood clots last June, pancreatic cancer last July, losing my mother in September of last year, losing our house in North Carolina because COVID restricted us from working, and by the time we got back to work, we got so far behind we couldn't do anything.
Oh, damn.
And then Duke University telling us that the tumor I had was basically inoperable. And my wife wasn't having it. And bless her soul, my wife looked at me when I was chemoed out and said, look, we're going to move back to Indiana and we're going to solve this shit.
Mm.
And then that's when I met Dr. Nakeeb in March. And Dr. Nakeeb at the IU Med Center in Indianapolis said, let's get this motherfucker.
What's his background? Kind of curious.
Surgery.
No, I mean Dr. Nakeeb's ethnicity.
I want to say Indian.
No, South Asian? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But see, I outline all of that. And I've done it on Snowman Unfiltered. And I'm bringing back the Unfiltered after I get my MRIs done and we get an attack plan to keep cancer away from my ass. I outline all of that. to show people, and Charles has done it with himself and what he's gone through. Matter of fact, everybody on this panel has. I outline all of that to say, here are some black men on this panel that need your help and support, period. I want to get back in the booth so badly. And Friday, I got a little bit of a taste of what a full schedule is going to be like. And I've had broadcasters that I've been friends with for some 30 years tell me, jump back in, manage your health, but use your play-by-play as one of your healing sources.
Man, it's therapy. It is therapeutic when you're in the booth.
It's very therapeutic. To do my show is one form of therapy. To be in the booth doing play-by-play or be at the table for basketball or baseball, shit. I mean, Charles, this is for you. I feel like John Miller in his early years with the Orioles, especially in '83 when they won it all. Or Gene Peterson with the Rockets when they won it all twice. Or my favorite announcer, Jim Durham with the Bulls. That's part of my therapy. And it just seems like people want to make fun of me when I tell this story. And I don't understand why. Because I know many a cancer survivor. Hell, one of my favorite cancer survivors is a very dear friend of mine, Dave Sims, one of the voices of the Seattle Mariners.
Snowman?
I'm right here.
It's interesting. We talk about, you brought up cancer survivors, and we talk about black men not being celebrated and such. Here's one man that's never celebrated, who's never even considered. Richard Roundtree.
Yes.
Shaft. A male breast cancer survivor.
Breast cancer survivor.
I mean, that's why
the original Shaft.
Every October, I changed my Facebook profile to his face from the Shaft movie, because I mean, you've seen my because I message you on Facebook.
Yes, I have.
I do that because I do it for a reason. And when I see the pink ribbon, I'm just like, eh. But then again, I saw a documentary called Pink Ribbon Incorporated, and there was something in that documentary that gave people some food for thought. If I don't know if it's still available on YouTube, but people should check it out and to find out the origins of the pink ribbon and everything. But Richard Roundtree, in the case for white men, they have their own equivalent. That's Peter Criss, a former drummer of Kiss. Cat Face. Of course, the difference between him and Roundtree was Chris was diagnosed like in 05, 06, and he had to and after 2 years, he was cancer free after going through radiation and everything. Although he's celebrated as a cancer survivor, and he says, like, that pink ribbon should be half blue because men get it.
Yeah.
Richard Roundtree, he didn't get the same shake because he was diagnosed in 93. 93. The treatments were not as available for men as it is now. So he had to have a double mastectomy. So he has no pecs. He underwent radiation therapy. And within a year, he went straight back to work. I mean, one of his first, I mean, a lot of people forgot, like, Charles S. Dutton's show, Rock, set in Baltimore.
Yes.
He appeared on that show as a gay character, as a gay uncle. And I remember BJS was talking about that, looking at him, wondering, oh, so that explains why he was so emaciated and whatnot, because he looked so thin in that show at the time.
Yeah, and I've gone, in terms of weight, I've gone from 320 pounds down to 230.
A healthy 230 at 6'5" too.
I'm gonna really be a healthy 230.
Yeah, I mean I'm
gonna really
your knees, your ankles, your hips are thanking you for dropping all that weight, because they
are.
Oh,
because they really are. Because once upon a time I was over 500 pounds, and everything on me hurt.
God damn! You were Patrice O'Neal.
Some bigger. some of my old pictures that I post for that reason, to show
Fat
the
Albert. Good God.
I actually have a jawline now. I actually have muscles now, and I'm working on getting those in better shape. Thanks for the tribute.
Yeah.
But
Hey, tall man. Wait a minute. I was like, hey, tall man. The bed's waiting for you. The bed's waiting for you. You know what? You know what? If Dr. K, you gotta have Jody hear that, because that would probably be her next sound bite for the show. Hey, tall man, can you please get some sleep?
We all, you know what? We already recorded that one.
All right, you better get some sleep, anyways, Snow Man. Let's not delay you.
Again.
All right,
Charles,
good night. Good night.
Charles, if you could do me a favor and do a quick promo for me, I would appreciate it before I get out of here.
See, what you gotta understand, folks, is that when you're looking for the sports, you don't go for the rush, you go for the best. You go for Snowman with Cole Johnson in the morning. Weekdays, 8 Eastern Standard Time in the AM. If you want to look at the sports from a red pill lens, no filler, no bullshit, no dancing around, simply facts, the love of sports and the love of God and country, you come over there to the Snowman's. Whoa!
And please, if y'all can, help us out. The Cash App's in the back chat, Charles, and so is my Patreon. So any kind of help that you guys can send us would be appreciated.
All right. All right, you better get some sleep, man. We know you got a long day tomorrow, man. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Good night, man.
I better scoot before Dr. K does come in here and say, "Tall man, the bed's waiting for you." I love you guys so much. Thank you, and thank you.
Mister, you need to get in bed at this hour.
Exactly.
Hey.
Thank you, guys. I love you guys so much.
Love y'all. Good night.
Peace.
Oh,
hey, Charles. Hey, I got a question. You know, like we were talking about with the shadow ban.
Mm-hmm.
I remember back in the when KS talked about how he had mastered the algorithm and everything.
Yeah.
Is there anybody in this spot that totally has a full grasp on how the YouTube algorithm works in the manosphere space? Because we probably need to give classes or share info on how to do that. To
one of the best people. One of the best people is going to be Angry Man.
But AM been stuck. He should have been way higher than he is.
Another person who's pretty good at the algorithm, believe it or not, is the lead attorney.
Okay, hey, is it possible like y'all need to Louis, since you mentioned the Clubhouse app, because I checked it out. It's an app, actually. It's a phone app.
Yeah.
What if we could maybe we could use that or other means to Zoom and have conversations and coordinate with one another how to do all this shit, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say it wrong? I meant to say coordinate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Discord, because on Clubhouse, a lot of those content creators there, they utilize Discord a lot to keep their friends posted when rooms are open, and they also use Discord to share articles because it's strictly a phone app.
Yeah.
And whatever subjects of whatever room, they share a lot of articles and stuff on through Discord, and they have each one they have Discord rooms and all that. That's how they be operating through that also.
Hell, I'm on a couple of Discord servers, if you can believe that. I mean, I've been conversing with a couple cats on this Passport Bros thing, and I'm just giving them giving them the heads up about certain things, like what to be weary about. I mean, oh, by the way, excuse me, to prick Flay, I gotta say something first of all. Prick Flip. First of all, this is Shannon Sharp, and I just want to tell you, I don't appreciate you throwing bull jive on me, cause you know me and Skip. Hold on, Skip. I got this, Skip. I don't appreciate you talking shit about my show and everything. But I know if you don't like Club Shay Shay, you don't gotta come. But have some respect for us. I was hoping maybe we could talk. Maybe we could get like a cigar lounge section for you. We could all be good. But I guess not. But hell. But everybody, forget ESPN. Go check out Snowman in the Morning. That's some good shit right there. There's some good shit right there.
You gotta
no
do it
bull
like this.
jabbing.
You gotta do it like this. Hey, Skip. Hey, Skip. 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 Hey, Skip. You gotta understand. You know, I'm from the South, you know, where I only had, you know, one shoelace, 3 feet on Sunday, and 4 toes on a Tuesday. And, you know, back in the day, you know, when I said my grandmama, she called me, and she had to call me by collect and let me know to say good luck, that's when I had to go into the draft. Because I'll go. But now you gotta say it like that.
Shout out about that.
Shout out to Shannon Sharp, because he's another Ravens legend.
Yeah, got him, Tony Siragusa, God rest his soul. You know what? We forgot one person. I mean, Dr. T, like Dr. T says at the beginning, at the end of his broadcasts, of his live streams, black men are not this, that, a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. We are human beings, and unfortunately, a black man is never seen as a human being. Black man is the last person. A black man is the last person to be seen as a human being when you think about it.
I'm going to print that out and put that on my office desk with his closing monologue. I have that screenshotted, and I'm going to type it up and put it in a frame and put it on my office desk.
All right. Hey, Louis. You work in supermarkets and everything, correct?
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, everybody's talking.
I'm a store manager. Yeah,
store manager. Because I've been dealing with like because I'm over here in Norway and everything. We're talking because we're also affected by the whole rising costs and shit. And I don't understand it. I guess a lot of people don't understand this, but this is something I've been doing myself. Is like and this is something I did when I first came here. It's like something I learned from my mom was, if I want to do some grocery shopping, always first go to any supermarket, because there's several supermarket chains here. In town I live in, there's about 3. If I go to any of these, if I go to any of them, I just look around the prices. If not, just go to the website if they have an online store, and just look and compare and decide.
Yeah.
Where do I have to go to get what I need? And it's been and it's done wonders for me, because I've been like,
yeah.
Especially
it's called cherry picking.
It's cherry picking. It's cherry picking. But the thing is, for my case, is like, because I don't pay in cash, I always use my debit card, and I gotta always, incur those charges and shit.
But what you're experiencing now, and I'm going to hey Charles, can I talk about this? Do I got permission?
Go right ahead.
Yeah.
All right. What you're experiencing right now, all right, if you go back to COVID and where you had the shitpocalypse, where everybody was buying all the toilet paper, the difference is, compared to now, when you had the pandemic happen, you had all these manufacturers at full force and full staff. Yeah. And generally here in the United States, like, all your manufacturers, they're regional. So you have, let's say, like Scott's Toilet Paper in your New York metro area. You have a major facility in Georgia that serve like Virginia, Georgia, and one in the Carolinas,
regional distributors and such. Yeah,
they had full capacity. But when COVID happened, you had people hitting from the supply. But when people were affected, everybody is short-staffed. And what a lot of people don't realize now, if you scurry the internet, like I was looking at one before I got the notification for Charles' video to come up. Right now, 3 more warehouses caught on fire. You had all these food processing plants that have been catching on fire mysteriously in the past 6 months.
Arson?
And a lot of Amazon distribution factories been catching on fire mysteriously. And also what you got to take into account, like when you buy canned vegetables or frozen vegetables, they were from the year prior harvest.
Yeah.
And in America, if you paid attention to the past 2 years, where in Middle America, the Bible Belt, that's where most of your livestock and your vegetables and stuff is harvested, where you had these severe ice storms, crazy flooding, all these fires that have been happening. It's been happening in the Midwest, and it's been affecting the farmers. And also the government has been paying a lot of farmers to destroy their crops also, which is a little known fact that you got to
the subsidies and shit. They've been subsidizing to plant
and
one
that
crop.
And that is what is affecting the food chain right now. And also with the Ukraine incident, where Russia is the world's #1 wheat distributor. Ukraine is number 2. And prior to Russia invading the Ukraine, Russia cut off their supply, because Russia is also the #1 exporter of the main ingredients for industrial grade fertilizer, which all these commercial farmers use. And Russia knew in advance, they were anticipating what was going to happen. So Russia cut off the export of the ammonia and their main ingredients for industrial grade fertilizer to the world, and they kept it for them. And what happened was, India is also a major exporter of wheat, and they are keeping their wheat for their people because they're experiencing famine also. So this has totally disrupted the world food, the world
Not just
food
that.
source. Yeah.
Not just that, because I'll tell you something right now. In parts of Africa and parts of, especially in Africa and the Middle East, a lot of those countries, a lot of those governments and regimes, Russia has them by the balls by saying, "Listen, you can either accept what we're exporting to you guys at the prices we make, we're demanding, or you can let your people starve, and they can overthrow you, and maybe we might help them overthrow you." So they got everybody by the balls in a sense.
And China also, because China is using Africa to grow a lot of their crops, but they're sending those crops. Yeah, but and they're sending it directly to China.
There's also another thing people don't point out. Russia's the largest petro distributor to Europe.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why they've been trying to find alternative breads. I mean, fortunately up here, I live up here. Norway is a big oil producer, but they've been managing theirs okay. But they're trying to find alternatives. The EU is trying to find alternatives.
That's why Biden is trying to find a lot of these electric cars, because you got to remember, we're very dependent on the fucking Saudis.
Oh man, the Saudis have been. You guys had a problem with the Saudis because the Saudis.
OPEC Plus. Go ahead, my bad.
Sorry. Mohammed bin Salman, that dude is like the de facto leader right now, because his father, even though he's the king, the crown prince is actually running this show, and that dude is not to play with.
Nah.
That dude is. He's
ruthless.
He's like King Abdullah in the worst way, in a sense.
And he's stuck into Biden because Biden brought up Khashoggi.
Khashoggi, yeah.
Russia's and Russia's part of OPEC Plus, and they reduce production by 2 million barrels.
I'm gonna say this. Finish your statement, Lewis.
Oh no, I was just saying the OPEC Plus just recently they said we're reducing production by 2 million barrels, and that forced Biden to go to the national reserves to pull out oil. Because if he didn't do that, our gas went right back up.
I'm gonna say,
the Saudis try to sabotage the whole fracking by raising their production.
I'm gonna say this.
And lowering the value. Go ahead.
It's funny it's funny when people were pissy about. This is what happens with ignorance. People were pissy about Trump when he was in office, but Trump, believe it or not, a lot of people were scared of Trump. A lot of people were, because of the unpredictability factor. You know what I'm saying? But if you notice with Trump, a lot of black people were making good money.
Yeah. Yeah. And he filled up our national reserves at the lowest price of the oil.
Mm-hmm.
And Biden is pulling all from it. I honestly believe this is intentionally done by the Biden regime. I honestly believe it.
Because they basically want to make it like, oh, blame Trump again. And I'm not saying I'm either. But I told black people, when Trump put a hiatus to these visas, notice black people were starting businesses and jobs because there was a need again. Now that you got Biden, this is the reason why. And Lewis, you being a good damn Marine, know what I'm about to say. This is the reason why I keep telling people women make bad leaders.
There's a reason why Joe Biden is called Jim Crow Joe.
They make bad leaders because they look to maintain. Leaders have to look forward. Maintainers like to maintain what's called the status quo. As a leader, you must predict what's going to happen next. And the one thing about leadership is fundamentally, if you've been to any leadership school, is this. You have to admit when you're fucking wrong. Can somebody put that in the chat for prosperity? And shout out to LAP SWAT 1. I got to get LAP SWAT to interview him one time and tell him about the tactics. Colonel Faulkner, how do you think this will end? The Russians will have 20% of their forces, only use 20% of their forces. Do you think NATO can stand up to their tier 1 forces, Spetsnaz and Alpha teams? Yes. Here's the problem with Russia. Russia is made to fight the U.S. toe-to-toe. The problem is with large armies, they're not made to fight insurgencies. You know what I'm saying? Russia always had an issue against small tactics or small units tactics.
That's why they struggled against Chechnya and in Georgia.
Mm-hmm. That's why
Chechnya, Ingushetia, Dagestan. They still having those problems.
But
the way they were able to defeat Chechnya was they co-opted some of those factions by amnesty.
Yeah, that's why they got their ass kicked in Afghanistan.
Ooh, Afghanistan. Asymmetrical warfare, hell.
Asymmetrical warfare is not good against a fucking army
that's conventional.
That's conventional. I mean, you got to think about it. When you have small arms tactics, like you take about 20 guys, because 20 guys is pretty fucking maneuverable, right, Lewis?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Namer?
Oh, especially if you consider the terrain that they're in.
Yeah, 20 guys. And you give me good 20 guys who could carry a mortar. About 3 guys, depending on the size of the mortar. 3. If it's a decent sized mortar, 3 guys can carry the parts. You get about 2 to 3 machine gunners, for that suppressive fire. You get a couple of riflemen, and you might have 1 or 2 snipers. Those 20 guys could pin that fucking army down. Especially when
they're like prime example is like what the Chechens would do. Especially considering
Chechnya was doing a lot of guerrilla warfare also.
Yeah. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, Louis. Let me give you an example. The Russians, they always relied on their mechanized units because they have tanks and everything, right? But the problem is they didn't maintain those tanks well, and corruption is still rife in Russia. And the Chechens, they would just wait for this convoy to be passing through certain areas, especially like wooded areas. And they would take out the lead vehicle and the tail end vehicle. And now those vehicles are struck. and you can attack them from both sides and disappear.
Oh yeah, and also what Russia did also was they invested a lot of their money into their submarines instead of maintaining and advancing the technology on a land warfare. Also,
Yeah, rife with corruption,
that's
like
why.
I said earlier. Rife with corruption. I mean, also look at. I remember. Have you ever read a book called One Man's War, Louis?
No. Like, who's the author?
I forgot the name. I remember. There's a former U.S. Navy SEAL named Jocko Willink on his podcast. In the early episodes, he mentioned the Chechen War, and he talks about. I think it was episode 16 where he talks about that. And then, like a couple of episodes later, he talked about that book. It's by a Russian who was a veteran from the first Chechen War, and he talked about the breakdown of the chain of command, the level of abuse that was going on. The top-down level of abuse that was going on in the Russian military, and how people most of the people who were sent to fight were usually young conscripts. If you came from a well-off family and were able to bribe your way out of that, you were good. But if your family couldn't come up with the bribes, you were fresh out of luck. You were going to get shipped overseas. And a lot of those young men did not have a clear objective of what they were doing there, and they saw a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah, and I forgot the individual's name because Chechnya was very seasoned because they had a lot of jihadists from the Middle East, and I forgot the individual's name who was from Jordan that was assisting and running the show there. I forgot. Yeah, one of his hands was mangled.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know you're talking about.
Like dreads. Yeah, like you had a lot of jihadis like from Hezbollah and Afghanistan.
Yeah, a lot of them went there as an opportunity. They went there as an opportunity. And the Chechens, but not all Chechens are Muslims, but a lot of the Chechens, they were actually, many of the Chechens who fought, they were fighting for independence. But given the desperation that some of them had, they were willing to accept the help from these jihadists. Not understanding what these...
But you got to remember, places like Iraq and Afghanistan, especially Iraq. Iraq was very similar for them to us, where you got to think about it. Before Afghanistan and Iraq, a lot of veterans didn't see combat for a minute, for almost a decade, almost two. They didn't see
the original Gulf War.
Then the original Gulf War was not even.
That was a skirmish. That was a skirmish.
That wasn't even combat.
I lived through that, actually. I lived through that because I remember as a kid we had to go to school with gas masks and shit because we had to always worry about Scud missiles getting fired at us and shit. But yeah, I know what your point is.
And you got to think about it. For 20 years, we didn't see real combat till we went to Afghanistan. Actually, it's gotten even worse. Not joking about anybody's warfare. War is war. But that compared to that, that's a skirmish. That was just a overhead bombing, constant bombardment. When you look at Afghanistan and Iraq, that was the testing ground for them, and that was the testing ground for us, because even the United States, and shout out to LAP SWAT 1 again, another faithful guy. We got to get you on. I know you probably can't tell a lot about yourself, but we got to get you on the panel one day. You got to look at the unconventional warfare doctrine we're under. We're under asymmetrical / urban warfare. Big army works only when you're like invading an entire country, but it does not work well when you're going against people who know the terrain, who's not afraid of scorched earth, who can blend in. Because you got to remember, a lot of the Cold War doctrine that the Russians were under, or the Soviets at the time, when they went to Afghanistan, did not work.
Oh yeah, it was so messed up that who else has had experiences like this? Also, like India, when it came to like the Tamil Tigers, even the Sri Lankan armed forces. Other example, because they have to, it was or like take your dad's generation, because your dad is a Vietnam vet, correct? I mean, that was messed up. Hell, I can talk about what's going on in northern Ethiopia right now.
This is
In both the asymmetrical warfare and what's going on in Tigray right now, the northern part. You have two armies that are trying to use conventional conflict, and I'm like, what the fuck are you? And I'm looking at my own country's army. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? What is this conventional shit you doing? You guys used to do the asymmetrical shit. You're going against a faction who's in their territory. They know the terrain, and you're just falling for it every single time.
This is asymmetrical warfare by definition.
Because they know the terrain. They know the terrain. It's common knowledge of shit.
This is asymmetrical warfare by definition.
Mm-hmm.
Asymmetrical warfare is leveraging inferior tactical or operational strength against the vulnerabilities of a superior opponent to achieve disproportionate effects with the aim of undermining the opponent's will in order to achieve the asymmetrical actor's strategic objectives. Meaning, asymmetrical. Y'all better listen to this because y'all getting some military science doctrine. Meaning, what is it? Think of this in simplistic terms: David versus Goliath. Warfare. Unsophisticated versus sophisticated technological. Poor countries versus entities of rich countries or rich entities. Threats can be internal, external, i.e., Israel, Vietnam, Afghanistan, often state-sponsored or supported, attack opponents via indirect means such as terrorism, critical infrastructures, avoid combat with conventional forces, tend to have a purpose that focus on force, but not always the case. Miscellaneous, unconventional warfare means, i.e., poisoning food, water supply, exploitation by media, by staging scenes to sway public opinion.
IEDs.
IEDs, which is a big will taker. You know, when you have an asymmetrical warfare, I mean, I'll put it to you this way: a lot of covert ops, and a lot of the covert ops that I think that we're really getting into because of proxy wars. A lot of small unit tactics will always win. You know why? Because all you got to do is give people a couple of AT4s, some mortars, a couple of explosives, some riflemen, some snipers, some good fucking marksmen, and you'll stand down anybody. This is the reason why I'm
Run and gun.
Run and gun. Hey,
hit and run tactics. Some would even try as like, in fact, there were times where some people were like attack you. You basically you fight the enemy on your terms. You never come directly at them. Best example was something like that is going so far back as ancient times. Look at the Gaul. When Julius Caesar talks about his exploits in Gaul and how, especially under Vercingetorix, they were starting to reorganize themselves to use asymmetrical warfare. Even though this was hard for the Gauls to do that because. All right, Ian. You have a good evening. You have a good morning because I know right now it's 7:30 where you're at. I'm an hour ahead of you.
Top of the morning.
Top of the morning, like Ian. That's Anglo-Saxon for John, by the way. Ian, the Celtic version of Sean. But as I was saying,
it's funny because when you think about that, right?
Mm-hmm. About Julius Caesar.
Yeah, Julius Caesar. You got to think about it. Look at Hannibal.
Yeah.
Hit and run tactics. Because if I hit and run and back off, it's the same thing as wrestling or boxing or MMA. It's the jab. It may not knock you out, but it's going to let you know I'm there. And if I step into it, it's going to sting like a motherfucker.
And it's going to wear you down.
It's going to wear you down.
You're always, it's gonna, especially if it's like you got the best. It's like you've got a good jab. That jab, I mean, it doesn't have to be strong, but it's enough to just like, you know, especially if you have a superior reach. If you have the reach advantage,
Even if you don't have the reach, a jab. If a person, I'm gonna tell you one of the funniest things that happened when I was sparring. The guy had a nice hook, so I did what I usually do. I back into the corner, and I waited for him to do what he wanted to do. He tried to lunge at me with the jab, right? With
We
the
try to
hook.
telegraph it.
With the hook. He tried to go for a power shot with the hook. I countered him before he even attacked because I crowded his space because I took a big leap with my jab coming forward.
oh,
And
you went Manny Pacquiao
like I just
because
pow! I just snapped my jab so quick.
you did the Pacquiao thing because Pacquiao, what he does is he lets the guys instead, because he'll let his opponent throw the jab, right, and he'll use that opponent's jab to gauge the distance. So, and then once he gets the timing down, when you're in mid strike, and because he's got short legs, he's got a lot of spring in them. By the time you're in mid strike, he's in the pocket with you, and he's working the body.
Oh yeah, but I did something different. I hit the jab.
Mm.
It's like you got to think I have long arms for being 5'8". Excuse me, not 5'8", 5'10" and a half. I have really long arms. Like my reach is damn near somebody of 6'2". So
What's your reach? How long's your reach?
probably taller than my height. So it's probably like around the reach of somebody 6'2". So
All right.
you got to think about it. He's trying to lunge at me, but I cut him down because I stepped with my jab. And so you can do it. There's various jabs. There's an upper jab. There's there's a stepping back jab. There's a going forward jab.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because when I did it, I snapped it. Where you could it looks like a rubber band effect. Pow. And just because of where I hit him, because I hit him right on the bottom of the chin, right on the chin. Bink. And his body went into such a shock that he just dropped. Like, I mean, you could see his body. Like, he wanted to keep going, but his body was in such a shock that it just fell. Like, he was like, I didn't even know what the fuck happened. It's like I lost control of my body for a few seconds.
And that kill your morale.
Yeah, and that's what the jab is a morale killer. You get a jab. Imagine if you swing a good hook and somebody jabs you to the body.
It frustrates you sometimes, even.
Or he throws the jab to the head and goes right hand to the body. Boom! When you're trying to counter, that takes all the wind out of you.
Or crowding the space. Or taking another example of somebody who took unconventional means to attack. I mean, take mixed martial arts. Matt Hughes. After he defeated Horace Gracie, Renzo Gracie challenged him to a fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
At 170. What did Matt Hughes do in that fight? Matt Hughes, a superior wrestler, but you're talking about a guy who's at least a fourth or fifth degree black belt in BJJ. So what did he do?
Stood him up.
He kept it standing up every time Renzo tried to crowd him, because he's in jiu-jitsu, they're not known for takedowns. That's judo mostly. Because he tried to grapple with him. Every time he grabbed it, every time he tried to grapple him, Matt would just take the guy's momentum against him, especially when they try to cling him on the cage. He clings him, turns around, and tries to release himself. Because he knew the importance of hand fighting. He knows how to hand fight. So he kept them beating him with the jab, with the punches, combinations, hit and move, hit and move.
You ever saw what Sakuraba did to Gracie?
Oh, that was I think it was the greatest 90-minute fight I ever watched in my life. I was so highly entertained. And you got to think about it. If you really want to look at how to jab and how unconventional warfare is, look at GSP versus Josh Koscheck for the championship. And he brutalized that man with a jab. I mean, broke his eye socket. Like, he swelled up his eye to the point where the motherfucker was looking like a cyclops.
God damn.
And, I mean, jab. He couldn't, and he tried to out-wrestle him, but they fought before, and he out-wrestled Josh Koscheck, who was an NCAA champion, a legit NCAA champion. and he just hit him with those jabs because he could sprawl.
A
Like if I
superior strategist is what GSP is. First
yeah,
of all, a lot of
he is
people forget that.
he is the ultimate strategist. Like I think the greatest strategists in mixed martial arts history to me were Couture and GSP. You couldn't beat them. Their strategy, especially against guys who might have been superior in strength, size, you just couldn't beat these motherfuckers. And it's funny because tactics rules all. I mean, you should be able to, you know, make variables, but at the same time, you got to be able to know how to maneuver against it. And a
I mean,
lot of
look what happened to him against like who remembers Nick Diaz? No, sorry, Nick Diaz taking on George. George kept taking him down, and he negated Diaz's jiu-jitsu superiority.
yeah, and he actually stood up with him more. When I looked at that fight, because we ordered that fight, he actually stood up more to being on the ground.
And Diaz is known for his cardio, insane cardio, but he kept mixing it up. GSP realized, he just keep mixing it up. Knock him, move, because he knew he's dealing with a volume puncher, so he had to find a way to like negate his ability to just volume punch. I mean, another example I can think of is what's his name, Benson Henderson against Nate Diaz.
That was just a guy who was just superior. That was superior strength and size and skill against another skilled guy who just didn't have the strength to deal with that.
Sometimes he'd jab him in the leg. He would jab him purposely in the leg, and Nate was like trying to get him to just like try to scrap with him. But he's like, "Nah, I ain't playing that." Or like, how about Carlos Condit against Nick Diaz? Nick Diaz has open his hands. He's using the Stockton Siphons hand, trying to do something. He's trying to get, but Condit was like, "No, I ain't playing your game. I'm not playing your game."
I think one of the craziest times I think about it, it's like you look at. I think people don't give Carlos Condit the respect he deserves. He's a hell of a fighter. And you look at the strategy he put on.
Mm-hmm.
It was brutal, man.
Shouts out to Greg Jackson and Mike Winklejohn.
Mm-hmm. Like you look at a guy, like you look at old tapes of Ray Robinson.
Yeah.
Ray Robinson had such a strategy built off the jab that you didn't know which punch was going to be the knockout punch, and he would hit you at bing, bing, bing. It was like somebody tap dancing because he was a fantastic tap dancer, and just to build off that jab, just like you see a guy with good head control. If I taught you how to wrestle, I could actually teach you to wrestle totally different than I would teach Lewis. That was one of the fundamental things when I coach wrestling. Most teams have a similar style, and they'll be like, okay, if the third guy does the same maneuvers as the first guy, that's pretty much the team's strategy. So the one thing about my guys, I taught everybody how to wrestle differently. You couldn't get a photograph of what the fuck we were gonna do. The third guy and the fifth guy were gonna wrestle totally different. Don't think what the fourth guy was going to do because you didn't know. And that's the beauty of unconventional warfare, is that
you had each guy learn to do this, stick to their strengths, because and based on their weight division and their body type, you had to say, okay, this is how I need you to wrestle. I'm going to show you how to work it like this.
The tall guy, wrestle tall. If you're tall, naturally wrestle tall. Head and ankle picks. If you got long arms and you're a tall guy, ankle picks.
You got the Richie advantage right there. You can just grab this, go there. If you're a shorter guy, smaller, compact, you can
If you're a shorter guy, low single. Yeah. It's hard for a taller guy to defend against low singles because he doesn't have the space to sprawl.
Yeah.
And I mean, just little shit just makes you a winner. And then sometimes if you're in a Goldilocks zone, you can pretty much do it all. And you could be the bully or you could be the finesser. Always have a good lateral movement. Why? Because people, if I could move my feet left, side to side, back and forth quicker than you, you can't picture. That's why you're on the balls of your feet. If you see me wrestle, I'm on the balls of my feet. I don't care how tired I am, I'm on the balls of my feet. Why? Because as soon as you go flat, it's easy to take you down because you can't maneuver. And that's the similar parts about unconventional warfare. People don't understand. I don't put heavy grounds and say, you know what, we're going to make a nest here and we're going to stay in here and defend this hill. No, the strategy would be you take this hill if you want. You might, well, we'll leave it. You might not like it when you come up here because we booby trapped every goddamn thing. We might even put booby traps in front of you. We might even make it look like that we're defeated and retreating, but we're going to flank the ass.
Like the engulfing, like when they like like what's going on in Ukraine in certain parts. Like sometimes they'll draw the enemy in. I mean, here's a traditional tactic they used in Mongolia. The Mongols would try to, on their horses, they would draw the enemy to come chase them, right? And as soon as they got into a certain distance, they would turn on them, and then they would encircle them. Or sometimes, like what the Abyssinians would do against their enemies.
Look at what Zulu and the Zulus did. It's called the horn.
Yeah, the horn.
You look at, and believe it or not, Hannibal and Shaka Zulu are studied very well in the war colleges.
Yep. Hey, Charles, do you got Tactics by Rommel?
No, sounds good to read, though.
Yeah, Infantry Tactics by Rommel, the Desert, and also get the Desert Fox, because you're absolutely right. Hannibal and Shaka Zulu, and then Rommel are the top three strategists that's always studied at the Naval War College and the War College. So whenever something happens, and little known fact, your Marine Corps is somewhat structured after the SS, and also the Navy got their submarine doctrine from the U-boats.
Yeah. Oh. You gotta remember, the Marine Corps is amphibious. Why? Of course you know, because the Marines are under the direct command of the fucking president. Those are the president's stormtroopers. If you want to go fuck up something, you send the Marines in. If you want to go fuck up something and then build the infrastructure and then go to the local nationals and then put in people in place and power, you send the Army. If you want to cut off anybody's supply to the world, you send in the Navy. If you want a stealth bomber, motherfucker, Air Force the fuck out of them.
Ooh.
True that.
Tell me if I'm lying.
No, yeah, every branch has its their own individual doctrine and mission. So,
actually, a lot of it's been studied.
And see, what a lot of people don't understand from channels like mine, who's teaching you this shit. And we got multiple military. You got to think, I've been doing this channel for 2 years. How many people came up here and said, you're a fraud?
Probably some female. That's it.
Not even the females. You would think somebody like a Mary, somebody like Cynthia, somebody out there, D. Darrell, FD Signifier, all these fuckers would have called me out being a fraud. But they know the shit that I'm telling is the fucking truth.
Mm-hmm.
You got SWAT operatives, you got special forces operatives, you got military, NCOs, officers, warrant officers. war vets, somebody would have said I'm a fraud.
Hell no.
But see, that's the thing. People like I said earlier, this is their last stand, and this is the cold, harsh, undeniable truth that is staring these people in their face, and they're in total denial, and that's all it is. Like, they just can't handle the truth, and that's what's irritating them even more, because they have no answer to it. They realize, like, fuck winter, it's an ice age coming, and this is their last stance.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And most of this is nothing but just from I really honestly think most of this this so-called hate is just from clout chasing, just straight up clout chasing. They don't want to intellectually combat any of the talking points. They're just doing this for clout chasing and distraction.
And
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that, Louis?
Can you say that again for the Negroes in the back?
Clout chasing and distraction. That's all it is, because they cannot defute the talking points.
It's all entertainment.
Yep.
Because, like we said, hell, like we talked about earlier about, like, you know, how is it some people aren't getting the views or the Cash App support like so many others, and why some people can get it so easily because they know the algorithm. Like, I talked about this. Like, take the number of Twitch streamers who are getting shelled out, who are getting, you know, loads of cash from anonymous sources, and some of those individuals, and why some of these dudes are doing it. I remember, like, and they're saying, explain it to why it is, and why there's so many people just, you know, donating to like some of these female, whatchamacallit, female content creators. Why so many people are following female content creators on OnlyFans and such. What is it about? It's that sex appeal and shit, you know? They're using the sex appeal thing.
And look at it like this. You got T. Hassan Johnson, Green Gorilla, and O'Neill. PhD academia. You have Charles Faulkner. If you listen to him speak, if he wanted to, he could give you a PhD level on military and policing if he want to. I listen to this man a long time. He gives, like, fuck going to academy. All you got to do is listen to Charles Faulkner here. He could give you that. No, I'm dead serious. I'm not trying to kiss your ass. You're a soldier and law enforcement, so you could give instructor level education on that alone. You got BGS, who is the Jedi.
Stage.
Yeah.
The Jedi Grandmaster right there, baby.
Right there. Nobody can defute the talking points. Nobody can defute the information that's being disseminated. They have to use shaming tactics. And it's to a point that is becoming comical.
Bam.
Straight up comical.
Louis, look at it this way. Has anybody seen BJ's latest videos? The Math Ain't Mathin' and the Math Ain't Mathin', the Gen X edition?
And the other coffee girl thing with the part-time prostitution?
Yeah, the car. That's an ongoing series, actually. But okay.
Yeah, I just subscribed to his Patreon. So yeah, I mean, you can't defute it. I haven't seen no one yet played any of these videos and try to critique it point for point. All they do is use shaming tactics. I haven't seen no one yet that has educationally tried to defute the talking points. That's when you know you're winning. Like BGS said, the war's already been won.
The question is, what do you want? That's what he asked Blackman. What's going on? That's why he's asking. That's why he's kind of like called out the black community for what it is in that last video. He says like, the gender war is over. What do you want? But it seems like you're just not ready to accept the victory, or you weren't thinking, you weren't planning for victory at all. It's like that they'll cross that bridge when we get there kind of mentality for some.
I'm going to tell you that fundamentally, when you go into war, you go with an objective, right, Lewis? Right?
Unfortunately, very few realize that, because you just retaliate, because a lot of people just, when they go into engagements like this, it's in response to something and it's out of retaliation.
And see, this is where a lot of motherfuckers are going to fuck up strategically. You don't have an objective. You're going to end up saying, well, no. It's either two things are going to happen. Either I'm out there to annihilate you, or I'm out there to impose my will. This is what I want from you, black woman, or we leave. Why do you think I'm going to revamp my show that says either I lead or we leave? There's no quarter given. There's nothing except total victory. This is what Obsidian was talking about, but he's one of the strongest proponents of purple pillism.
Which means he's too compromised.
So a lot of these guys really are purple pill. They say a big game, but guess what? Are you really about it? Are you really about it? Because eventually the monsters are coming. You know, it was like when Baki was getting ready for the tournament in the original series.
I gotta check that series out.
But this is the question.
Go ahead.
But this is the question, and I apologize for interrupting. But this is the question, and what you see in the results is showing also who was in this space totally committed to it. I like my man said earlier on, I think a lot of people just reacted emotionally, but they like a lot of people that is in this space is not totally committed. It was just like a
spur of the moment.
Flavor, spur of the moment, and then
caught
when
up
they
in the
see
moment.
and when they see the results happening,
they're like, what?
They're confused. They're confused. They don't know what to do.
Exactly. It's like, you ever been in a fight and you're just swinging for the fences against the bully and shit actually connects? And you're like, oh shit, what do I do next? That's what we're going through in the manosphere right now. Oh shit. You know you're winning when the other side is trying to change their tactics for you to go easier on them. They didn't understand the biggest trump cards two trump cards that were played strategically. One was our indifference, and two was the power of the passport. What did Steve Urkel always said? I don't have to take this. I'm going home. Black men, you didn't even have 20% of black men talking this shit. It took about a good 10, 15% of black men to even mention this shit, and it shook bitches in their boots.
A generational shift, too.
Think about it. You caused, and this is the reason why the ultimate, y'all want to know what the ultimate military strategy is? If you want to know what the ultimate military strategy is, folks listed on the panel, give me a goddamn woo.
Woo!
Ooh, yeah.
What about you in the chat? Give me a goddamn woo if you want me to tell you the ultimate strategy in warfare.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, my bad. Woo!
The ultimate strategy in warfare is this, people. Drum roll, please. And thank you, T. Riddler, for the super chat. Your thoughts on Soft Girl Earth? on Earth. Oh, we getting into that, bro.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
The ultimate strategy in military strategy is never interrupting an idiot making a mistake.
True.
Look what the women are doing with the soft girl shit. They thought old tactics were gonna work the fucking same. And the soft girl era is pretty much done. It was like what, a month, maybe 2 at the most.
That's the
Oh,
equivalent of a suicide bomber.
I'm gonna tell you what soft girl era
Basically.
was. Soft girl era was the first Gulf War, when we just bombarded the country and it was like you said earlier, a skirmish. That's what the fucking soft girl era was to us, a skirmish. All you had to do was not react and just let them keep talking. Don't interrupt the fool making a mistake. What happened? Oh, I love being in my feminine. But in the next fucking paragraph, she's cussing like a sailor, telling you, well,
I let my man do this. I said, of course, like BGS called him out and said, so yeah, but you're still not saying what you do for your man. If you let your man, because remember what they say, they let their man be this, that, and third. They let their man. That's covert control right there. If you hear the word.
I told my ex, right, when she invited me out for drinks. I love being at a predicament where, chicks invite me out to dinner and they pay drinks and they pay.
Oh man, been there, done that.
And I'm gonna tell you, she was talking about her ex-husband, right? And she said I allowed him to be the leader. I said, wait, stop. Let me ask you this question. When you go to work, do you allow your supervisor to be the supervisor, or are they the supervisor and you just listen? And she said, well, they the super. Oh, now I see what you got. She said it just like this. Oh, they're just the supervisor. Oh, now I see what you're saying. I said,
dumbass.
Because you got to realize something. When you were with me, and it was the same time when the chick tried to say, do you ever give this man money? She was like, no, he's the ultimate gentleman. He took care of everything. I was just too pig-headed and to being too much of a bitch to even listen. Her words, not mine.
Could you repeat that,
well, that's
please?
their programming. That's their programming, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to repeat what she said. She was like, I was too pig-headed and being too much of a bitch to listen and appreciate it.
Yeah.
What the fuck I had. She said, he's the man. He's all man. He's a gentleman. Even though he's braggadocious, even though he can be arrogant, he's still a gentleman.
And you earn the right to be arrogant. You earn that right to be arrogant.
I said to her, just like I said to another female, if I'm willing to put my ass on the line for you, the least you can do is give me submission. If I'm willing to kill or die for you and do dirty, nasty, unconventional things to make sure our family progress, I deserve nothing but your undying loyalty.
And respect and love and everything that comes with it.
And
that's why I was like, go ahead, sorry.
This is the reason why fundamentally men don't care about love. We don't care about love. Love is good. It's nice to get. But what we really crave is respect. When you come in the day, you don't want your kids to be overcrowding you. You love them. But goddamn, when I come through the door, cut all that shit down. Hey, Daddy, I love you. I love you too. Mwah.
Shit, I remember.
Take your bath. Let me sit down and brush off some things. I'm going to come play with you. All right, Daddy.
Love is nature's trick of making animals reproduce.
I remember my dad before, it got kind of rough for him. When he got home, only thing I ever did for him, and because he was on a heart medication and whatnot, it was like, first thing I would do when he came home was I'd see him, right? I'd immediately go get his medication. I just placed a glass of water and his box of heart medication. He's like, thank you, son. And then I just go about my way. Just don't bother him unless he asks me to do something for him. Anytime my grandmother came home from wherever she was, I just went over and got her a glass of water and just left her alone. because I know they just had a long day. They don't need nobody talking to them. They need to get situated.
They need to decompress.
They need to decompress. Hell, my father, for the next 3 hours, nobody bothered him. He'd come home, take his heart medication. He'd have like a late lunch, and then afterwards he'd just take a nap, and nobody bothered him. I'd be in my room, or I'd be in another room just watching TV or whatever. And nobody bothered him. Then afterwards, when he was up and ready, if he wanted to talk to us, we talked to him, and that was that. And I think about that because, his generation, a lot of them, they've been plagued with high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes and shit. And I'm like, that's why I always look at me and my friends and I say, like, look at our dads. We got to be better than them. They were busting ass to raise us, but the least we can do is be a better example, learn from them what to do, what not to do, and be better people. I mean, earlier this was on day before yesterday, I had to call a friend of mine. He's happily married with 3 kids, but that guy put on some weight. He's working out, but still got the rocking the dad bod. But he's happy. He's in a good place because he's got his 3 kids and everything. But
well, when you're operating in harmony, that's what happens. But right
shit.
now,
3 daughters too. So I'm like, oh wow. But he approaches it with a lot of humor. But I hear what you're saying. But please continue, Louis. Sorry for interrupting.
No. I was saying this, like, if you operate in harmony and cooperation, this is what you get.
Yeah.
But these women are not programmed that way.
No, you guys come from a dysfunctional society, like BGS mentioned.
And one of the things, like, what boggles my mind, just in case, I don't know if anybody here know, I'm biracial. Like, my father, ADOS, my mother was Irish, Italian, and Turkish. And what used to be funny, and is like, as a biracial person growing up, because I was born product of the 70s, and being biracial has been a blessing and a curse. But one of the blessings were I was able to see the other side, and it prepared me to how to properly navigate in society today. And what's so perplexing, when I got on both sides of my family members that's like lower class and upper middle class, you could say. And the problems that we see right now was only experienced when I was coming up in the lower class. Like, I got poor white trash in my family, and they were experiencing the same shit we were. But my black side of the family that was upper middle class and also white, they did not experience none of this bullshit that we see now. And I don't like what perplexes me. This shit has infected all classes of society right now. This shit was only relegated to, like, poor and lower working class people. This dysfunction. I did not see that in my family that was, like, that was stable, owned shit, and, higher education. You didn't see that. But now it's infected everybody. It's just sickening.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I've seen this kind of dysfunction within my own society. Louis, have I ever told you where I'm from?
No.
I'm East African. I mean, where you at first of all?
I'm in Jersey.
Oh, okay. You ever heard of an Ethiopian or an Eritrean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Eritrean.
One of my ex-girls was Ethiopian.
Oh, okay. What was her mother tongue? What was her native language? Amharic?
I
Oromo?
do not. I'm totally ignorant to that. She, she spoke English.
Oh, she was Americanized. Okay,
Yeah,
okay, that's understandable
She was first generation American.
Oh, okay, all right, because it's like because like when you say Ethiopian, sometimes you gotta be specific because like 70 different ethnicities there.
Yeah.
I'm from, it's just 9, but we're all interrelated and shit. So, but like I said, like I can tell you, like since the 2000s, we've had a dysfunction after the border war. Like when society changed for the worse and everything, we had a repressive regime and shit, and I see that dysfunction and the split between people, especially over political shit. But yeah, I mean, you've seen if you ever notice, like Ethiopian society, they kind of split right now over this freaking civil war that's going
with the different
tribal, on
tribes.
ethnic lines. Yeah, actually, ethnic groups. Yeah, you see protests, like especially like in the DMV area, by various groups. I mean, you had that dysfunction, but it wasn't out in the open like this. It wasn't this bad. But the dysfunction you said, like you talk about, yeah. But what is it that they say about black people in America regarding dysfunction? Black folks are like what? The canary in the coal mine, aren't they?
Yeah, like look, if white people got a cold, black people got COVID, monkeypox, Ebola, hemorrhagic fever, and all that all mixed into one.
Dengue fever, yellow fever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man. I mean, and you start to see a lot of that. You start to see a lot of dysfunction. Oh my God.
But like I was saying, like what the thing was that kind of curtailed it back then, like my upper middle class family members, they only allowed their children to mingle and date and marry people that was in their same economic
Exactly.
class, and that's what stymied a lot of that. But I think a lot of this is government propaganda that's being spewed to disrupt the family and social structure.
Well, it's a means of birth control when you think about it.
Yeah, but on the women, I think for the most part, their actions is a desperate attempt to try to escape the economic class that they're in, and they're going about it the wrong way.
It's interesting you mentioned that because Mr. Z, was it like he live streamed like was a day before yesterday talking about all this stuff. He's calling out the divestors and shit. And I have to admit,
with Nexus, Lexus,
yeah,
Exodus, yeah,
and all that.
I'll be listening to her videos. I've been listening to her for a while.
Yeah. And I remember mentioning this. I remember mentioning this in the comments when he said, like, was it like only a small percentage of white men are actually dating black women or involving themselves with black women, relationship or marriage wise?
Very, very small.
Very small.
They use them as a side piece.
No, I mean like in a committed relationship. I mean, but those who are like in actual committed relationships with black women. And the funny thing is, they're not necessarily dealing with ADOS women, because the black woman in question could be West Indian, African, Afro-Latina, or even a black woman from Europe. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'll give you the best example is like is comedian Dean Edwards. His wife is black British. His in-laws are Jamaican. But they're so fixated on the fact that she's English. She's British and whatnot.
And as me coming up, like, and I experienced a lot of the racism from my European side of the family, and back then, like, I'm a product of the Levin generation, Levin versus Virginia. A lot of that
Yeah.
stuff when I was coming up, I was seen as an outcast, and given somewhat respect because I was a family member, but still ostracized to a certain extent. So I mean, and this I'm trying to find the word, this this fantasy is like I'm going to remain quiet so I get the right words because I don't want to disrupt the chat here. But these women, it's this fantasy that they're utterly desired and want to be married by other people, but they don't realize that they're just being used as, like Mr. Z has said, they're concubines and jump offs.
And who was it? Frazier. BGS mentioned this one. Frazier. Black women in America, that is, would rather be the concubines of white men than the wives of black men.
Yeah.
I've seen that in my own, and you see this kind of shit in Africa sometimes because you'll see like black African women trying to involve themselves with foreign men because they're hoping by involving themselves with those men, that's a way out.
To escape their economic situation.
Economic, social, political, and everything. And I've seen, I remember, was it, because like, you say you got Italians in your family, right? I know some Italian blood in your family. I've got some relatives who are partially Italian and whatnot. And there were dudes I knew who are full-blooded Italian who were born and raised in Eritrea, who used to run with us. One of them, he got all kinds of flack because he was involving himself with an Eritrean girl. And we know this girl. She was kind of light-skinned. But everybody was giving her flack. But the thing was, it was more socially acceptable for her to be involved with a white person than it would have been for me to be involved with a white woman. That's the funny shit. My own sisters could be cool. It would be all right. It was more socially acceptable for my own sisters to be involved with white men than it would be for me to involve myself with a white woman. I'd catch all kinds of hell for that.
Well, at the end of the day, everybody is tribalistic.
Yeah.
And for the most part, any relationship is going to, if it's going to survive, you got to have, for the most part, the same, your common culture intact.
Or mentality in some cases, because, I wasn't born and raised in my native country. I was born in exile, like so many. I came home when I was young, when I was like 12. So I already had an identity all of my own. But I knew how to maneuver within my own culture. Just the problem is just I learned how to be cordial. But some cats just looked at me like, accusing me of code switching. I'm like, and you say that as a bad thing. But the truth is they were low-key hating because they could not deal with the fact that I could be myself. I was trying to be myself. It's just I did not want to conform. I didn't want to conform in the sense, and I didn't want to conform because conforming meant I had to drink the fucking Kool-Aid. And thankfully for me, I got celiac disease, and that shit had gluten in it, so I couldn't take it.
Yeah, and but you were socialized in a different environment. So
socialized in a different environment. I was socialized within my own environment, within my own culture, by my parents and the other exiled families. But when I came back to our environment, it was dysfunctional as hell because just got independent and whatnot, just became an independent nation. But that dysfunction and the generational traumas of the last 2 centuries kind of fucked us up in a way. And I realize that. I mean, I see that in many African societies. They still dealing with, even though a lot of them have, post-colonialism and everything like that, the dysfunction that's followed, like especially going back to the 70s and 80s, that's hampered a lot of their development.
And Charles, you still there?
I think he had to handle something, but he'll be back. He's still around. AAL, are you still there?
What you say?
Are you still there, AAL? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm on the game right now. Hold on.
Oh, okay. He's trucking. Dude, you turned your camera on by accident. All right. Oh, to Mondell. Thank you. He says, also Faulkner, do you support the Art of Evermore BGS? Grinch are using plants to DOX Gino Richardson, a man that's doxed no one? Who the fuck are they talking? Who's he talking about?
I have no
I'm
idea
gonna say
about that
this.
question.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say this. That question is very loaded because
Uh-oh.
first and foremost, everybody who knows me, I'm against doxing anybody. I'm gonna tell everybody and anybody, if you want to debate what people say. Don't go into the narrative of trying to find out and expose people's family members, expose people's real names. If you have an issue with somebody, I'm going to tell anybody and everybody. I'm going to tell you the same shit I tell my mother. Does that motherfucker make you breathe in the morning? Does that motherfucker affect your money? Why would I waste time dealing with people who are anti-me? I give anybody the opportunity to debate, like, for example, with Larry. That he had a smoke session, but of course he was a coward. He brought me down on the panel. He brought me down from the chat. But if you come look at my channel, I don't bring people down. I let them speak what the fuck they're gonna speak. I'll even bring them up, back up, to make sure they were heard clearly. They're not dissecting. I don't believe in doxing. I'm above
Hey,
that.
Charles, you want to know why they won't debate you?
What's that?
Because you're living rent-free in his head, so he won't be able to act, like critically think his talking points
And see the
thoroughly
difference.
out.
And see the difference is, Lewis, I don't need a bunch of broads to back up what the fuck I say. Matter of fact, when he sent some of his broads over here, they actually donated to my shit. And trust me, it's in the records. I don't believe
Well, you are styling
And
and
Amiri's
profiling,
on
man.
Clubhouse
So
too.
yeah.
And he's on Clubhouse too.
everybody knows when I check the fuck out of Grandmaster Troll for that doxing shit, I'm not a for
Oh, I
that.
remember that. I remember that episode when you put him in his place.
I don't believe in that shit. So we're not gonna do loaded questions. I'm gonna just answer it directly. We go off of intelligence, cunning, a bit of ruthlessness. We go about can you debate the subject matter? Can you speak and articulate it well enough to get your point across? We don't support doctors over my channel. We don't do it, nor do we support people who do it. If you have an issue with certain people, I'm pretty sure you could get their email, you could come on their live stream and debate them. Now, I'm gonna tell you because a lot of these people don't do this shit. As far as my knowledge, no, they don't do it. Because that loaded question right there, people don't do it.
Why would you ask such a question? Is my question.
Because we already know that's a loaded question, and anybody who knows me knows that I don't stand for it. And I know BGS and Art of Itmore do not dox people.
They might troll somebody back.
They'll troll you back, but they're not going to dox you.
Like I said, they'll troll you back, but they're not going to dox you. I mean,
well, see, that's the difference between someone that critically thinks and go off of emotion. A lot of these reactions, they're going off of emotions like a damn woman instead of critically thinking and using facts and logic.
Once again, when they talk, BGS is the video regarding black men and emotional intelligence. He debunks that black men need more emotional intelligence when it turns out you are the most emotionally intelligent. But the problem is, you guys are so, as he would say, you're so goddamn emotional. You guys don't even do no logical thinking. So please get off that bullshit. I hope I said it right. Bullshit.
Need to have actual real men around their environment to straighten them out.
That is very true. That's fundamentally true. And
I guess.
Awoken,
Go ahead.
if you're looking for the link's right there, Woken.
Okay, here we come. Are they gonna come?
Yeah,
Sounds a little suspicious. Hold on a second. Uh-oh.
So, Awoken, where are you? Awoken.
Hold on a second. Charles, are you checking this out in the chat?
Young Grizzly. Who the
What
hell
the
is
hell?
that? Who the hell is Young Grizzly?
He's a cool cat. No, he's a cool dude based in Florida. Who's like part monk. He's on that monk mode thing.
I'm gonna have to ask you, please stop putting that in my channel, in my chat, because you already know I don't support no doxing shit. Nobody's doxing anybody. Not
What are you
over
talking
here.
about doxing?
This is where the buck stops. There's many
Issue
a time.
Issue Order 66.
No, not Awoken. I'm talking about Mondell.
Yeah. So should I?
Time him out, because that shit already told him. We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't support that. We don't do that. Now, Woken, that's right. The link's right there. You want to join? There's the link. Waiting on you. Is this you, Awoken? Awoken? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, this is me.
Now,
hi, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing jovial.
That's great.
What about yourself?
I'm doing great.
I'm going to pull everybody else down so we can have a conversation. Is that cool with you?
Either way.
I'm going to put y'all in the back chat for a second, fellas.
No problem.
Now, from Kev's live stream, you said that black men are violent and they're killing black women.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you, what's your background and how old are you?
What's my background?
Yes. Educational, where you're from.
I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. I'm currently a college student going to school for court reporting or stenography, and I'm 33 years old. I am a mother of 3. I am newly divorced, and I stand for everything that the Bible stands for.
So it's easy to suggest you're a Christian, right?
I'm not a Christian, but I stand for everything that the Bible stands for.
So if somebody says, okay, what's your religious beliefs, what would you say?
Um, Everything that the Bible says.
So what does the Bible say about unruly women?
What does it say about unruly women?
That it's better to live on the roof than to deal with one?
That's a quarrelsome woman.
So that's unruly.
Well, it says quarrelsome. So,
Quarrelsome means what? Unruly.
I mean, it can go off different definitions, but I know it says quarrel.
Quarrelsome. What does the word quarrel mean?
You tell me.
No. I'm asking you.
Well, I don't have my dictionary on me right now.
You're on the computer and you're a smartphone. I mean, it's very easy, lady.
Tyranny.
And
That's
what's
my
another
name.
word for tyranny?
No, my name is Tyranny, not
Uh,
lady.
lady, are you a female?
A female and a lady are two different things, right?
Obviously so. You're proving it very well.
Don't disrespect me, right? So,
Not
anyways,
disrespecting
it
you.
just says
You're,
it says
wait a minute.
quarrelsome.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait
A
a
man
minute.
can be
Wait a
unruly,
minute.
and a woman
Wait
can
a
be unruly.
minute. Wait a minute. Don't be disrespectful and don't come off hasty if I'm not even being disrespectful to you.
I wasn't being disrespectful. I was just saying I don't like to be called lady or ma'am, but my name is Tyranny.
So this is what it is. If somebody pointed you out, they'll call you female, lady, ma'am. They'll refer to you as the female nouns and pronouns of the species, right?
Nobody says, "Hey, female."
Yeah, you obviously haven't been in the military.
I have not. That's not a place for a woman.
But are women there?
I mean, probably not by choice.
Are women there?
That has nothing to do with they're not
So
supposed to be there.
let me ask you this question: do we not have a volunteer army, a volunteer military?
Sure.
So volunteer means by what?
That's volunteering it.
Volunteer means by what?
That means you volunteer to be in the position
That
that you're
means
at.
choice. You
Okay,
just
but
said
it's not always
they don't
that
want to be
simple.
there by choice.
It's not always that simple, right? I mean,
It is that simple.
you don't always just go to the military because, you want to. Sometimes you go for the benefits. So,
By choice. You don't have to go.
yeah. So again, benefits. You don't
Yeah.
always just want to
So
go
in
because you
other
want to fight.
words,
Hold on, can I finish, right?
is anybody do we have a draft?
I don't know about all that because I don't do
So,
anything about the military,
so
but you let me
obviously
finish my
no.
sentence.
So
Okay.
obviously no. So it's voluntary. Now,
Okay.
what would you like to speak about, ma'am?
So the reason I had joined the last stream because I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you guys are still talking about black women. I mean, we should be getting to a point where we need to be standing together and realizing that your black woman was right there by your side when we both was getting hung on a tree.
No, you
That
were.
your black hold on. That your black mother raised you when your black daddy walked off. We need to be getting to a point and realizing that the only reason you guys know about Christ and God Himself is because your black grandmama taught you.
No, not really.
Oh, absolutely.
Not
Black
really.
men are still getting hung on a tree. Black men are still getting shot and killed. And only thing you guys want to keep talking down on is the gift that God gave you, His damn self. We need a
Okay.
reality
Okay.
check.
Okay. Number one,
Okay.
calm down.
Okay.
Put a period to your sentence. Let me respond.
There was periods in each one of my sentences. I stated 3.
No. I'm going to answer all your questions. Number one, my daddy never walked out on me. Most black men don't walk out on their kids.
That's a
Number
lie,
two,
though.
stop. We're
But
gonna
if
have
we're gonna talk, let's
we're
talk
gonna
facts.
have a dialogue.
Mhm.
And the reason why black men talk about black women is because of the behavior that you're displaying right now. Now, when you want to talk about black men getting hung in trees, let's think about this. When did black women stand by our side when a large number of black women stood with white intersectional feminists to undermine black men who fought for civil rights, not only for himself, but for his woman and his children.
What does that mean to you? What is a feminist?
A feminist? Let me see. Someone who wants to undermine men because of a so-called patriarchy that actually benefited them. After
That's
all
not
the hard
even
work is
the
done, you,
that's
you,
not even the
you
textbook
asked me,
definition of a
you asked,
feminist.
you asked me you asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Okay, but that's not even the correct
No, no,
definition
no.
of
Are
a
you gonna
feminist.
stop? Or are we gonna
Stop
have
what?
a dialogue, or are you gonna just keep interrupting?
Okay, I'll give you the same respect and you're going to give me the same
No, no,
respect,
no, no,
right?
no,
But if
no,
we're
no, no.
going to have a
You're
dialogue
gonna respect me,
and you're not going to respect
and
me,
I'm gonna respect you
that's
as
all I
much
said.
as you. But guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna stop, and you're gonna control your urges to butt in.
Don't you know? So I told you I was
Capiche?
33, right?
Capiche?
So
I'm
don't
40. So guess what?
tell me what to
Stop
do.
butting in.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go
Stop.
ahead. Don't go ahead, sir.
But yet you mad about black men talking about black women who can't even control themselves, who act like unsavory children.
Is your white woman better?
I don't date white women.
So what the hell are you doing then?
So what the hell am I doing is checking a black woman who doesn't know how to control herself in a conversation between two adults.
What does that mean? I don't know how to control myself.
You don't know how to take the time to actually stop and actually converse.
Okay. So again, the definition of a feminist is not to go against the man, right? The definition of a feminist is believing in equal rights.
But wait a minute.
Hold
Feminism
on, no,
is
you
not
just asked
about
me. You
rights.
just okay. So again, though, when you Google the definition of a feminist, it's believing in equal rights. And most black men believe that a woman should go out there and work like him, should go out there and cook like barely, clean like him. A woman should y'all are the biggest feminists. Really, a woman don't believe in no goddamn feminism. That's a white woman's bull crap
But
that they brought. Hold on.
so wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Okay,
I wanna stop you right there before you go.
okay, but you just told me I was unruly for
No, no,
stopping
no, no,
you,
no, no, no,
but
no, no.
you're stopping me.
Stop. Because
So
you're
you're
about to you're about to run past an important part. Do you
uh,
work? Do you work?
so I do work. I'm a
Where do you
full-time
work?
student at that and a full-time mother.
So let me ask you this question, right? So, do you believe in feminism?
No.
So, would you like somebody to tell you, get back into the kitchen? We're this feminist stuff. We're getting rid of this shit.
Ain't nobody gonna have to tell me to get into the kitchen because I gotta feed my kids.
No, 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 no. Get back into the kitchen. You're no longer allowed to work.
Okay, but being in the kitchen is
So
working.
in other words, how do you go to school and how do you become how are you a full-time mother and work at the same time?
Yo, well, welcome to a black woman's life, a real
Oh,
black woman.
that's just called an adult. That's not a black
No, it's called
not,
being a real black woman
that's
and picking
not
up the
a real
pieces.
black woman. Why did you divorce your husband?
That's none of your business,
No, no,
right?
no, no, no. Why did you divorce your husband?
But that's none of your business, right?
So in
But
other
but
words,
what we're talking about,
is life better since you've been divorced from him or before that?
oh, way better. Because I don't have anyone trying to control me and tell me what to do.
So basically, you believe in this wayward Jezebel spirit that no
Do you
man
know what
can control.
Jezebel did?
Yeah, a
What
very
did she do?
wayward. She was a very wayward queen of Israel.
What did she do?
She was a wayward queen. She was
Okay,
a
so what she did is she brought people away. She brought men specifically away from the Most High God. So
wouldn't
to
that
sit
call
there and say, hold on, let me finish.
wouldn't that
To
no
sit there and say, hold
wasn't that
on, let me
you
finish.
asked me a question,
No, I didn't
but
ask
you
you
didn't
anything.
you asked
I
you
gotta finish
asked me a
and this is actually
question.
one of the reasons I divorced my husband because he was
Was he a,
controlling.
was
So
he
let me
black?
finish my statement because I could have been done
Was your
already.
husband black?
I could have been done already, right?
Was your
So,
husband black?
anyways, to compare me to
Was your
Jezebel is
husband black?
incorrect on your behalf
Was your
because
husband black?
can I finish my sentence
Who
so
the
I can
fuck are
answer
you yelling
yours?
at?
But you're being disrespectful, sir.
Number one, who the fuck are you yelling at on my panel?
So you're being disrespectful.
Who the fuck are you yelling at? Not
And
me.
you're making me raise my voice, and I don't want to raise my voice.
You better see. First of all, you don't believe in no damn Bible, because women in the Bible don't speak to men like that.
You don't know how women spoke in
No,
the
you
Bible.
don't
What are you
speak
talking
that. No,
about?
you're gonna clear your wayward ass.
See, and men in the
No,
Bible
you're
don't
gonna
speak the way
clear
you're
your wayward
speaking.
ass off my channel, or we either have a conversation or get the fuck off my channel.
Okay, well, you gotta be
No.
Didn't you just say
You're
you're
gonna
gonna be
stop talking right
respectful?
the fuck now, or
You're
either
not
get
my
the fuck
husband
off
to
my
talk to me
channel.
that way.
No, what you're not gonna do is tell me what the fuck I'm gonna do on my channel.
But you're not gonna
No, what the
disrespect
fuck
me in the same sentence.
what you're not gonna do is this. What you're not gonna do is tell me what the fuck to do on my channel.
Okay, so are you gonna respect me? And if not, then just let me know so I can move
I
around.
just told you what the options are. Either you're gonna be polite and have a conversation, or get the fuck off my channel.
And are you going to be polite as
No,
well?
I
That's all
don't
I
have
want
to
to
do anything. I make the
know. Okay.
demands. Okay? See, this is the problem with you. This is the problem that black men have with black women. You want to overpower the goddamn conversation. Now, either we're going to talk like civilized human beings, or you can leave. And please take yourself off the camera.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't mind having a conversation with you, but I do want the same respect that you're asking me to give you. That's civil.
I'm giving you respect. Even when I came on here and I said, ma'am, and I said, lady, don't call me this. No, that's actually proper.
But that's not my name. My name isn't lady.
That's how you refer to a woman respectfully.
But as I grew up, that's
As you grew up, no, that's actually the proper way to refer to women.
My name is Tyranny.
I'm gonna call you either your name or lady or ma'am.
No, you're gonna respect me the way you want me to respect you. This is the problem with black men.
I'm gonna tell you once again. Don't tell a black man what to do in his place.
Is a black man God, or is he just a man?
Don't tell a black man what to do in his place.
Are you God, or are you just a man?
Let me ask you something. You getting into a man's place, I understand you might have chin hairs and you might have a penis, but
I don't. I'm beautiful over here. No dick, because I can.
See, this is what we coming up to. This is the reason why your sons are going to end up with women who don't look like you, because they see how you act and treat men.
They love me.
How old are your children?
3, 2, and 1. And my children adore the hell out of me.
And I'm going to tell you what, they're too young to notice anything else differently.
They know their daddy not there.
Guess what? They know their daddy ain't there because their mama took him away.
No, they know their daddy not there because he's a bitch.
Their mama took them away. That's why.
No, he left because he's a bitch, like most of these men are. Like most of these men are.
Wait a minute. He left what?
He left because he's a bitch, like most of these men are.
And you're telling me your attitude didn't drive him away?
My attitude made him marry me. What you talking about?
No, your attitude. Was he coming out of prison?
Was he coming out of prison? Most of y'all come out of prison anyway, but no, he wasn't coming out of prison.
We got more black men in college than prison. So try again.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, after they came out of prison.
Guess what? How you gonna be up there in a court stenographer and you can't even keep a proper professional attitude on this panel?
I'm being professional, but when you start disrespecting me, hold on. When you start disrespecting a man or a woman, why are you stopping me while I'm talking, Mike? Why me, whatever your name is? Why are you stopping me while I'm talking? That's very
Stop.
I don't understand why you keep telling me to stop talking.
Stop. Because you're making a fool of yourself. That's why.
Okay, but you want to now. So what I was originally saying is you call me Jezebel, but Jezebel brought people away from God. So you cannot
give me a title. She was an ungodly woman. She was an ungodly whore. She broke up families. She slaughtered men.
And I don't do any of that. So Jezebel is not my title, sir.
That is your title. You're being ungodly.
Oh,
Not
Lord
being
have mercy.
feminine. You're not being womanly. You're
Okay,
not
right.
being
So let me
ladylike.
talk like this because this is what you guys
No,
think
don't even do
feminism
that.
is a
What you need to
Caucasian
do, that's the
woman,
fun.
right?
See, this is the funniest part, right? A lot of y'all black women want to talk about, oh, let's be like the Caucasian
The
woman.
Caucasians, yeah.
That's you wanting to be the Caucasian woman. We never asked you to
Absolutely
do
not.
it.
Nobody wants stringy white hair. Nobody wants to look like a fucking monkey. Nobody cares about the Caucasian that come from the trailer park trash.
Well, let me ask you
Okay?
this
But this
question.
is what you
Let
guys
me
want
ask you
black
this
women to
question.
talk like.
How many black women are trying to get European hair?
And how many black men would leave their wife for European hair? Stop playing
None.
with me though.
Hardly any.
Oh my God. You guys always
Hardly
cheat
any.
on us with a woman that looks just like a white woman. Stop playing with
Hardly
me.
any.
All
I mean,
black women know that you guys
this
will
is
leave.
the reason why
Uh-huh.
men don't want women like you.
Oh,
Because
you
you're
think
not
nobody
feminine.
wants me?
Nobody wants you. Even your husband took off.
Whatever. You can mute me just so you can say some stupid stuff to me. I
No,
thought
I
we were
don't even
both
have to
grown.
mute you
I
to say
haven't
it. I can
insulted
just say
you
it right
one
now.
time.
Your husband left you because
I
you're too
haven't.
manly.
That doesn't hurt my feelings because it's not true. So,
It is very true because you're
oh,
manly.
so Mike, let's just get back to the topic, right?
Let's get back to the topic of
All
you being
right.
manly. Why are you so damn manly?
Am I manly? Oh,
Were
I
you
didn't
raised
know
with
that.
your father?
Was I is most black fathers there to raise their children?
Actually, yes. They're the best fathers in America.
Oh, wow. Wow. Ask most black women what's the truth. And I don't think that they would say that.
Most black women break up their families
Why?
because they're unsightful. They're ungodly. They think they
Did your
can do it
mommy
all
raise
fine
you?
by themselves until they raise a bunch of heathenistic, heathen children.
So did your mommy raise you?
So did my father. Did
But
your
did your
mommy and
mom
daddy
but did
raise
your
you?
mommy
No,
raise
no, no, no,
you?
no. Answer my question.
I
Did your
am
mother and
answering your
father
question.
raise you?
I just answered
Did
your question and I
so
said most
that's the
black men
reason
don't
why you
raise
don't have
their
respect.
mommy.
Do you
But your
have
mommy
respect for
raised you,
men?
right? Or did
Do
your
you
mommy
have
not raise
respect
you?
for men?
Does your mommy not raise you? This is probably why you don't like black.
No, the reason why I don't like black women is not because of my mother, it's because of women like you. And I
I've
never
never
even said
been
I
with
don't like
you.
black
I've
women.
never been with you.
I'm strongly disappointed by you. You don't
Why?
even know what a man is because you weren't raised by one. And
How
that's
do
your
you know?
mama's
Who
fault.
told you that?
That's your mama's fault.
Who told you I wasn't raised by a black man?
Obviously you weren't.
Okay, so
Because
clearly you don't know how
obviously
to
you
have a
didn't know how to
conversation
pick
because all
one
you
to
do
have
is throw
babies by.
stuff. I actually want to have an educational conversation, but you can't have
You
one.
can't have an educational conversation with
And if
somebody
I
who's
had a dick, bro, it would probably
intelligently
be bigger than
innate.
this conversation.
And trust me, if you're trying to prove your educational prowess, well, let's get back to intelligence
So why
or
don't you add
actual
other people back on the
prowess
panel
or
because
your
this is going
intellectual
nowhere.
prowess.
Why don't you add
Let's
other
get back
people
to
back on
that.
the panel?
Huh?
Why don't you take the guys from the backstage and put them back on the panel? I want.
No. We're gonna judge your intelligence of what you display now, and it's not anything to be impressed
Yeah,
by.
but we're not having anything productive. This is the most unproductive
In
conversation
other
I've had
words,
all
if
day.
you're gonna be unproductive, if you wanted to be productive, wait your turn.
Okay, go ahead, talk, Charles. Charles, go ahead, Mr. Faulkner.
Because you want to make a whole bunch of assumptions of black men not doing this and black men not doing that. Let's talk about how black women constantly break up the homes of their families. Hmm. And then you try to, and then you, I saw the chat. I saw in the chat that you put up, oh, black men are killing black women.
I
No, they're
said
not.
they're baby mamas.
They're not.
Yes, they
Actually,
are.
actually, the baby mamas are killing the children a lot more than what the fathers are.
Probably because the fathers aren't there and
Statistically,
it's hard as fuck to raise children by your goddamn
guess
self.
what? Why don't you give the kids to your fault to the fathers?
Because he ran away.
He
Because he
ran
rather go
away.
have sex with the
Guess
white
what?
woman. Because he
Guess
rather
what?
have sex with the big booty woman than
Is
actually
that
sit there
is
and
that's
raise
what
his
happened to
goddamn
you?
family.
Is that what happened to you? He ran away to
Why
go
do
to
you
a
keep
white
putting me
woman.
on mute?
Why did he run away to go to a white woman?
Because he's lost in this matrix.
So wait a minute. Do you think right now what you're displaying, any man will want that?
Listen, I don't give a damn about all this black
No.
woman. Hold on, let me
Don't
answer
do
your
that.
question,
Don't
bro.
do that.
Let me answer your question. I
Answer the
don't care about all
question.
this black men and
No,
black woman
answer the
shit.
question.
We got too
Do
much
you
stuff
think
going
any
on in
man would
America. Oh my.
listen? Answer the question.
But you're being
Stop
rude. You
scapegoating.
can't tell a 33-year-old woman how to answer a question.
Yes, I can.
No,
You
are
can't
you
tell
single?
a 33-year-old woman. If I am, you showing
I
a real
see
reason
why.
to be. You're showing a good reason to be. Are
No,
you
because you
single?
have no respect for
Are
women.
you
And I don't
single?
know what happened to you when you
Are
were
you
younger, but
single?
you do not
Are
respect
you
women.
single?
I'm single by choice because I don't want to choose somebody
No,
like
you're
you.
single by force because nobody wants to deal with a woman with a 1, 2, and 3-year-old.
That's a lie. But go ahead,
No,
go
they
off your
don't.
opinion.
They
This
may want to
entire
sleep
call, you
with you.
talked out of opinions,
They may
bro.
want to sleep with you because you're as easy as
I'm not
fucking
sleeping
first
with
grade
none of y'all. Ain't
arithmetic.
nobody getting this box.
They
Ain't none
may.
of y'all niggas getting this box because y'all got demons
Nobody
in y'all.
wants your
And ain't
box.
nobody
As
putting
a
their
matter
demons
of
inside
fact,
of me.
look, Amazon, FedEx, and UPS don't want your box to deliver.
You
So
okay? I don't care. Listen, why are you insulting as a
I'm
40-year-old
not
man? Why
insulting
you
you.
don't
I'm
know how
just
to have a
telling you the
conversation
truth.
as a 40-year-old man?
And because a 33-year-old woman doesn't know how to be a woman.
How do you know what? There you go. You're still insulting. You don't know how to have a
No, you
conversation.
don't know how to
So
be
why
a
don't you
woman.
bring the
You're
other
proving it.
intelligent black man back on the panel so we can all talk?
Nope. Nope.
So this is what you want to do.
Nope.
You hate black people. What your mama do to you though? What she do
Oh
to
my.
you?
She loved me and took care of me
Your
just like
mama
my dad
can't
did.
love you for you to hate black women like this.
Nah, my mother, the first person to tell me black women ain't shit out here nowadays.
Maybe because she went through some
No,
shit.
maybe because she's seen what the fucking women like you were raised as.
You don't even know me.
Yeah, I don't need to know you. I'm
Yes,
seeing what
you
you're
do.
displaying.
And if you talk about the
I'm
Bible, this is
seeing what you're
unholy. What you're
saying.
doing. This is
What you're doing.
unholy.
What you're doing. Are you a traditional woman?
That's none of your business. I'm not
Are
on here to
you a
talk about
traditional woman?
I'm not on here to talk about tyranny,
Are you
right?
a
I
traditional
came on
woman?
here to tell you y'all need to correct Saucy Santana ass. That's a black man.
Well,
Ain't
no,
nobody
no,
saying
no, no,
nothing
no,
about
no,
his
no,
gay
no, no,
ass.
no, 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 no.
Y'all ain't even said
That's
black
who.
man. Why y'all
Number
out there
one,
wearing
you're
dresses
not
and
gonna keep
skirts?
talking over me. You either I'm gonna tell you the last time. Get the fuck off my panel or have a
Let
conversation.
the other men talk.
I'm gonna no. They're down and they're waiting. I'm
But they
gonna.
probably know how to have a better conversation.
You got 5 seconds to either have a conversation or I'm kicking you the fuck off my panel. Last warning. Last motherfucking warning.
And my last warning with you, stop disrespecting me.
Bye. And you wonder why your ass he left your ass.
Hey, Charles, for the record, my father did not abandon me. He worked himself into the grave to support his family. And I do not associate myself with any men that abandon their children. I refuse to be associated with them. And what she was behavior was totally indicative of what I said earlier on. The
See,
gravy train is left. They're paranoid, and it's going to escalate even more with them because they've seen we're no longer tolerating it. And I apologize for interrupting you, Charles.
oh no, you good. See, the problem is with women like her is that they're so manly and insufferable. And yes, you're insufferable. No man wants to be with you. If a man leaves a 1, 2, 3-year old, which I really doubt he left, you probably divorced him because you probably thought you were going to get some goddamn benefits. Then you want to
He
come
was
on
driven
here.
away.
She went away. That's cool.
No, he was driven. I mean, no, the ex-husband was driven away.
Oh, he was driven away. Think about that. She's being an insufferable whore online.
Do you hear all the shaming language she was doing?
Yeah, exactly. She was using shaming language because, I mean, Louis, think about it. She was saying, "Did your mommy hurt you?" She was trying to sun you when you think about it, and all she was doing. And by the way, shout out to Romello747 because apparently he's mentioned he's heard this woman before, and apparently all she was doing here is just trying to get male attention.
And let me ask you this question. When she
Go ahead.
tried to stun me, did the shit work?
Nope.
No.
Did I really take it easy on her?
Yeah, you did, and she escalated even more when you wasn't falling for her bullshit.
And see, here's the crazy part about her bullshit. She's in the chats now. Y'all got mommy issues. You know what? I'm gonna start a GoFundMe for the psychiatric treatment that your children are gonna need because of your abysmal ass. See, first of all, what she needs to do, somebody time her dumb ass out.
Ready on it.
Somebody need to time her dumb ass out. What's up, Kareem? Finally, we got a lady who's a lady.
Oh my God. Hi, good night, guys. How you guys doing? Oh, good morning.
Hello.
I'm gonna need a hug because I got traumatized.
How you
Oh
doing,
my
love?
God.
Just kidding.
You know,
Hey,
it's so fun.
Charles.
It's so funny. I'm at work, but I was like, I was kind of falling asleep, but I said, let me go on YouTube. But then I see you on. So I was like, let me jump up on this and say hi to my boys. How you guys doing?
How you doing, love?
It's all Irie
Good.
now. Now that
I
you're
had some
here, love.
drama.
Now that you're here, love, we all Irie. But I will admit, Charles. Sorry to interrupt, Charles, but I will admit this. Kareem, you are Jamaican through and through, correct?
Yeah.
Kareem, you are right. I know, because you know what I'm about to say. Because I'm pretty sure you wanted to come on and say you just wanted to go haul ass. You just wanted to go like.
I literally just came on and I saw
No,
that
when you
y'all was
heard
having some
it, you were like, "What the blood? What a blood clot she come about now?"
Yeah, no,
The
I was gonna find
patois
nobody.
came out in you. That's what I mean.
I was gonna find nobody on your panel. I don't bring no drama to Charles. I try to be like
No, but you would
respectful.
come out to defend him, your brother. You will come out to defend him, wouldn't you?
Of course, I'll explain things to her. You know, put her in her place because sometimes they get out of control. They want to blame everybody for all their problems. That's not how life works.
Could you please repeat that, my dear? Could you please repeat that?
That's not how life works. I don't know her situation, her personal situation, but
No,
she
what you said
can't blame
about
everybody for
Yeah,
her
exactly.
problems.
No
Said
blame
about like,
anybody.
see, here's the problem with women like her, right?
Thank you
Whoever
for
A
was trying
mentioning
to get
father.
that.
on the
She
panel,
probably
come back.
don't even have a father.
Whoever was trying to get back on the panel, come back up. See, here's the problem. You have a bunch of women who their mothers ran away and they never grew up with their fathers and they're bitter. So they don't have any respect for men because they're trying to check out and take out all their frustrations on every man walking. Shout out to LAP SWAT. She's the enemy within, a counterinsurgency operative.
She's the enemy
Thank
within.
you.
She really shows why black men are getting their passports. They're going to the Caribbean. They're going to Africa. They're going to Brazil. They're going the fuck elsewhere. They're going to East Asia to find wives because obviously that bitch was not a wife. And guess what? I'm going to tell you one thing, and Kareem can back me up. I never called one lady a bitch, have I?
No.
But guess
Hey,
what?
Charles.
I don't call her a bitch out of insulting her. I call her a bitch for calling her by her proper title.
Hey, Charles.
Yes, sir.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I probably think like the way she was behaving. I don't even think she actually had a mother because you were calling her ma'am. That is the utmost respect that when you're addressing a female, especially like if you're not on first name terms with someone. And she probably wasn't even raised to be a woman. I'm sorry. Because even when I'm at work, I address my female customers like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. How can I help you? You're showing the utmost respect. If you was raised by your mother and your father, you address males and females, sir and ma'am.
Exactly. And I wanna do this test, right? All my females in the chat, give me a woo. All the females in the chat right now, give me a woo in the chat. And I'm doing this for a reason. Because look what Miss Ashley said. Look what Miss Ashley said. The mental instability is oozing through the screen. This is what the women are saying, but this hood booger needs to get off the line. I want all the females in the chat to give me a woo so I can recognize them. And I'm going to ask this question to all the females listening. Is that a good representative of you? Like Kareem, was that a good representative of femininity, especially black femininity?
We don't even know if this girl is black, but whatever. I'm not, you know what? I don't know what's wrong with people. I don't know what's the point of her coming to start crap with you. Like just start just to be crazy. She's on your panel. This is your show. You have your boys that you talk to. Why does she have to come and start problems? I don't understand that.
She
I
said
really
she
don't.
wanted to have a conversation. But this is the problem, Kareem. You see how calm and feminine and ladylike you are? There are times when you and I never didn't agree, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's normal for everyone not to agree with everything everyone says. Come on.
Did you cuss me out?
No, for what? Why would I? I don't need to do that. Like, it's just.
Did I cuss you out? Did I cuss you out?
But then no, of course not, because that's not how you are. Like, that's what I'm saying. We're mentally ill, but you're the one coming and acting crazy on someone else on platform. This is your channel. Just be respectful. That's it.
I noticed this, Kareem. Every woman who rocked with me from day one and actually come on the panel with me, you ever notice majority of the women who talk to me and actually have a conversation, even the ones who are diametrically opposed, they love me after the conversation.
Sensible, logical.
It's normal. I mean, like I said, you know, some of these people, like we said, we don't know what they are, like where they coming from, if they had good parents, what we don't even know. So there's a lot of mentally ill people for real in these spaces because we don't know who they are. It's like that's so
excuse
annoying.
me, if I may. As the only person in here who, besides from Charles, who has his battles with mental illness, I can tell you that is not necessarily a mentally ill person, because certain people are just dysfunctional. If you know what I mean.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. She's demon possessed.
That too.
Dysfunctional, like emotionally unstable. Just
don't get me started on being emotionally unstable, my dear.
Because why would you want to fight? Why would you want to argue and fight with someone online that you don't even know? Like, we don't.
It's for that male attention. That's what it's DNA.
Yeah, she must want your attention, Charles. She must want your.
You know,
she sees she gets that strong masculinity oozing from the screen, like she said.
like her mental instability. And it's funny because most women actually find me charming. And this is what happens in our culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these women are lacking masculinity in their lives so much that she's gonna conflate sex versus relationship. Everybody's gonna a dude, if you bend over in the right position, a dog will stroke you. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So people sleeping with you. What man wants to deal with a woman with a 1, 2, and 3-year-old? Seriously. Who's gonna take you seriously?
Here's my question regarding that. She said the children are 1, 2, and 3. My question is, so she had them all one after another?
Irish
how do we even know that those children have the same father? Secondly, what is the situation by those children? Are those children going to be safe in her custody? Custody. And more importantly, I have to ask this question as well, because the way she was talking and everything, like when she mentioned white women and shit like that, the way she was talking to you, that is how a dysfunctional person projects. She wasn't thinking, she was projecting, because because here's the thing, Kareen, I'm sure you would understand this, as a woman, when you're in a relationship with a man, there's no such thing as the male perspective or the female perspective. When you're in a relationship with a man, you go by his perspective. You have to understand, in order for it to work, you have to understand things from his perspective. Correct?
Correct.
Kareem?
If you want to have a long-term relationship with him, yes.
You
If
have
it's
to
just
understand his
yes,
perspective of things. So you
yes.
have to go accordingly with that. Just like he has to consider your perspective of things whenever you guys are trying to get from point A to point B. Unfortunately, hold on.
Go ahead and finish.
Let me finish. Trying to get her, just
He
like
says hell
he has to
no.
consider your perspective as well, and when it comes to certain matters, because as his significant other, he has to have he needs your consultation in certain matters. But this woman, however, the way she was talking and everything, she only has her own perspective. No matter how warped or dysfunctional her thinking and logic is, or irrational or illogical thinking is, it's still a perspective on the way, and that's all she has. She has no comprehension of a man's perspective, and the only way she could even consider a male perspective is if she even bothers to think about what is he thinking, if she's in a relationship with him. I'm gonna
say this, right?
All right.
Miss Lolita answered my question when I asked if that's a representation of black femininity. She said, hell no. Can you look at Kareem's picture and Miss Lolita's picture? A person who doesn't mind and actually enjoys being called Miss, Ma'am, Lady, Love. How you doing?
My dear.
My dear.
Hey,
Mademoiselle.
Charles.
Notice how their pictures are very similar. What are they doing?
Smiling, happy, beautiful, exuberant energy being brought from the picture.
And think about this. And oh yeah, by the way, go Ravens. Anyway, it's funny because I did that for a tester. She was over there at Kev's channel, and I said, "Come over and we'll have a conversation." I usually don't mute people, but she kept going with the run-on sentences.
She was trolling, Charles.
She wanted to say, go ahead, Lewis.
No, because think about it. For the almost 4 hours this show has been on, you had your opening monologue. We talked about sports. Snowman was on. A majority of this discussion was practically about military sciences and talking about the war theater.
Exactly.
At no point in this discussion that is currently going on from the beginning to now was anything about bashing black women. She came over here to intentionally disrupt constructive conversation, like I was talking about earlier on, their tactics. There was no bashing whatsoever. Your whole show so far has been nothing but constructive and informative information being disseminated. Her intention was to disrupt this show, and she was projecting her issues onto something that we were talking about.
Yeah, and
she was trying to derail this conversation, basically.
And Del Rey's worst. Who are you?
Oh yeah, how you doing, Mr. Charles? I'll be always listening to y'all in the woods most of the times. I just had to come on and just say, I see women like that, and I hear women like that every day at my job. I work for the school board, and these are teachers, and these are the ones that's teaching these kids. That's an everyday thing here, right here in Florida, right here in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, damn, you in Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, just not too far from Miami. Shit. Yeah, know somebody from there.
And see, here's the craziness part. When it was announced that Kevin passed away, hallowed be his name, Saint Kevin now. Do y'all remember when I had 4 very peaceful, very lovely women on the panel with me for about 2 hours? Not one argument, not one disagreement.
None.
Peaceful conversation. And they said, they talked about their lives very candidly. and they explained, even though I divorced my husband, I made sure that he was strictly in their lives heavily, and even gave my son to him. It hurt me, but I knew it was for the best for my son. And the ladies were like, I was taken back with Kevin's message, but then I had to reflect and was like, you know what? Maybe I can be better. Because I'm going to tell a lot of people who don't understand. Kevin was harder on the men.
Oh.
Kevin was relentless on men. He even told a man, what can you give a woman? You don't have a career that can take care of her. You don't have savings. You don't have a house to put your kids in. Do you at least have a big dick? Can you at least pleasure her? If not, you need to do some shit to actually be able to take care of that woman. See, people don't understand in the manosphere, the black manosphere, we're harder on the dudes than we are on the women. Think about it. Ian, who's in London right now, was giving me kudos because of how informative, like the Sarge, Lewis Coyer, and also Namer and myself were having about military science and military theater of war. And that was about an hour and a half conversation itself. Something privy that civilians don't know.
You know what, Charles? You see my avatar? Because I got to big up my mother's, and everybody. Look at this woman in the front. You see what's on her face? Is she frowning?
And you see what's on her back.
Yeah. No, what's on her shoulder?
Yeah.
What's slung under her right arm? But behind her is a dude with an RPG-7, by the way.
And she's got a rifle on her shoulder.
But look at her face. But look at her smile. Look at her face. The way she's smiling.
That reminds me of Lolita and Kareem's picture. She's smiling. She's still feminine, but guess what? She'll put a bullet between your eyes as quick as hell, I bet.
And you know why she's smiling? Because like the men, they fought. And by the way, over her right shoulder, you notice there's one guy right there. He's smiling too.
And oh yeah, by the way, look at her hair.
Look at her hair. Nappy as fuck.
Natural.
They were nappy-headed afros.
They were natural, beautiful hair. They're in a
natural, nappy as hell. They didn't have time to pick their afro sometimes. Some of them had.
Guess what?
Yeah.
When people talk about our hair being nappy, you got to understand, our hair in itself talks about the beauty of us.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else can get hair like us.
Yeah. But here's the point I'm trying to get. Look at that smile on her face. Look at the smiles on some of these people, because wait, hold up, please. Sorry, Charles. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Hold on, Amber. You can't interrupt the host.
I'm sorry.
Because number one, when you look at the smile, her smile lights up the room. Her smile illuminates that whole background. Yes, they're in a theater of war, but look how she maintained her femininity.
Her poise. Because many of them were raised in that tradition. But look at that smile on her face, because she's also showing. Good answer, Dylan. Good answer, Dylan. Dylan, that woman right there, she's a boomer. So I don't know. She might be dead for all we know. That's my mom's right there, man. Well, not my mom per se, but that's my mom's right there.
Probably.
But what I'm trying to say is that smile on her face and everything, because she was determined. And plus, these when they're traveling on foot to get from A to B because they're in rotation and rotating forces and whatnot. But they're singing, they're happy, they're joyous because they're fighting for what they believe in. They have a cause, and it was to liberate their people and liberate their children. Some of these women put off having children well into their 40s until independence. That. I got an aunt and uncle. My uncle who just passed away recently. He and his wife, they met in the war. They married in the war, but they didn't have their children until after independence. And they were and they had their kids late. So, my aunt had a couple difficult pregnancies, but she gave birth naturally. Thank you, Romello 4747. Feminine carries a magnetism about it. Corinne, you seen this woman? You see what you see in this woman?
Yes, I
That's a
do.
strong, powerful woman.
You
Yeah.
know, I'm gonna put Kareem's picture up there.
Oh,
I mean, that's not a lovely
thank you.
woman.
That's nice. Oh my God.
That's not a lovely woman right there. Nice full lips. I love your nose.
God damn, you gotta make a Jamaican. You gotta make a Jamaican blush, don't you?
know, got them beautiful, them nice almond eyes. Oh Lord Jesus!
You
And
you're making me feel so good. Thank you, Charles, for the compliments. But
first time I woman say that to me. Woo! But you gotta look at that. She has that nice complexion right there. Oh, look at the smile, and see the fact of the matter that I bring it up. I wish Lolita was here so I could big up her picture too. This is the part that we don't understand in this community. We enjoy the feminine woman.
Mm-hmm.
We protect the feminine woman. But them bitches, you on your own. It's like Batman. I don't have to hurt you, but I don't have to save you either.
Mm-hmm.
And see, when you go into this, speaking of Lolita, look at that beautiful smile. I wish I could big up her picture right there.
What year was that taken?
I don't know. But guess what? I'm
I'm
pretty
curious.
sure she's still smiling now.
Yeah.
I'm
In fact,
gonna
I'm
tell you
sorry.
what's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that so many women want to challenge men in a masculine way and know they're going to lose, but they want that masculine energy. For what? We could have had a good conversation. We might even got to the reasons of why you said you're alone. Well, I'm single by choice. Nobody, very few people are single by choice. I think you're single by happenstance and the fact that you're insufferable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she said it was high school. Ooh, boy, I bet you
Oh,
what? I bet you made those boys sweat, boy. I bet you walked through there and you made hearts beat a lot faster.
Hey,
Mm-mm.
Charles.
You couldn't be in my high school, girl. Woo, Lord. Go ahead, Lois.
I'm about to take it down. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and privilege of speaking on your platform. It's been a great honor speaking to everybody up here. I'm about to take it down. I'm going to catch
all right.
the rest of the show on a replay. Good night, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are. It's been
All
a
right.
pleasure.
And give us
Peace.
that old fashioned Marine hoorah.
Hoorah.
There you go.
Semper Fi, brother.
Semper Fi.
Hoorah.
bye, Lewis. Have a good
Bye.
day.
Peace, get
Bye.
the
Salute.
rest. God's
I
work.
have a question for Kareem.
Yeah.
If say hypothetically you and Charles got together, how soon before you convinced him to put away Frankie Beverly and start listening to some old Maxi Priest?
No, it's okay. No, I wouldn't. I love R&B too. I wouldn't stop. He has a great taste in music. I think Charles have great taste in music.
I know. I'm just trying to stir the pot a little bit here,
Yeah, and the funny
in a
thing
positive
too,
way.
that Japanese R&B jazz group, whatever you play, yeah, that's the first time I heard them. I heard them through Charles' channel.
Oh yeah,
So yeah, so he has great taste in music.
Uh,
I like his taste in
good
music.
answer.
oh yes, trust me. If I got with Kareem, that's why Kareem coming to BlurCon. I think I'm gonna hug Kareem, kiss on the cheek, invite her
Oh
for
my
a cup of cognac, and be singing to her in her ear. No, 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 you don't love me like anymore.
He's so funny.
And then he switches up to Maxi Priest's grooving in the midnight.
Mhm.
Sailing on the summer breeze,
Brother
rocking
Charles,
with the
man, what's up, bro?
passion. Sorry.
What's up?
You had a whole demon, bro, on your damn panel, bro. I did not
I,
you had,
I,
a-
you
you had a
know,
whole
I,
goblin.
Goddamn gremlin on the air. Shit.
you know what? I'm
Charles,
like
Wait,
my,
wait, wait.
I'm,
Let him go off. Let him go off.
I'm
Let
like my new,
Ellis express
I'm
himself.
like my new favorite anime, the Demon Slayer. You go right for the head, man.
Mr. Charles, could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I guess with everything that's going on, you got, the brothers talking about, passport, then you just got guys pretty much just, like you say, walking with their feet and all of that. My opinion is I think they're in panic mode, and because they've never been able to apologize. This is their way of basically saying sorry, because they really don't know how to be like, my bad. They really don't. And I'm telling you what I know. My own mother, 74 years old, can't get this woman to apologize for jack shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she be on me, because I come around, I stick my head around over, to check on her, whatever, because you got to check on moms or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Soon as she start with that bitch babble, I walk off.
I'm
And
gonna
she know,
I'm gonna tell
and
you, man. You know,
they don't know how to apologize.
they don't. And I'm gonna be very candid for a minute. I feel I feel really conflicted and really sad for women like Kareem and Lolita, because these women are joys to be with. Shonda H, Toya the Tutorer, and others. In their pictures, you'll see them looking stunning, gorgeous, smiling. But you know what makes me happy when I see them? I know they're not going to be without a man. And if they do break up or are single, it's not for fucking long. You know, Kareem's a geek, and she would love BlurCon. That's why I'm always telling people to come, because we're going to do a Black Manosphere meet and greet, or as I like to say it, a meet and drink. But the fact of the matter is this: these women are going to come up on a losing end. And this isn't me bullying or saying anything negative. Like, I told her the truth. And see, the truth hurts more than any insult that I could say. You're 1, 2, 3-year old are too young to take notice of your dysfunctionality.
Oh man.
They're too young. But there's gonna come a time when your children come to the age of understanding and knowledge that your sons are gonna say, I don't want that. I'm gonna go psychologically with y'all for a minute. A boy's first imprint is his mother. But y'all don't hear me though. A boy's first imprint is their mother. I've asked women time immemorial, would you want your son to date and marry a woman like you?
Oh,
You'll never.
I ask that at my job every day. When we in the break room, I throw that one out real quick.
I've asked that to Mary Brown. Would you want your sons to date and marry women that are the women in your chat?
And they get quiet.
And he tried to act like, at first he ignored me. I said it even louder. Would you want your boys to date the women of your chat? And then he starts stuttering. Because my exes will ever tell you, think about this. I still keep in contact with a lot of my exes who still love me. They'll invite me out for drinks and dinner, and I don't even have to pay. That's the type of respect I get from women who appreciate the man that I was to them and still am today. Think of it. My ex was having problems with her neighbor and hired me to serve court papers on her and paid me well. Think about that. I had female friends when I was sick with COVID. And like a sister in blue, she said to her cousin, my friend, my boy is sick. Can you send over food for him? Her cousin, who's a chef, sent me enough food for 2 weeks for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You can't buy respect. You can't buy that type of love. And this is from a woman I never slept with, who's like a sister to me. And I tell that story very frequently to tell you the type of love and respect I get from actual factual black women. The best of you. The women who deserve to be on those pedestals. Why don't we have the Coretta Scott King statues? The Betty Shabazz statues? But you glorify Megan. You secure Cardi. I don't hate black women. I'm disappointed by black women. Because I'm spoiled by black women, like my mother, like my grandmother, like my aunt, who's not even biologically related to me. I'm spoiled by the black women who would not let a goddamn child in the neighborhood starve. I'm spoiled by the black women who raise people's children in the community. Even when the parents fell on hard times, the child stayed with them. I'm spoiled by black women who would literally go up there and tell you, hey, put this money up. You don't need to be out there in that corner. Here, you need a couple of dollars. Come fix some stuff in the house. Come cut the grass. And I'm going to feed you. Whatever happened to that black woman? The black woman who never had to raise her voice, but had just as much authority in the room as anybody. She didn't allow her man to be the leader. She knew her man was the leader, and she was the goddamn well-respected second in command. The great advisor. The beautiful half. She wasn't trying to be a partner. She was trying to be complimentary to her man. Let me stop. That might get in the hot.
Charles, you asked what happened to them. Most of them died off, and the ones that's left, they on their way out. And you ain't got really no replacements.
Exactly. I know Lady Snoop TV wanted to get up here, but where are you, Lady Snoop? Hopefully you're peaceful.
Yeah, man. Hey, I alerted you to Brother Kev's stream because of dude talking like he was siding with Kanye West, talking about how black folks could have rose up like on some 300 shit, man. And him and Name was just going
When,
back and forth strong.
excuse me, Ray,
Yeah,
what do you mean, like, raise up like on some 300 shit?
like they could have fought against slavery, basically saying they chose slavery.
This is called revisionist history, folks. This is called delusion.
Right.
I mean,
Hold
do
on,
people?
let me interrupt. Let me
Go ahead.
interrupt for a second. Pardon my language, but why the fuck are we worried about what an entertainer says? Aren't those? I mean, real talk. That's a lot of our problem right there. These are the most compromised people walking amongst us, and these are the motherfuckers we want to worry about.
You ain't lied about that.
I agree. I'm sorry to think. I agree.
There's a reason. I mean, Liz, hold on. Let me finish. There's a reason why these people get a platform. There's a reason why they stick the microphone in motherfuckers like that face. Going back to what Charles said, why we don't have statues of Betty Shabazz? Why don't we have statues of Coretta Scott King? The same reason why we ain't got why we don't celebrate Malcolm X's birthday. They don't want that shit. They're never gonna put that kind of stuff in front of us. What we have to do is, I mean, me personally, I'm of the scorched earth policy. I really believe in order for the black community to get well, you got to kill off a lot of people. The reason why this shit won't never happen is a lot of them same people that you're gonna have to get rid of are gonna be boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives, cousins, sisters, brothers. Some of the ones that are right next to you who we know ain't got the best for us. These are the ones that cling to us, that we bring in, we make excuses for, we turn a blind eye to. And what they call it, off code. These are off code people that we somehow or another we protect because we don't have a backbone to ostracize them. What is called persona non grata. We can't do that. We won't do that. And I'm done. The floor is y'all.
Excuse me, Delroy. Delray, sorry.
Go ahead, man.
Let me ask you something. Did you ever check out a clip where X was interviewed, asking his thoughts on the '64 Civil Rights Act bill when it was signed into law, and when he talked about how instead of legislation, there needs to be education?
Not really familiar with it, but go ahead and fill me in, man.
All right. In an interview, he was sitting. I remember this. This was back in '99 when they were doing the whole turn of the millennia shit on CNN, and they showed it was Malcolm X being interviewed in New York, I think, sitting on a park bench with a network TV reporter. And he asked him, "What's your thoughts on the whole legislation?" He said, "Well, legislation is good, but I think we also need education besides legislation." We said, "What do you mean by that?" Said, look at the American media, the way they propagandize things. I mean, if you remember how it was before World War II, we were taught to love the Russians and the Chinese, hate the Germans and the Japanese. And then after the end of World War II, the roles were reversed. So what I'm saying is people, through the media, people are programmed to hate and love whoever they will. So what we need is to be putting more positive black male images out there, because a positive black male image would teach America to learn to humanize and respect the black men, but black men will also have the inspiration to be better people. This is why I remember clips of Bill Cosby on PBS going back to the '60s talking about black people need to uplift themselves. And he talks about, we're going to be better, we're going to be greater, and we're going to be unapologetically black about it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm listening.
I mean, there's also, if you want, try to look for a documentary. It's called "I'm Not Your Negro." It's
James Baldwin. Got it.
The word, yeah, narrated by Samuel L. Jackson.
Yep. Got the book, though, but go ahead.
But if you find a documentary where he reads about it, I remember he talks about, he talked about a lot of things in there, but he talked about one bit I remember is like, he talked about how people later on are going to disconnect. They're going to use the media and everything to disconnect from reality because reality is so hard to face with. And they talked about how people cling to hate because as soon as they let go of hate, they got to come face to face with the pain, but nobody's willing to come face to face with the pain. And that's what we got in a lot of people. When they come to deal with the truth, they can't come face to face with the truth is because it's too painful, and the pain they don't want to deal with.
Well, I got to give you a little pushback on that. I agree with most of what you say, but as far as that coming to grips, when you say come to grips, I mean personally,
come to terms with you.
When you say come to grips, I agree with most you say, but when you say come to grips, because once you do that, you got to face the pain. It ain't us that's got to face the pain. The people that you talk about that's coming to grips really is the dominant society.
Let go of the hate and come to terms with the pain.
And once they come to terms with it, here's what happens. Once they because they actually have come to terms with it. What you got is, you can call it white guilt, whatever the fuck you want to call it. These people know that they don't put us in the trick bag, and when we start going down the list of all the things that pretty much has gotten us to where we are, it all points right back at them. And when you what I think what's the oh my God, give me a second here. What's the phrase, whoever's in power is not going to willingly give it up.
Those in power will not give it up easily. You got
Right.
to, you can't, power isn't given, it's taken.
It's taken. So whenever we try to, get anything rolling, you got what I can go down the list: Rosewood, the McAllen massacre. I mean, I can go all the way down the line of all the things where we done tried to get the ball rolling, and what happens?
Black Wall Street and Tulsa.
They come through and then tear shit up. But like, you got all these things. Like right now, look at what's going on YouTube. All these channels getting flagged, with these messages for really just, brothers, to get right. All that shit get flagged. But you got channels, throwing the N word around like it ain't nothing. They ain't going nowhere.
Because they need that, because they want to perpetuate the dysfunction in order to keep you guys and the next generation down.
Right. So then what happens is, when you do have somebody, when you do have some of these brothers, whether it's young or old, trying to, punch above their weight or whatever, here's the problem internally. This is what we get. Like how we're like how me and you having this conversation, whatever. You always gonna have some fool call us square, Uncle Tom, or we trying to act white, whatever pejoratives you want to throw out there, because really they don't know it, because they don't know what the fuck to do. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. So instead of them saying, you know what, man, hey, I'm lost. Show me something to make so I could do better. Instead of them saying that, that's what they do. But where the men get that attitude from, unfortunately, they get that from the women, the people that's raising them.
See, here's the ultimate problem. Is that there are some women out there who think of this term squares, because a lot of this shit and terminology we don't get from other men, we get from women.
Yep.
A square is just a normal everyday dude. He's not trying to go out there and be flashy. He's just doing his job, paying his bills, and maybe going on vacation once or twice a year, maybe. He's not trying to impress the girl, because if he does have a girl, the girl's already following his path anyway. You go to places like Comic-Con coming up in Baltimore, Comic-Con. You go to the places at BlurCon. You see the couples that go. He can't go with a bougie bitch who thinks this shit is above her. He's got to go with the girl who's comfortable and most likely likes this shit, even before meeting him. See, when we ascertain the information and actually do an investigation, that was a hood bitch.
Oh, the one that came online?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All day.
Uneducated. And see, she wants to be a court stenographer, and she didn't even know she was talking to a police officer and also the law.
She was lying.
She couldn't even pronounce stenographer right.
She was lying.
And here's the criminal part about it. I know you can't keep your composure in a professional setting such as a courtroom. I know that. Ultimately, this is where women fail. Men don't have to push above their weight class to get good women. We could go to the working class and get a good woman. And I like to take away from Marcus, even though Marcus, yes, most women have future, and I like to say this to Marcus, I love you, bro, but I gotta debunk your shit. And it's all nothing but good love. But most women, if Future had no money, Russell had no money. If these were L7s, aka squares, and square is not a bad thing. It's just a regular working day dude. If these were just regular working men, I don't care that Russell's 5'11 and Future 6'2. Women are gonna scream after Russell Wilson. Okay. People when they meet me, they might think I'm an L. They might think I'm an L7.
What's the L7, Charles?
It's a fancy way of saying square.
Okay.
Because if you put an L and then you write a 7, looks like a square, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Oh, so that okay, I get it now because I remember what was it? Rick James used to talk about that.
yeah,
L7 square.
yep. And you got to think about this, right? A lot of women find me charming, and they find me physically attractive. A lot of women always compliment me on my beard, my bald head when I feel like shaving it, and my complexion. And then, for example, during my birthday week when I spent like a couple of days in a hotel in downtown Baltimore, it was an obviously gay female, and she was the bellhop, and she was helping me with the stuff. And when I took off my jacket and I just had a T-shirt on, and she saw my arms and my chest, every feminine hormone arose. It was like she forgot that she liked girls, but she liked what she saw. I know that look very well. The same look, one of my old district commanders, a major, the highest ranking person in the district at the time, I came in to finish off a report and I was in my regular clothes, a V-neck designer t-shirt, pair of jeans, some Jordans. And she saw me and she looked at me and and you got to think the major, she was bad. She was built like a King magazine model.
Mm, 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 mm.
Couture.
I mean, she was built bad. And she stopped and looked at me. And I know, and it was the same look, mouth open. Don't even know her mouth was open. Eyes, like somebody put drops in there and they just dilated. Just drawn. Whatever the fuck I look like, she was like, she wanted it. She even was stuttering a little. You work out? A little bit, ma'am.
Do you work out, Faulkner?
And it was funny because a lot of people tell me, Charles, you dumb yourself down a lot. I said, I know. Even when I went shopping for food a few years back,
Mm-hmm.
sweatpants, regular t-shirt, my son and the Padawan were with me. And he was like, yo, coach, you see those two women, they are staring at you. They want you badly. I said, kid, it's just a Tuesday to me.
Shout out to the sweatpants season.
Charles said that ain't shit.
Oh, Kareem, you ain't shit. Kareem, you ain't shit for that.
You shit, Kareem. And it's
Kareem,
funny.
yeah,
And
I'm
it's
sorry, go
funny
ahead.
because I tell men all the time, all you got to do is I'm going to give you the best advice when it comes to women that I've received in my life. It was from my wrestling coach. And I was in high school, and he was like, how many girls be hitting on you or trying to get with you? I said, the girls don't pay me attention, coach. Him and his son, Poncho, they both laughed and smiled at me. They said, boy, all you got to do is live longer. You'll see what we see.
Wait, we talking about Larry Brown as the junior and senior?
Yep. Poncho
Okay.
and Larry Senior. And it was funny because they like one of my boys said it. He was like, how many girls came to see you wrestle? I said, it was a couple, kind of a few, a good amount. He was like, how many girls go to see sports because they like the sport? I said, I don't know too many. I was like, oh, in my oblivious days. So I've met women like that before. She would be singing a different tune if she was physically in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Even if she was just as fiery, rude, and obnoxious as she would be doing it to get my attention. Or she would be trying to play fight me and I have to hold her down. And you know what the first thing she would do if I hold her down?
Try to make out with you.
She would try to make out with me or she would spread her legs open.
It's that Klingon mating ritual.
Exactly. And this is the point about it is it's like I'm the type of dude who will buy a dozen of roses and hand it out to various girls and various women. I remember I gave this little girl, she had to be 3 or 4 years old, a rose. Made sure I actually took some shears to shear off the thorns so she wouldn't hurt herself. Gave her this rose. I said, "Hey, here you go, sweetheart." You know what she did? She hugged that rose. Then she just instinctively she just hugged me because I was stooping down to her, and she hugged my neck. Thank you, and kissed me on the cheek.
Sweet little girl.
And you should have seen her with that rose. She was like, "Let me see your rose," and she was like, "Her mama, no, my rose."
Well, I could understand that. I mean, just like, but what was it? I remember, what was it? You told us a story about how you took a bunch of kids, like, was it apple picking or something like that? Or was it
Yeah,
pumpkin picking?
pumpkin patch.
Yeah, and you told the mother, listen, and like, if the little girl grows up to be like a dark-skinned black man, there shouldn't be anything bad about it, or something like that.
Yeah, because I don't. Because if you're a parent, you don't know other people's, financial situations, and she's a little cute little mixed girl, and
You had you were a positive influence toward Charles. That was the thing.
yeah, and I said I picked her up. I said, pick what you want. Matter of fact, get to her. As soon as she seen me, every day she seen me in that class, she hugged the hell out of me.
Does she ever call you Uncle Charles?
I think that was the kindergarten class, so they just call me, "Hi, Charles, Dad." Like,
oh yeah, yeah.
And it's funny because to me they didn't realize my name was Charles as well. I said, you know, I said, "What's his name?" "His name's Charles." "What's my name?" "Charles, Dad." It just bust out laughing. I'm probably like,
I know, boo.
like she's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said daddy's boy. I was referring to your son.
Oh, he is. He's a daddy's boy.
I know, boo.
He always comes in the room to check on me, even if I'm like, he has very great emotional intelligence. So he knows if I'm not feeling good about something or not down in the dumps, and he tries to cheer me up with one of his corny ass jokes. So he's a good boy.
Oh, come on, they ain't corny.
That's good. That's good shit, Charles. Good shit.
Hey,
Man.
they
Yeah,
corny.
sweet.
Some
That's
of them
a
are
sweet story.
some of them are funny, but I don't. I give him grief for it. Like he's playing this one Lord of the Rings game, and he's like, "Look, see, I had to do all this stuff, and I actually sat there for an hour watching him play it because it got kind of interesting. Because now he got this whole army to command against these little creatures. I forget what the name of them is for the Lord of the Rings. So I'll
Is
ask
he
him.
watching?
Works.
Now that you mention that, Charles, is he watching? Is your son watching the new Lord of the Rings show and House of the Dragon?
I don't know. He might. And I'm gonna tell you what my son usually watches. He's kind of like his dad, where we're kind of privy to vampires. So he watches seasons of the Vampire Diaries, and
Okay.
and he loves the originals too.
Oh yes. Oh,
I
the
was just
originals
saying
is the
something about
best.
that. Hell
Yes.
yeah.
I love the
I
originals.
actually like the originals better than Vampire
Me
Diaries.
too, Charles. That's why we get
Yes.
along. The
Yes.
originals was so much better.
Yeah,
Well,
it's funny because when I look
yeah.
at him, I try not to impose too much of my personality on him, but it already rubbed off on him because he loves comics, but he got his own favorites. Of course, I'm a Superman guy. He grew up being a Spider-Man guy, so
No, I
and
don't think about don't think about like that though, bro. Because
yeah,
look, I look at it like this: like if you whatever you expose to your child, you know what I mean. Hey, that's more to their arsenal, you know what I mean. And then they may
yeah,
end up obtaining something, that you haven't been exposed to yet, and then they can reveal it to you. So
Yeah.
Sounds like me and my like most of the men in my family, because like we all like soccer, right? And we watch the Premier League. But I grew up loving Manchester United, but they like either Arsenal or Chelsea, and we argue about that. We go back and forth about players and everything, but it's all good and fun. When we talk about international sports, hell, in fact, just to bring it back earlier, what Del Rey said about positive black role models and whatnot, bringing it back to sports. I don't know if you remember, if you were listening earlier, Del Rey, when we had Snowman here, we talked about how important black athletes are to any country. They need you, but they don't want you. They don't want you, but they unfortunately begrudgingly need y'all. If that makes any sense.
Well, to me, the last useful, and this is for me anyway. I mean, these guys are before me, but to me, what my daddy, what I'm saying, got me thinking is the last real useful athletes to our community were like the Jim Browns, the Kareems, those guys back in the day who really stood for something. These cats nowadays, they're useful idiots, and they're controlled opposition, whatever the hell you want to call it. Like I say, you got LeBron James out here, capable for every damn thing. But like I said, when that little boy got shot right in his own backyard, that black motherfucker got his ass up in front of the microphone and tells him, "Well, I'm gonna need more information before I can make a judgment call." See, we don't need shit like that. That's off code.
But you got to remember,
fair enough.
They
fair enough.
They develop such a cowardly disposition.
But you know where he get that from. I mean, like I said, LeBron James, 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", 260, whatever, from a hood booger. And he's imprinted by a hood booger. He was just able to tap his foolishness down enough to get to where he at. On the other hand, you got Kevin Durant, same thing. So look, I mean, you got to look at the guys that you got out here. These are the guys that they push to the forefront. They say they ain't gonna never push nobody like a Shannon Sharp out there too far. They ain't gonna never push. Let me give you one of them. Hell, Barry Sanders back in the day, he was a solid brother. He ain't get a whole lot of press. Because when you saw him, you saw his daddy. His daddy looked just like him. He looked like an old version of Barry. Whatever you saw Barry, you saw his daddy. If you tried to interview Barry, his daddy was right there, and he deferred to his pop. They don't like shit like that.
But you got to remember, why do you think they hate the Ball Boys?
Say it again, sir.
Why do you think they hate the Ball Boys?
Because of LeVar?
Because listen, I give you a couple of reasons. One, they hate him because he's a strong brother. He speaks his mind. And two, hell, he actually got a nice looking white girl. She ain't no bad looking woman.
And think about it. They said, "Oh, he's such an abusive father." Those boys love their father.
They first of all, their mother suffered a stroke, and he was by his wife's side throughout her ordeal. A lot of people don't know that. Secondly, you want to talk about? Oh, by the way, first of all, before I continue, excuse me, Del Rey. Do you ever follow Snowman in the morning?
I try to, but I be in class, so a lot of times, yeah.
If you can catch the follow up, because this is exactly the type of shit that that Brian and Cole Johnson, everybody be talking about, because they talk about like Steph Curry. Take Steph Curry for example. They still clown on Steph Curry despite the fact that when he got his first MVP, his first league MVP award, who do you give a shout out to?
He gave it to his pops
with tears in his eyes, crying about his daddy, Wardell Stephen Sr.
Oh, I give you another one who they kind of tried to brush up under the rug, who's real, who always had his dad front and center. I'm gonna take you back a little bit. Hell, Michael Jordan.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
James Jordan, God rest
Yep.
his soul. In fact, LeVar kind of had to like silence himself a bit because what he said about Jordan, but you know, that's another discussion for another time. But I'll give you a couple more. I'll give you two more. One of them, Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah.
Because his father, Ken Sr., because remember, they played together at one time. He got a chance to play with his dad. In fact, he upstaged his dad one time, and his dad grounded him for a week because of that shit.
Okay.
But yeah, no, they were playing together. Like, you know, Pops was, Senior supposed to get a fly ball, but Junior got it, and he said, that was a good catch.
Right.
You know what? Give me the keys. You're grounded for a month. 19-year-old, he said that 19-year-old, he said, I got it. But he's like, you know, the hot shot got to learn to get humbled. You don't upstage your daddy like that. Or here's another one. Although he's a bit of an asshole, but Barry Bonds, his father, Bobby Bonds, would play baseball. His godfather, God rest his soul, Willie Mays. But they shit on him.
I'm gonna have to give you some. I'm gonna have to give you some pushback on you saying that. Hold on.
I did say it. I said, you know, I'm ready for the pushback.
I'm gonna give you some pushback. No, I agree with everything you said. Here's the pushback I got. That one little small thing you said about Barry Bonds being an asshole. Why? He spoke his mind, so that's being an asshole. If he tell the press, hey, I don't trust y'all. I know y'all gonna try to fuck me over. That's being an asshole.
Oh no, I condone that. No, I said he was an asshole. I didn't say I condemned him for being an asshole.
I don't think that's being an asshole.
Oh, okay.
He know what he knew. Listen, he knew what time it was. Put it this way. The man was when he stepped on that field, he was the best thing far and away on either team.
The baddest motherfucker on the plate. All-time hit leader.
And he knew it. He wasn't finna play into the whole, well, you know, the black athlete needs to be humble. Fuck that. I'm better than all y'all motherfuckers. So that makes him an asshole.
I have a question. By
all means.
Yes. I have a question about Isaiah Thomas. How old is Isaiah Thomas, sorry.
Isaiah Thomas, hang on, let me check.
Because I saw him the other day on TV and I was like, oh my God, it's like he looks nicer now that he aged. He was looking so handsome. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, Isaiah is like
good.
Isaiah is like, but he always been a little bit. Well, his nickname always was the babyface assassin. He got that before Steph got there.
He looks so handsome. I was like, ooh. I was like,
he's 61.
Oh my God, he looks so good. I was like, okay.
He's 6'1" and
I was like, okay.
Oh my God, Kareem. He's 61.
It doesn't matter. He looks good. Like that's a good age. Listen. Anyway, all right, continue.
Well, look. Hey, did you see that picture a couple of years back? Like I think it was like the year before last. Ron Isley, when he had the mink coat and all that on, with his beard all white and everything.
Yeah,
Ron Isley.
Women were going crazy.
Yeah, and Ron was about what? Man, listen. If I could show y'all a picture of my old man is, let me see. My dad is 77 because my mom and my dad are 2 years apart. So my dad's 77. My mom's 70. My mom's 76, and I don't even too much like going too many places with her because young niggas be trying to hit on my mama. So yeah. Now, Pops, I go with Pops, and I just sit back and I watch that old coon work. 77-year-old man, and still what you call it, have him draw to him. I say, man, I hope I get like that. I hope I can get half of what you got.
Yeah.
I had a mom and dad. Let me tell you a little story. Then I got to get ready to get out of it because I got to get ready to go to work.
I'm gonna.
When I first,
you're not off. You're a teacher, right? It's holiday.
I'm getting ready to go to work. I got my clothes on and everything.
Oh,
like 2 o'clock in the morning over there, right?
Before you say something real quick.
What time is it there? Like 2 o'clock? 3?
No, it's 4:50.
Oh yeah. Oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna say something real quick, and I'm gonna let you go.
Go ahead, man.
I'm gonna post a picture of my grandfather and my son, and I want everybody to guess how old my grandfather is. But I'll save that. But go ahead, bro.
All right. When I first moved here from Texas, we
All right.
came from Texas, and we were living. Matter of fact, we were living in Miami in the Porky Bean projects. You
Porky
know
bean.
all the
Wow.
Yeah, we live in the Porky Bean.
Oh, I've
You
heard
know
of that.
all Now check this out right now. It's nine of us, including myself, nine brothers and sisters.
Mm-hmm.
So I come from a big family.
All right.
Um, you know all the fights that I used to get into in the projects with the other kids was about.
What?
Literally, these kids would fight us. Oh, y'all niggas think y'all all that because you got your mom and your daddy. Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
Wow.
sad.
yeah. I
Oh
mean,
my God, that's so sad.
it's bad enough when we first got down here. You know, we had that Texas twang. I mean, literally, I sounded like a black somebody from Mayberry. So I had that twang. You could probably catch it every now and then how I talk. So I had that going on for me.
You
And
mean
then
probably, nigga? You still do.
oh, what's up? What's up, Al?
Mm-hmm.
So we got down here, we got that going on against us. And then, like I said, we in the projects, everybody else, but it's nine of us. When you saw one, you saw all of us. And trust me, if you
Ain't
put
nobody
your
fucking
hand
with you.
on one, you had to fight all, and it wasn't sweet.
You threw one punch, you got 18 in response.
And we used to catch hell. And me, I'm the middle child. So here's how it was for me. Not only was I the middle child, I was the runt. So you could just imagine, I'm 10 years old. I might have been 60 pounds.
Wait. You're the runt?
Yes,
You got
I was
younger
the
si- your
no,
younger siblings were bigger than you?
yes, yes.
Damn.
So here I am to run, but talk plenty shit because one I wasn't scared. I had hard. So like I said, being with my brother and sister, I had to fight for everything. So bitch, I ain't scared of nobody. I don't give a fuck how big he is. So it would always be
Uh-huh.
it'll always be an issue, because I was a little guy, like I said, I was skinny as hell. I was jet black, which I don't care, with a big ass head. But we'll fight,
Oh.
but we'll fight in a minute. And see, my thing
All
was,
with a big ass head.
yeah, right. So my thing was, if I get no first couple of licks in and I know that I'm outgunned, I'm go haul ass. I'm gonna get my licks in, I'm gonna haul. And I was fast too. So that pissed a lot of folks off because you couldn't
Hit and
catch
run,
me.
hit and run.
Right. So
Mm.
you couldn't catch me. And then when I finally did, what I'm saying, been around that corner, here go the other A. Now what?
Oh shit.
And some of them saying, I kid you not, some of them saying like three of those guys who I used to fight tooth and nail with when I was
Uh-huh.
young are now my best friends. I'm
Hey
talking
Deborah,
about
remember
Yeah.
back in the day when you used to talk shit about us when you were skinny as hell?
I'm talking about me and these three brothers, we eat, sleep, and shit friendship. But we
Shit.
went through it, and now they getting red pill because they went through a lot of stuff. So I got them listen to a lot of different stuff.
That's how it
You know,
happens sometimes.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's how it does. That's how it does happen. And like I said, Charles, I be in the bushes listening to you a lot. I know you be on Tia Son Johnson, going him sometimes. I know sometimes I see you on the Roger Report. I like to get on with Roger. So
Oh
I
yeah.
so
It's
you guys might start hearing me a little more because um my speech has got much, but I used to have a speech impediment back in the day too. So that's
hey,
another thing.
hey, don't worry.
But
Once you start talking, you're gonna get better at it. And
oh
it's
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
I never knew how many people get popular on these channels. Like I'm walking down and I'm like looking in the store and I'm saying something to my son and I'm like, God damn it. And my son was looking at this Ric Flair going woo, and I said woo. And this guy looked at me. He was like, "Are you a police officer?" I said, "Yeah." Your name's
I
Charlie.
used to sit.
He's
I
like,
used
yeah.
to sit back. I used to sit back and listen to you, and I used to wait for AL to come on because I say I know that Texas Joker go slap off. Don't let one of them ratchet helpers get on there.
Tootin', yeah.
I be waiting on Al to put his 2 cents in because I know it's finna be some shit. But listen, fellas, I got to get on out here because I got about a 30-minute drive, and I will try to catch you guys another day. All right, fellas.
All right, drive safely,
All
brother.
right,
You have a good
y'all
week.
take it easy, be blessed. And Mr. Charles, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but whoa!
Good enough, man. Good enough.
All
He
right,
couldn't do
man.
it
You
any
guys
better.
take it easy.
All right, later.
All right.
Yeah. What's going on,
He
Charles?
said he was jet
What's
black,
up,
right?
baby?
Oh, hey, what's up, AB? Sorry.
Yeah, I just woke up. I actually just did a video on Dr. Key's 14-point plan. I just asked a simple question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want a fruitcake and an old tire 304 setting the agenda, or that's the title of my video?
Oh, man.
Wait, what?
Gotta post that link
If
into the chat,
you get,
man.
do you get the reference, though?
You
get
gotta
the
post
reference?
the link. Oh, hell yeah. You gotta post that shit in the chat, man.
Yeah.
I think I came across it on my feed, but could you repeat the title?
Yeah. Do you want a fruitcake and a washed up 304 setting the agenda, or
Exactly.
that's the name of the title.
Exactly.
If you don't know what I'm referring to, no voting, no vucking.
Oh, no voting, no vucking. Oh my God.
I'm like, ooh.
You know what?
When I saw that video, I was like, okay, it's time to go to war.
That was cringy.
It's time to go to war.
That was cringy. I swear to God, black men ought to just vote opposite. Y'all voting Democrat? Fuck y'all. Let's let the Republicans burn it up.
What is this, like Chirac? Some Chirac shit? Is that what it is?
No, you haven't seen that video, have you?
No,
should I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm go watch it.
Okay.
I haven't seen it, and I'm not gonna watch it. I don't.
No. You have to. No matter how much it's gonna pain you, you have to watch it.
Okay.
I don't like Saucy Santana.
Nobody likes him.
Nobody likes him. Nobody. I didn't even know.
Obviously, people like him because he's popular.
Nah, Corinne, I didn't even know who he was till this video came out.
I know who he was. He's the guy that says that he made that he's a better woman than women.
Wait, what?
He says he's a better woman than a biological woman.
This person is a trans?
No, he's a part of the LGBT.
Why do you think I said fruitcake?
Because when I heard fruitcake, I thought nut job or something like that, or whack job.
And he does makeup and stuff, but he's not. He didn't say he was trans, but he's maybe he becoming because he does surgery.
He's on some Conchita shit. Okay. Oh, the ball kind of like them ball kid shit, like them, them ball kind of chicks.
He has the nails and he wears makeup.
Yeah.
So he's popular.
He's
one of them cross dressers. Okay. He's a transvestite. All right.
I don't know if he's a cross dresser, but
he's one of those dudes that is always on his period.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because I call them fruitcakes. Fruitcakes are all they're worse than women that act like they're always on their period. No offense to Kareem, but some dudes act like that.
He's so sweet that he'll give you hypertension, diabetes,
and diabetes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just looking at him.
Like,
I once told somebody that about once. Oh, sorry.
You look at him, your teeth start hurting. Like, oh God. Like
you gotta go to the dentist after that shit.
He's very disrespectful. That's why I don't like him. I mean,
hence why he's called
been
saucy.
so much issues about him and him doing all kind of stuff, and just people just like allow it. They just I don't know.
He be lip smacking everything.
Not even that. It's like there was allegations that people saw them in the pool with his boys doing all kind of thing in front of kids, and people. And he's saying, "Oh, people are homophobic." No, you can't do stuff like that in front of kids in a public pool. It's a lot of stuff that he does, and people let him get away with it because he's a part of that community. So,
I had a conversation with somebody who's LGBTQ. This is a few years ago, because they talked about LGBT rights and everything.
Mm-hmm.
and this is up here in Norway, and I was like, he said something that was really interesting. He said, I could get away with punching an elderly woman because I'm LGBT. You know that? I'm like, what? But I remember getting a weird look from an LGBT person because they thought I was Somali. Because, you know, he assumed because I wasn't, because, you know, I was at a bar and I was drinking a 7-Up.
And they can't tell the difference. That's why it's ignorance.
Because I don't drink alcohol. I'm like, you know, because wasn't drinking alcohol. And it's like, what's your problem?
Listen.
Then again, I remember, and another time.
Most people can't tell the difference.
Huh?
Most people can't tell the difference between a Somali, an Ethiopian. Most people can't.
Yeah.
They're just very, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's why I like to have fun with it. My brother, you know what he does when he tells them I'm Eritrean, and they're like, "Oh, what's that?" Then he looks at her, "Oh, well, it's an exotic spice you find in this part of the world, this, that, and the third." And he's just doing it in a very condescending of not. No, that's how my brother deals with their ignorance.
But you know, you have to give us grace because we don't learn that in America.
We does that with white people, but we does that with white people. But yeah, I get your point, Kareem.
Well, yeah, we don't learn about those countries in America. We don't, to be honest. Like I went to school here.
I understand. I know. I understand.
And I had to go to Italy to know what Itria was. I didn't even know it was a country. I mean, it's my ignorance maybe thing, but I didn't learn that in school growing up here in school.
You went to Italy? Where in Italy?
I was in Florence I did a study abroad. I did in college.
Florenza.
You know, he did study abroad.
Okay.
And the guy, he spoke better. He spoke great Italian, but he was telling me that Italy was there in Itria, so a lot of you guys speak Italian
because we were a former Italian colony.
Yeah. But anyway, back to what I was saying. This guy is just very disrespectful, and I don't know why they have him doing that. Like,
well, it's not just him.
Artist.
No, it's not just him. The reason I said 0304, they actually found wherever Trina was hiding and put her in the video too.
But I think Edward was saying she's a part of some like a group that does like sell stuff. So she's part of the like underground. She has money because she sells. So maybe that's why they picked her, because she's a part of those people who sell. There's a group of them that sell internet things, and maybe that's why they picked her to prop her up.
Oh.
Yeah. So I mean, people know who Trina is, but come on, she's not a rapper anymore.
Yeah. You know what? This individual, the way you describe this individual, it reminds me of somebody. I'm not going to name his name. I'm not going to say his name because we don't need it. But he was like this dysfunctional conservative troll, tall, obnoxious, English speaking.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Milo?
Yes. It sounds like this saucy character is like Milo. Although Milo, you know, ever since his loss, he's gone off the deep end, has lost his mind, thankfully, but he's irrelevant now. But that blueprint you see being out there, being outrageous, just to get as a clickbait thing, should not come as a surprise. And then when you try to call them out for him, they try to do the passive aggressive shit.
You're in Norway, right?
Yes.
Because I always get confused. Because I was gonna say, oh, what did you think about the Danish thing? But then I remember Norway has their own royal family, right?
Yes.
All right.
Actually, they're related to the Danish royal family.
Yeah, they all related, right? They all German.
Yeah.
They all German.
Yeah.
Oh, Charles, I meant to ask you before you guys get thing. Y'all spoke about the war already? Did you speak about Ukraine and the bridge and all of this already?
No.
What happened?
Y'all didn't?
No. What happened?
The bridge to Crimea, you mean? The bridge
that they blew up.
Crimea? Yeah, I heard about that.
Okay.
Who blew up what?
We don't know who blew it up.
They still don't know who's blowing it. The Russians are claiming Ukraine did it, although, you know, some people think it could have been the Ukrainians. And if they did, it was more of a symbolic thing because that bridge was like named after Putin. But that's more of a symbolic thing, more than a strategic thing. But if they did that, that would just show how determined the Ukrainians are to regaining the Crimea back. Remember, Crimea was illegally annexed.
I know, but not only that, is the Nord Stream that they blew up too. What they're saying the U.S. did it. I just wanted Charles' perspective because I know he's good with this war.
Yeah.
This war thing, and I wanted to find out what he had to say about it.
Hold on a second. Candy Grandpa Mongo. Candy Grandpa Mongo. Candy Grandpa Mongo.
Charles must be
That
doing something.
nigga's busy right now. Please hold.
You guys are tired. I'm gonna come off the panel. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thanks for
I gotta
coming. We
stay up for
appreciate
2
it.
more hours before I leave this job. Oh my God! Thank you for keeping me up.
Hey. When you get home, does your daughter still live with you, by the way, by any chance?
Yeah, my daughter lives with me.
Well, let me tell you something. When you get home, you better hug her and let her know that you love her and she's the most important thing in your life.
Yeah,
Because
no
every
school
child
today.
needs. No, because
Yeah,
every
that's true.
child. Oh, no school for her.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's holiday. That's what I was like saying to that other
A
guys.
Halloween.
Columbus Day.
What holiday is it?
Columbus Day.
Oh, it's not a
Columbus Day.
holiday.
It's a holiday here in New York.
I know.
It's a federal holiday. We get off. I get off of my other job. Those schools. So it's a holiday.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Kareem, may you have a a safe trip home. Because I know New York is still getting crazy, especially now with
crazy.
It's getting crazier now because it's like what rising prices and everything. Everybody, because I don't know if you were here
I
when
got
Lewis was
harassed
here.
on the subway to work, and I was like, "Oh, I had to get off. I had to get off at the stop and get out the
The
cart and go to
blood
another
clot.
cart." I was like,
I'm
"I'm
gonna
not
tell
dealing
you
with this
something.
crazy guy."
I'm gonna tell you something. I got folks in Uganda, right? And my aunt, whenever she needs to do something, she's got to have one of my cousins accompany her anywhere because for some reason, just dudes over there just like to harass women, especially if they see like Eritrean, Ethiopian women over there.
Wow.
It's
I
they're
thought
decent
Uganda
folks,
was
but
nice.
Uganda's nice, but there's some weird, some shady folks out there. No matter where in the world you are, my dear, you're gonna have some unscrupulous individuals, some hooligans, and some messed up people. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Anywhere in the world, you're gonna find all kinds of characters. That's what I've learned.
I mean,
Yep. That's why
I
I'd say
find though the
it's best
people
to
in New
keep an
York
open mind.
is like a mental thing though. It's like either they're on drugs. It don't seem like it's just
Some people are just
catcalling, like
naturally
normal
dysfunctional.
catcalling. It seems more like more than that.
Yeah. It's like it's kind of like what's his name? Was it that old dude I remember from Chappelle's show, the one who used to do the holla thing? Can I holla? Can I holla? Holla 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 holla.
No, it's not that. That's like it was a
That's
little
comedic.
menacing. I felt very uncomfortable, and I've never been.
Oh.
I've heard people say sistren, and okay, I'm not Caribbean. People talk to me all the time. I'm a talker. I talk to everybody, and I've never felt uncomfortable because the guy looked like he was on something. So that's when I was like, okay, you know what? Let me come off of this cart because this guy looked like he's off. Like something is off with him. So I got out the
or
cart.
homeless bum or some shit like
He
that.
wasn't
Yeah.
homeless, but he looked like either he was on some type of substance or I don't know. So I was like, I didn't want to put myself in that position. When you have that intuition telling you, listen, the situation is not going to be safe for you. You need to exit. So I exit and we're in a different cart with more people. And I was like, okay, because I don't want to be a news story. I don't want to be on the news saying I was,
Good answer.
So anyway,
good answer.
You guys have a blessed day, and
Likewise.
You guys, I like talking to you guys. You guys are good. It's good hearing you talk to each other. I just love hearing you guys talk. It's just I don't know. You guys have like this great vibration when you guys talk to each other. It's I don't know how to explain it, but
let's be honest. You love that. You love the masculine energy we bring.
All right.
Yeah.
Just teasing.
All right.
You have a
bye.
blessed day, love. All right. My best to the daughter. Bye. Bye.
But
man.
it's time to get serious because I'm not letting a fruitcake and the old time 304 set the agenda. I'm not gonna let it. I'm not letting it happen.
I'm sorry. What's a 304? Somebody explain that shit to me. Oh, okay. Oh,
You know, Trent is an old
Oh, he
time
late, bro.
304.
Yeah, he
no.
late than a motherfucker.
I'm sorry, I'm African. My fault.
So yeah, that's what we call a hoe now.
Okay,
Besides that hole
304.
over there.
Yeah,
I'm
speaking
getting
about
old. I'm getting old, man. I
304,
turned 40s. My bad. I turned 40. I'm getting too
speaking
old
on
for this shit.
30, speaking on 304s, damn it, I'm about to get on talking about that shit right now. About a few cases on my stream. Yeah, motherfuckers getting divorced and shit, man. It's just been divorce mania in this motherfucker
Yeah, I
this
heard
year.
about Tia Mallory. I was like, why are you getting the vote? I was like, Lord. One of the twins
How
think
people get divorced left, right, and center? They've been getting divorced since this COVID shit, man. And I'm thinking, and the way this COVID thing is right now, I'm thinking, it's only a matter of time before they have another wave of this shit, especially
I'm still
now.
saying, hey, bro, I'm still saying the worst one, man, is fucking Johnny Depp. Shit.
Amber
Shit.
Turd.
Yeah,
That
man.
is a nut job if anybody could think about it. But then again, we've got a lot of sick people in this freaking world.
Mm-hmm. You
I'm
know
I
what's
telling you.
mean,
bad when even Tom Brady's not safe?
yeah, but Tom
Hell
Brady kind of
no.
fucked his shit up on his
Yeah,
own when
yeah,
you
that's
think about
true.
it.
That's true. No, that's true. That is Tom Brady's fault. But try to
How you
explain that
how
to
you mess
people.
this shit up?
Okay, let me break it down this way. He was supposed to, he was supposed to retire and shit, right? After that after 2019, 2020.
Yeah.
So he went and he retired like he was supposed to. And he's supposed to, and the thing about it is, I mean, we talked about this on Snowman when he had on the open panel last Thursday. And I mentioned this because we also mentioned this on Charles's when Bitter Truth was on. We had to, but Pookie, we had to explain that to Pookie, but he wouldn't understand. It's like, after spending some time, just enjoying retirement, he was like, you know what? I can't deal with this shit. I need to go back on the field. So 45-year-old, so this 45-year-old is going back in. Giselle is giving an attitude about it because when you're in a relationship, you got to understand something. Who you are as a man.
Your word is your bond.
Yes, your word is your bond.
So she's giving him hell about him not
He
retiring.
went, but it's not. It's no. He went back on his word. That was the thing, fam. You ever, when you go back on your word to your woman, to your wife, that's like a betrayal. And the minute you do that, the way she does a complete 180 how she sees you after that, and it all goes downhill. That's why he was catching hell and all that bullshit, and why he was missing 11 days from practice, because. And now she's divorced. She's like filing for divorce and whatnot. I'm like, I'm not surprised. You put yourself in that position by doing what you think, but at the same time, we realize there are certain cats when they've been in the game for so long, they don't know how to walk away. They don't know
Brett
how to
Favre.
transition to other things. Yeah, Brett Favre.
Brett Favre had to get injured for him to retire.
Troy Aikman had to leave because of concussions. That's why I got to respect John Elway, because after 2 straight Super Bowl wins, he decided to hang it up, and he moved on. He transitioned to other parts, and
I
look what
mean,
happened. He
yeah,
ends
that's
up.
what yeah, you're right. That's what the hell you should do. You know what I mean? Hell, like you should already be working on your transitions, damn it, like on your final years in football or sports, period.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look at Shaq. Look at a lot of other former NBA players. They knew what to do when they got out of the NBA. They transitioned and did something other things. I mean, Kobe, he did something better. He got into business and he started his own basketball academy. God rest
But
his
I'm
soul.
still thinking though. But I'm still thinking in rest in power, big bro, Kevin Samuels.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think he'll say? I mean, I'm thinking that he'll say that she should have stayed.
No,
No,
because like I said, man, he broke a promise. If he can break his promise on that, something that's life changing,
Mm-hmm.
she can't rock with that shit, because especially because she's comes from a traditional Brazilian family. Your word is your fucking bond. You know what I'm saying, in Ray? Because when you go back on your word on your woman, that gives her a reason to go back on anything she does for you.
Oh, I'm not
You look.
against that. Yeah, I'm not against that. Yeah, hell,
So
you
when
know what I
you
mean.
do that shit, she's gonna be doing shit to either make your life a living hell, make you try to live an apology for that if you try to apologize, or you got to end that relationship. And if you do some foul shit like that, I mean, like take for example, like say you cheat on your woman, right? There's only one or two things.
Yeah. I don't believe in a man doing evil shit to his wife. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
Any of the sort.
Mm-hmm. But you know what I'm saying? But you get what I'm saying?
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So that's cool. So a lot of people thinking, man, he should have this, that, and the third. I'm like, no. You keep your word. I mean, and under certain circumstances,
and I'm glad I'm having this talk with y'all because I will be mentioning this on my stream when I go
all right,
live
cool.
because I do have that motherfucker in there, you know, because he is a celebrity and he's getting divorced, so you know it fits, you know what I mean, that I made a thumbnail of him, you know, him and a couple of others. So yeah, but I'm glad I will be mentioning that too.
What is it, Brett Favre? What did he do exactly to mess up his relationship? Like what? Like the dick pic thing?
I don't know, but I was told that motherfucker was stealing shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He stole like $5 million out of Mississippi's welfare fund
For a school and a stadium he's supposed to build.
What the hell? So he's like, damn, I can't transition to nothing else, you know, and money is draining. So damn. So I gotta do this. That's what he said.
It was some fraud shit. I'm surprised
it was
he
some
hasn't go
fraud
to
shit
jail.
because his net worth is $100 million plus.
Mm.
That was some fraud shit. His net worth is $100 million plus.
Speaking of which, he's not the only one who's in trouble for like welfare fraud with the state of Mississippi. Ted DiBiase's family, one of his sons is caught up in that shit as well.
Wow.
So he was supposed to go to rehab and some shit like that.
It's not Ted Jr., is it?
No, it's not Teddy Jr.
Okay.
Teddy Jr. It's like I think it's one of the other two kids, one of the other two boys. Because
I don't even know how to pronounce that name you just said. Who
DiBiase.
are these guys again?
Ted DiBiase.
Educate me on these.
Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man.
Former pro wrestler.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's got a prize.
Oh yeah, I probably seen his ass then. Yeah.
Because
used to have a sleeper hold for a finisher. I used to watch him.
The $1 Million Dream, it was like a Cobra Clutch form. It was like a Cobra Clutch, you know. But the thing is like Ted Jr. After he left the WWE, he got involved in his father's Christian missionary work and everything. It was his father's ministry work, and they started like a camp for young men. And he's been like, you know, he's been able to transition out of the business and done better for himself. But apparently, like one of his brothers, supposedly because of, I guess it's opioid shit. I think it is. He was supposed to go through rehab instead of avoid jail time, and there was some money involved and shit like that. But apparently,
oh, I didn't hear about that. But okay,
I'm not exactly sure about it, but you know, but that fraud shit, that's serious. I mean, like in the case of Brett Favre, he got money just to give. But in the case of Brett Favre, he was paid money to do speeches that he never gave, and he was also given money to like build a volleyball stadium for his daughter's or his college or his daughter's high school, which is in Mississippi.
Dumbass white boy.
He can give them. He can make amends by giving the money back or building the school or some shit, or building the facilities like he's supposed to. But you never know.
It's time to start paying back, motherfucker. I can't stand motherfuckers on that stealing shit.
I mean, what's really fucked up is like I remember he got busted for like hitting on a side reporter while still married.
Sending her a dick pic or something.
The dick pic thing. I'm like, I never really understood that. Because I remember I was once asked by a girl to do that. Can you send me I was like, what?
I do not recommend that.
I know.
I have a simple. I have a simple analogy.
Fortunately, it was
Hold on, wait a
impossible
minute. Let me
anyway.
finish. Let me
Oh,
finish.
sorry.
I have a simple analogy for that. There's only two reasons a chick should be looking at your dick. There's only two reasons a chick should be looking at your dick. Do I need to explain what those two reasons are?
No.
No, man,
But that's my policy on sending dick pics. There's only two reasons a chick should be looking at your dick at all, and that's in person.
Yeah.
You damn right about that.
I never understood the dick pic thing. I'm like, okay, what's the point of sending a chick a picture of my private parts if she's not going to use them? I'm just saying.
Exactly. That shit are the most retarded. Oh my god.
I don't know. I was like, fortunately, I couldn't do that. I was like, what the hell? I mean,
that's why I don't understand all these dudes trying to DM these chicks. Are like, what's the point of DMing if I can't touch it in real life?
Duh, right.
Especially if she sends you a certain kind of pic.
And I think
I got to turn. I think it's partially because I'm semi YouTube famous. I somehow got semi YouTube famous on Facebook. I have to turn down chicks' friend requests because they're just nothing but Facebook models. I look at their page and it's Facebook. It's some Facebook model, white and black.
AB, do you remember Chris Bates we talked about the hooker whores? And you need to get that hooker whore away. You need the extra strength, not the extra strength, extra strength. You're gonna need like 3-4 spread. You need to experience about 3-4 times, 5 or 6 more just in case, just to keep the hooker whores away from you, man. Because like you're like Chris Bates. I don't want more hooker whores. Leave me alone. I'm good. Start praying the baby Jesus 6 pounds 7 ounces, or is it 7 pounds 6 ounces?
I told you that's where I have chicks tagging me in twerking videos. I was like, "Are you serious?"
Oh man!
Talking about give me money if you want more. It's like, well, thanks for the view, but you already showed me your ass, so my incentive to give you more money is show me checking your ass for free. So my
I'm good.
my incentive to give you more money is what now?
You know this half now, half later thing goes the other way around, right? It doesn't work the way you think.
Nah, man, I never understood that shit either. Dick pics and fucking, and from what I've seen, I don't know if anybody else seen it, but I think man gotten hip to texting a bitch like he's typing up a paper or whatever for a damn professor, you know. And I'm like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? And I always been knowing females, to like do that shit. They'd be like, I text you. And I'm like, bitch, no, talk to me. Bitch, no, we're going to FaceTime in this motherfucker. Bitch. Fuck all that texting shit. Texting your ass for no hour, 2 hours and shit. Well, bitch, I could be doing other shit. That's their way of them making sure, you know what I mean, that they have your attention, you know what I mean?
Have any of you gotten a "Hey Big Head" text message or direct message lately?
Oh, the "Hey Big Head."
Yeah, you get that? Okay, this is why I said this is thankfully for me. I don't have to worry about that shit. But what I've done is like, go ahead, sorry.
If I was actually still connected to him, I'd probably get it. But the chicks that will probably want to do that with me, I'm not connected to him anymore. So
consider yourself fortunate. Me, I've had to go on. I don't have Instagram or anything. I just only have Facebook and Twitter. And so what I've done with them is like, I don't even use my own name. I use an alias, and I tweaked some of the security settings so people can't find me and shit unless I want to be found. So if anybody's looking for me, I tell them, hey, what's your Facebook link? Then I find them and I add them. They can't find me, even if they try to put a search on me. I mean, it's like Dave Chappelle once said, what's a black man without his paranoia intact? And I got to thank my father for that, just learn how to do certain things, and I don't know. They didn't. I mean, my parents weren't really computer literate. They kind of asked. My mom had to always ask me for help on how to work a computer, and I showed her how to do it. So she's been able to do it on her own. But I'm glad I learned how to learn. I learned how to work a computer in school, but a lot of the things I learned, some of it was through trial and error.
Yeah.
Growing up, you know, one of the three. I was like, no, go ahead. What was that, Ray?
No, I said I understand you on that one. Yeah, because you know, it was trial and error for me. Yeah, I had to learn shit on my own. Like,
Yeah, a lot of tinkering.
Like me, yeah. Like, with me having, like, as I've been talking about, you know, as you may have heard me already when I was talking about the apps and shit, and me, you know, not seeing the sense of it, like of why people are still getting these Netflix and Hulu's and all that when I obtained the ability to get an app where it streams all from those networks, you know, into one, and also a source and a way to watch pay-per-view without paying per view. So yeah, that took a while. So for me to learn that.
There's certain things I do pay for. There's certain stream apps I do check because I had to make a decision. What am I going to stream? Which one should I use? I mean, there's no.
If you think about it, man, like that's just costly, man. Like that's just tacking on like Netflix with $10 a month, fucking Hulu $10 a month, fucking with that Disney Plus, or I don't know how much it is tacking on $10 a month. You know, fuck all that shit. Save, nigga.
I mean, I got HBO Max on a good deal, so I'm good. But
and for my anime too. Oh hell yeah, I got anime sites to go to. Shit.
That's what's up. That's what's up. But you know, one thing I had to get was Curiosity Stream, and I got that through through a promo code and shit, and that helped out through because just to support a certain YouTuber I follow, it does like geopolitics and such.
Yeah.
So that helped me out, and it was a good deal. So I've been enjoying the documentary stuff I get from there because it's very insightful. So if I'm gonna watch that shit, it's got to be something that really gets my attention.
Oh man.
Because
I got a whole bunch of shit in line, dude, that you know that already got my attention and shit. It's just a whole bunch of shit I gotta go through. So you know, juggle and balance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Netflix. Like, oh man, my list on Netflix is ridiculous, especially some of the shit that's on it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You busy too when you wanna, you know, like me, you know, I gotta keep moving, man, you know, being active and shit, keep those calories burning, damn it. Yeah, whether working
Wait, how tall are you? How much you weigh?
Whether you're working or working out, shit, you know, you gotta keep yourself moving, boy, because just sitting around Netflix and chilling and shit, that's how your ass get to being 500 pounds. Fuck that.
God damn. I never had that problem, honestly. I don't know. I got a
But
weird
you
ass
how tall am I?
No, I never had that problem because I'm 6'3", 170, 175.
Are you taller? You taller than me, motherfucker.
Yeah. But I've never gained weight. I'm a hard gainer. Plus I can't, plus I got like these dietary restrictions, so I can't eat like I want, which has been a blessing in disguise. So I'm able to take care of myself better.
Yep,
but
and as it is this morning, I'm about to hook me up with some cereal and shit before I go live, damn it.
Yeah. I mean,
ooh,
you got to feed you, but you got to make sure you feed yourself right,
Oh yeah. Yeah, shit, man. Get some good cereal, man. You know, you can't go wrong.
What's your cereal choice?
Show me Frosted Flakes, motherfucker.
Oh, you Tony the Tiger, motherfucker. My mom, she got so mad at us as a kid. You know what she would do? Mix the cornflakes with the Frosted Flakes.
Oh man, yeah. I will mix my cereal, Frosted Flakes with Cinnamon Toast Crunch, boy.
Good answer. I used to do that all the time. Mix certain cereals, and then my mom just looked at me one time and said, "You know what? I'm just gonna get you the multigrain." And I just fell in love with that multigrain Cheerios, but can't eat them like I used to.
And afterwards, I get my push-ups in. Well, my push-ups, I use a deck of cards though.
Do you do like Ray Lewis?
Yeah, like basically, you know, a whole deck of cards to me would consist of like, yeah, damn near, yeah, around like 500 push-ups
Okay.
between 500 and 600.
Yeah. Mike Tyson talked. They said like Mike Tyson used a deck of cards to help him with this doing squats while he was in lockup. He'd be doing squats while playing solitaire
Wow.
or some shit like that. He'd take a deck
Boy,
of cards and he would like he'd be doing it on the floor. So he'd be like squatting while playing solitaire.
shit. Whew, boy, I'll tell you.
That's why
That
his legs were so strong, like that, the way they were. Because you know you're in lockup, you can't run, you can't go out running. They're not gonna
well,
let you
yeah,
out.
and that too, like you know, and those other formal ways that people use to, you know, get their legs strong, like those squatting and shit, like squatting over 600 or whatever. You know, what I mean, after I reached that point, I was like, yeah, I'm cool. And, you know, and I didn't make that a regular workout routine because I seen how you know how the risk is. You know, how it's very high when it comes to being very detrimental for you in the long run.
Yeah, you got to have a certain amount of squat. You can only do a certain amount of squats because what it does is it strengthens your calves, but it's taxing on your knees.
Well, no, yeah, you know what I mean by the squats, right? Like having that weight on your back and shit,
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
and you
yeah.
squatting,
Even if
yeah.
you're doing even if you're doing like if you're doing you know squats with the rack or squat rack, or if you're doing Hindu squats, if you're doing too many excessive amounts of them, they take a tax on they do it's taxing on your knees. I remember what's his name, Dante Nero. That's he was a co-host of Patrice O'Neill on the Black Phillip Show. He he was like squatting right, and because he was, I guess he didn't have the proper form, he tore his quad. I think he tore both his quads.
Hot damn.
You know, in some cases, some guys their quads will explode, or something will just tear. Some guy, I mean, I remember my brother talked about one dude. He was trying to do some like he was like lifting some weights. I think it was like trying to do like overhead press or something like that, and he fucked up his shoulder. And when they were while they were like and I guess somebody gave him some like some painkillers until the paramedics came, and man, those painkillers did a doozy on him because he was like kind of out of it.
Yeah, them painkillers are good sleeping pills. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh man, that's why I've stayed away
After my
from
surgery,
painkillers.
man, them painkillers, you go right to sleep once you need to take one of them painkillers.
Oh man.
Well, you ain't lied too, boy, man. Especially boy, after I took one of those, man. Hey, and a blunt too. Yes, sir.
Oh.
That's all I need.
Yeah, they some good sleeping pills, man.
I don't see why motherfuckers need anything else other than that, man. Fuck everything else, shit. Yeah, maybe a shot or something. You know what I mean? Like you
But
know, some
yeah,
darkness.
once I ran out of them painkillers, like you know what, I better stay off this stuff before I get to. I be done got addicted to that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I think they gave me some OxyContin or something. I forget what it was. It's one of those
Oh yeah.
opioid things, but man, them things are great sleeping pills.
Or like some people like where it started having dependent. You know, some people it's not addiction, but some people like will grow a dependency on certain things.
Your body calls for it.
Yeah, you start to develop a dependency on certain painkillers and whatnot.
That's how these people get picked. That's why I posted online, and to a degree I mean it. Kanye West is right. White lives matter, and I can defend that shit because you never, if you know what I'm talking about, it's one thing to hear about these people on opioids, but you haven't seen a methadone clinic.
Oh man.
That is one of the saddest things you'll ever see in life. Methadone clinic is pretty much just how they treating these people with opioid addiction, and what they pretty much have to do is get a shot in their arm every day of a methadone drug to keep them from getting addicted again. And they have to go get this shot every single day.
And if they get off it, it could be fatal, correct?
Something like that, yes.
I mean, this is what I remember was like when we had Nameless up here one time. We were chopping it up like a few. I mean, this must have been about a week or so ago. We were chopping it up when we were talking about the opioid addiction and everything. But before I say what I was saying, I just want to mention something. I was like on Facebook the other day, and I was perusing through social media, as a snowman would say, and I came across this picture. It was a picture. It was Yassine Bey, Mos Def's. On the cover, it was on the front. It was like one of the dead presidents, or maybe it was Ben Franklin, with his eyes blacked out. And on the back, it said, it's supposed to say "White Lives Matter," but the V is like almost invisible to say "White Lives Matter." So that's that's a T-shirt, I guess they're putting out there. But anyway,
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
yeah, the V is like almost transparent. It's like almost transparent. But anyway, with Nameless and everything, we were talking about this whole thing about the opioid addiction. I asked them if you're familiar with something called Iboga or Ibogaine, because that's a natural form. And I remember the first time I ever heard about Ibogaine was on.
I never heard of that.
Yeah, the first time I heard about Ibogaine was on Law and Order SVU.
Oh, okay. What does it do?
Ibogaine comes from it's a hallucinogen. It's kind of like ayahuasca, but it's been proven to help people with opioid addiction. Has like a high 90%. It's like a 90-some percentile success rate. So you don't get a relapse. So even if you try to use heroin or some shit like that, you're not going to feel it, because what it does is like it rewires your brain.
Kind of like a Narcan.
Something like that. And you got to go through a couple sessions of it, like 1 or 2 sessions of that will cleanse a dude from that. And you got to have a ritual, because it's like this plant is found mostly in the Congo, French Congo, not Belgian Congo, but the French Congo and Gabon, where there you have some people are licensed to practice that to practice this kind of remedy and shit, mostly like traditionalists, traditional herbalists. And like there's some folks in parts of Europe who can legally practice administering that stuff. And it's been proven to be quite helpful to people with heroin addiction. And up here in Scandinavia, heroin is a problem. It was a major problem, especially in the early 2000s. I remember like if you were like in Oslo, outside Oslo Central train station, I remember as late as 2009, you started seeing a lot of heroin addicts just walking around up and down the street, just waiting for somebody to score a fix and shit until they cleared them all out.
Wow.
I've met somebody who's there's a woman I know in this town I live in. She's been clean she's been clean of heroin for like several years now. But kind-hearted soul, happy to see her. She's a great person to be around. But you just look at her face, you see she's been through a lot. But she's been doing all she's been able to rebuild her life and everything. But that heroin shit really fucks you up, man. That's no joke.
Yeah, that fentanyl stuff does too.
Oh, that shit, that's fatal, man. That fentanyl shit. I mean, like in the 90s, nobody knew how fucked up oxycodone was. And you know that Ibogaine will never be passed through the FDA. The FDA would not approve of it. Pharmaceuticals would like say no, hell no. So you got to go overseas. Like that's where they have like Ibogaine clinics in Mexico and shit like that. But given how shit is right now in Mexico, it's highly unlikely that you can have that shit. Some of those facilities working right.
All right, I'm back. I didn't want to make all that noise and shit, man, and interrupt y'all.
Yeah, must be some good cereal.
Nah, I just got done fixing it because I had a thought. I'm like, opening my fridge. I'm like, nigga, I'm about to put some lemon cake in this shit.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Just a little slice.
No, you can have it with it, but not in it.
Yeah, everybody's different. Whatever.
Well, everybody has their little weird thing. I get it. I get it. Who am I to judge?
I like soggy cereal, so not everybody hates. Some people hate it. I like, especially with Golden Grams. Oh gosh.
Post. I remember the commercial with the bear. That was funny.
Golden Grams is good, boy.
Especially that after you get done with the Golden Grams, that sweet ooh, that honey and milk mixed together. Oh my goodness, it's a beautiful thing.
I was more of a Raisin Bran kid in a sense, but
yeah, Raisin Bran's not bad.
Yeah, Apple Jacks, apple cinnamon, honey nut. Sometimes, like they ask me if I didn't have like multi-grain Cheerios. Sometimes I try to find honey nut, mix it with apple cinnamon, and regular, and see what happened. Because then I
Honey
need to
nut's
just
not
get that
bad.
back. Yeah, combining those wasn't that bad,
Yeah, I don't do cereal much now anymore.
I don't blame you.
Fruits
and sometimes fruits and juice is good. Fruits and granola is good.
But cereal though, to me, is like I'm just not getting back to it because I haven't been doing like that. But I try to fit in there whenever I can. And
be right back.
Okay, go keep going.
Yeah, and cereal basically, is something that, hey, it's cool to go back to. You know what I mean? Versus all the other shit that you don't eat like you used to eat. Like candy bars and all that stupid shit.
Yeah.
I used to fuck some pork rinds up too, with some beer.
Yeah, never was a drinker, so Yeah, I try to stick to water and that sparkle water. I don't even do pop anymore now.
No. Shit, that shit weighs on your back. That damn pop.
Yeah.
I drink juice and water, milk. Other than that,
Yeah, I've been doing milk a little recently because I got some pancake mix, and milk always goes with pancakes and syrup. I ain't gonna lie, I don't flip on the stove well, so I found a cheat code. I put that shit in the oven. Put some Pam spray on it and put that shit in the oven. Less of a mess. Doesn't always get brown, but it gets done. But the pancake is done and tastes just the same.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Ha! This boy, that is cereal. Yeah, good, well balanced breakfast. You know what I mean, to get you, to put that energy back into you.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of pork. I still eat sausage and eggs, but I don't do a lot of pork. I don't do bacon.
Bacon is not my first choice, but I don't mind it.
I found out bacon comes off a pig's ass. So I'm like, nah, I'm good.
No.
I'll eat it every now and then, but it's not a staple.
Hey, mother, I would take that over motherfuckers eating chitlins and shit. I'm like, motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm still hearing about motherfuckers eating chitlins and shit. I'm like,
oh yeah,
damn.
that's a delicacy in the black community, unfortunately.
I'm like, motherfucker, I can probably see y'all doing that shit like once a year, every time, Black History Month and shit. But motherfuckers, nah.
I always knew what day Thanksgiving was because my father would pull out and be cleaning them chitlins. You can smell the motherfuckers as soon as you wake up. I always knew what day Thanksgiving was. He'd be cleaning them chitlins.
Oh
Including
hell
them
yeah!
chitlins.
The smell, nigga, that shit's smelling. Oh god!
Yep.
I'm like
Including
that's
them chitlins. I'm like, I was like, what's that? I was like, yeah, it's Thanksgiving Day. We usually had
smell
a
like
duck.
somebody dying in that damn kitchen. Like damn, what the hell?
Like, them chitlins, boy. Yeah, they come in that little red bucket. Some people swear by them chitlins though. See people on Facebook. I was mad. I couldn't find. I couldn't find. I also find chitlins in one place.
Mm.
I don't do whole turkeys on Thanksgiving though, because that's too much work. It's
Oh
only
yeah,
me.
fuck that. I'd rather have the damn turkey, nigga, than that shit.
Because they be selling them full turkeys. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'll get like a half a turkey or something. They cook that.
AB, brother, I
Yeah.
love you, but nigga, I love you, bro, but I will eat the hell out of that damn turkey before I fucking. I know damn chillins, never.
Nah, I'm not eating chitlins. I didn't say I was eating chitlins, but yeah, I would take turkey cooked right over chitlins any day.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing I can't stand is dry turkey.
Oh yeah, I can't stand no damn dry turkey. Ah,
Yeah, now
that's
moist turkey that's the bomb.
yeah.
With some cranberry sauce and some dressing.
Oh hell yeah, nigga. Before I take some damn dry turkey, nigga, give me some ham. Shit.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Nothing, just talking food.
Yeah, kind of like Thanksgiving food and shit.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad I don't eat meat. Well, actually, I do. I just eat poultry, but fish and whatnot. But I don't eat ham.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Pork doesn't sit well with me. Where I'm from, I'm not supposed to anyway.
Well,
Religiously,
go ahead and try that ketogenic diet. There we go.
nah. I don't know if I can do a ketogenic. So my thing is like I've got something called celiac disease. Which means I can't eat like processed grains and shit like that.
Oh, really?
I got celiac disease, so gluten shit I can't have, and I'm also
Oh,
lactose
God bless you.
intolerant. So I made some serious changes, and for my own mental health, I gave up drinking all caffeinated drinks as well. So so no coffee, no soda.
Mm-hmm.
I had to give up drinking tea. I replaced the tea with just hot lemon water with honey, and that did wonders for my kidneys. Hell, I drink water.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
drinking
because
water
I'm
right
dealing
now.
with that right. I'm dealing with that right now. So yeah,
Yeah.
do whatever
Hey,
you
how's
can.
that? Yo, how the tests go so far? Have you gotten the results back or what?
They want me to do a sleep study next month. But as far as that, I have to go to
Dallas.
actually have to go to Dallas in a few hours.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a process.
God bless you, AB.
How taxing can the dialysis be on a person?
Pretty much takes half your strength once you get off the machine. I'll go home and probably fix some dinner or something.
Mm-hmm.
Then depending on what how I'm feeling, I might do something else. I might watch a YouTube video or something.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some days I just crash. I just lay after I get done fixing something to eat. I lay down. Be out for
that
about 4
exhausting.
hours. Be out for about 4 hours.
Because that stuff is like that takes a. I mean, and plus you got it's a long wait of people just waiting to get get the kidneys cleaned out mechanically and everything.
Yep, 4 hour treatment.
Oh wow.
I take my tablet and watch old Star Trek movies and Star Wars movies.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, watch the old Star Trek movies, 1 through 6.
Nigga,
Star Wars.
Yep. Sometimes I watch Spaceballs. So I got a couple of Batman movies I watch on a regular. The Dark Knight Returns. I love that the animated cartoon.
That's
Hey,
cool.
what's that chick from on Star Trek? On Star Trek Next Generation. She Betazoid.
Oh, Deanna Troy.
Yeah, her mother is off the chain though. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
uh,
actually Gene Roddenberry's wife in real life.
oh, you talking about Diana?
No, her mother's the lady that plays her mother's Gene Roddenberry's wife.
Oh, damn, I didn't know that.
That's one of the reasons she's so ironic in the show because she showed up in Next Generation and Deep Space Nine
Oh, damn.
and stole the show. So yeah,
Mm.
she's passed since she's passed away
God rest her soul.
since the show.
Yeah,
But
yeah, rest in peace, man, because she was a good one.
mm-hmm.
Did any of you guys ever watch what's it called, Stargate SG-1?
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't get into it.
Ah,
I
blame
watched.
it.
I watched Stargate Atlantis.
All right.
And
That's cool.
that one had Jason Momoa on there.
Ah, okay. Because when I watched the show Stargate SG-1, the guy who plays Teal'c,
Mm-hmm.
Chris Judges. Yeah, he does the
Yeah.
voice for Kratos in the God of War or in the God of War games.
Oh, I didn't know
Well,
that.
well, in the on the PS4 version, because they had to have motion capture and everything, and he has the build for it. Before him, if you're talking about the
What's his
PS3,
name?
Chris Judges, he did the voice for the PS4 version of God of War Kratos, because it was motion capture and everything. If you see him, he's got a big, surprising build and everything. But you know where but his voice, I remember him in 2 previous games though. By EA, Def Jam Vendetta and Def Jam Fight for New York, because he does the voice of D-Mob.
Oh, okay.
And
Def,
if you
Def Jam Fight for New York is one of the best fighting games ever made.
Oh, but you got to have Vendetta as well, because because Def Jam, because Fight for New York is actually the sequel to Vendetta, because it picks up where Vendetta, because the story of Fight for New York picks up where Vendetta left off.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and also, but around that time, while he was doing the voices of D-Mob, the person who was doing the voiceover for Kratos in the original God of War trilogy and the 2 side games,
I thought
that
that,
was
yeah, I thought
TC
it been the
Carson.
same dude,
No,
right?
no. In the for PS4, they needed Chris Judges because because they had to have motion capture for the
But Chris
animation. He
Judges
had the body for it.
wasn't he the voice of Kratos in the Kratos trilogy?
No, he wasn't. That was TC Carson. Most people might remember TC Carson as Kyle from Living Single, the brother with the dreadlocks.
Yeah.
That was him. He did the voice of Kratos in the original, in the trilogy.
Oh wow. Okay.
From the PS2 to PS3 and PSP games. That was all TC Carson. And TC Carson, he's a man. He's all man about it, because even though he had problems trying to find, even though he had a hard time, getting acting roles after Living Single, he was able to reinvent himself and find work in doing voiceovers and such. Same thing with Chris Judges.
Problem solvers, then. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because their voices were like, just booming and everything. And man, TC Carson is just dope.
It's amazing to see how, like, man, that haven't made it like that, in the
Be able to reinvent themselves, rebuild themselves.
as a celebrity, yeah, but they, managed to transition into other
Yeah,
shit.
fellas, I gotta get going. I'll catch y'all later.
All right,
Yeah.
bro.
Catch you later,
All right, bro.
Charles. I don't know what
All right,
Charles
Adrian.
doing, but yeah,
Hey,
catch you later.
Hey, may everything work out for you, brother.
All right. Peace
All right,
out.
AB.
All right, B, love you. Yeah.
All right, man. Yeah,
Man.
yeah, they're able to transition into shit
Mm-hmm.
way faster than a woman, though, actually, because these damn women, these actresses, after they, had they spot, they're not able to transition into other shit like voice acting or whatever. So I don't know, it's weird.
Well, Mila Kunis, she does voice acting herself. She does the voice of Meg Griffin in the Family Guy. Seth Green, the actor, he was able to transition from acting to voice acting because he does the voice of Chris Griffin.
Okay.
But like you said, you're true. I mean, have you ever seen pictures of Chris Judge? Chris Judge he's a solid built motherfucker, you know.
I'll keep that in mind.
I mean, you look at this man. He's not afraid. He can change his look any way he wants. He's got that face in the look in the head for it because he can grow his hair out long. He can cut it short, rock a baldy. He can grow a beard, keep a goatee or a mustache. He's got that face.
That face where he can just change it up to all other kind of shit.
Yeah,
like,
and he's not. When you look at his face, he doesn't look full black because he's got some like Native American in him, and such. I think he's got a unique face, you know. I once saw him in one of those teen movies, and he had a rock. He had his hair like an S curl search, and he had a goatee. But his voice and his physical presence was commanding respect. Even though the character was more like a soft-spoken person.
I liked in Kratos how he him playing as Kratos. I think it was in the first one when he was talking to his son. He was giving himself like that masculine father image. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he was giving instructions to his son, I was like, oh hell yeah. I'm like, yeah, that's what America needs. America needs to hear more of that shit instead of these soft ass dads and shit.
Well, some guys need a well, to use a basketball analogy since you're from Indiana. To use college basketball reference, some guys need a Coach K, others need a Coach Bob Knight. It depends on the person. You ever see, I remember Discovery Channel had a show called Sports Science where they do put, certain they would do like all these tests. And they had this test where they had two coaches. One was like who used to give positive reinforcement. The other one had more negative reinforcement. And they would try to see who was more who had the better effect on their on their players. And then they brought up the facts regarding Coach K and Bob, Coach K, Mike Kaczynski and Krzyzewski and Bob Knight, and how their players were play under pressure.
Yeah, like
it was just. No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, the family structure is better off, than dealing with these feminine dads.
Oh, I wasn't saying feminine dads. I was like saying, like sometimes you need to have how you instruct a kid can sometimes affect you. Like,
yeah,
I learned from my father. Because I learned from my father how to instruct and how not to instruct. Because you learn from your parents how to instruct, how not to instruct. So my dad, he was a little soft with me. He was like, "Come on, we're gonna do it like this. This is how you work it." And what I did was, I was kind of like a jujitsu instructor when I was teaching somebody how to do something. Because I said, "Okay, now I'm gonna explain this, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why you're doing it." It's like when you teaching somebody to box. You teach them. You just first let me see if I stand. I need you to fight. Okay, here's you just put them in that position. Explain to them why they have to be in this position. What's the purpose of why their hands have to be like this? What's this and the third? And we tell them how to throw the jab. You got to explain to them the purpose of the jab so they understand what they're doing. It's not just the what, but also the how, the why, and it makes perfect sense to them. So they understand better. And I remember like just using that kind of approach when I explain something to somebody. So I tell them, okay, this is what you do. and then explain to them why the purpose of that, and also explain to them about safety and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like I'm doing some soft shit, but no. Because I remember my drill
No, I hear
instructors, they
you.
were, I mean, it's
Yeah.
like if you've been in the military, they would bark any orders at you. Because some of them like, all right, Sergeant, or some they would like explain to you, oh, safety first, everything out. Because like when they teach you how to use a rifle, they want to make sure that you know what you're doing, because nobody wants to get shot by accident. You understand that this is some serious shit. Who was it? But yeah, I hear what you mean about the shooting arrows and such. Unfortunately, a lot of guys they get too hard on their kids, right? And the boy gets so confused that sometimes they gotta go talk to their uncle, like, the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep.
That's
Hell.
that's why you gotta have the uncles. Because was it Chris Rock said, like, your uncles prepare you for life. You learn how to be your dad teaches you how to be a man, but you gotta learn what kind of man to be or not to be. Especially if and they might not be your blood relatives. Some of them could be like friends of the family.
Yeah.
They're all gonna have some kind of influence. They're gonna have some kind of influence on you.
Yeah. Because
And,
you got to also fit in there too in your teachings to tell your son not to, how not to get involved with, dealing with negative and evil people that are filled with red flags. They will
yeah,
do
that's
nothing.
why they go and the problem is like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
They will do nothing but tear you asunder.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the problem is like some people don't have the time to explain to their kids. They say, just don't do this, don't do that. And it's like leaving them confused. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that therefore you got to break it down like to a degree, so they'll be able to get the whole concept.
Easier said than done, but it's like some people just like, and that's why some things get lost in translation. I mean, that's why somebody would said the best time to teach your kids is like when they're up until the age of 13, because by 13 they're going to start. By the time they enter 13, they're going to start scrutinizing everything you taught them. They're going to start questioning things because they're watching you, what you're doing, and they're like, wait a minute, don't you mean like this? Hey, no, do as I tell you. Don't do as I do. That's why, like, where I'm from, they say you do. They say you do as the priest tells you what to do, not as the priest. No, do as the priest says, not as he does.
And also, too, it needs to be taught. Is the whole matter of learning how to have your open mind when you're dealing with other people out there. In the outside world, because people will try to use their influence to cause you to think, you got to be enslaved to doing what they want you to do and shit, instead of, developing, having your own mind and the thing when it comes to the things you like and all that shit. People will try to come heavy on you based on the things you develop the interest for.
I mean, people are like always gonna like. Some people are put you down for the things you do or things you like.
Yeah,
Some people
because
talk
kids,
about the whole thing.
because kids face that, man. Like, when they're younger and shit.
Like,
And some grow out of that, and some don't. Some people are still living vicariously through others.
oh man, do you have any idea how
And
many
it's
parents try to live vicariously through their kids?
fucking and it's sad too that they're 30 and 40 and 50 years old. And I'm like, shit.
Because you're like, I remember that movie Varsity Blue. If you ever heard of that movie,
What now?
Varsity Blue.
Yeah, I heard of it.
And that movie is like James Vanderbeek. He's a second string quarterback, and when Paul Walker gets injured, he takes over the team. And he's already made a decision. He doesn't want to use football. He doesn't want to go to college through a football scholarship. He's already earned a scholarship through his grades and everything. But his dad is like, you know, because of John Voight, who's a football coach who has a win at all costs kind of mentality. And has influence on his father. His father's like, you got to be like this, like that. He said, Dad, I understand what you're saying, but I don't want your life. What he's trying to say is like, you raised me to be a strong, independent thinker. So let me be that. You raised me to find my own way to get to things, right? So let me do that. What's the problem? Is it because it's not what you approve? He had to look at his father and say, I don't want your life, Dad. Or like
some parents struggle with, you know, in that margin of of exposing your kids to something, you know, versus trying to force them to like exactly that, you know what I mean, or whatever it is you're exposing to them.
Yeah. Because sometimes a kid might have interest in other things.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, let them know that this is, you know, this is here, you know what I mean, because hey, he may not come across whatever you're exposing to him until later on, but it'll still be good though to have, you know, that bonding time with your son when you expose him to these things that you've grown up to like, or things you came across, or whatever it is that you have an interest in as his father. You know, it's still cool.
I mean, you ever seen the movie Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? The old Sidney Poitier movie?
I kind of vaguely heard of that title, but I don't remember.
Oh, you gotta see that movie. There's that
I
scene.
know you like a lot of the old 80s,
I was
90s
exposed to
shows.
that. Yeah, I know what you mean, but I saw that movie, right? And man, in that there was that scene where, like I said, like, you know, just like in Varsity Blue, where James Vanderbeek told, you know, the guy who plays his dad, like, I don't want your life. Sidney Poitier ends up having this heated conversation. It was not a heated conversation. It was a conversation with his father, because his father was like giving him his 2 cents of what he thought about him marrying a white woman.
Okay.
And he's like explaining to him, say, I need you and your generation to get off my back, is what he said. But then he looked at him and said, Dad, you're my father. I love you. But you see yourself as a black man. And me, I see myself as a man. What he was trying to tell him was basically, you did right by raising me. Yes, it was hard for you, busting your butt, working for the post service as a mailman and everything, as a letter carrier, all those years to make sure that I got an education. And I did you proud. You did a great job. Look at me now. But you gotta understand, I'm my own man now.
Right.
And that's something I learned from my father. You know, I'm always going to be my father's son, but I have to become my own. But I have to become my own man. And I guess that's the problem, like most fathers have. You know, I remember Nan said this, like, you know, every child is their own person. Fathers have a hard time accepting that. With mothers, they don't, because they see their child as an extension of themselves. I mean, hell, do you remember Friday?
Yeah, the first Friday.
The first Friday. You remember Johnny Witherspoon to Anne Marie Horsford, like when Ice Cube was fighting Debo. Let him be a man. He's got to do this himself. He's got to do it himself. And she was like, I don't want. No. He kept restraining her and said, no, he's got to do this. He's got to do this. And after he knocked Debo out, he dropped on the floor and he's trying to get himself up. Anne Marie Horsford tried to run over to get him, but Johnny Witherspoon said, no. Let him be a man. Let him be a man. Neil Long came over to check on him though.
Yeah.
The whole time she got, because at one time like he got knocked down, right? Because looked like because he got knocked down, and Debo was like talking shit. He's like, but and Anne Marie Horse was trying to fight, trying to get out, sort of wriggle out of Johnny Witherspoon's grip, agree, but he's holding it tight because he's like, no. He's got to do this on his own. I know, baby, it hurts, but you got to let it do. But he's got to do this on his own. Come on, Craig. So those kinds of things.
Craig need to learn how to damn fight. Shit.
Do you remember when he
was.
confronted him with a gun before that?
Yeah.
You guys use the guns. You sissified. And then he clenched. He listed when I was coming up. He just clenched it.
He showed honor by putting it away and using his hands.
Yeah, this is all I needed when I was coming up. You win some, you lose some.
But he smacked his ass with that brick though. Shit, I don't blame him there. Yeah.
And the trash can.
Yeah.
And the trash can and everything, and he knocked him the fuck out.
Yeah.
Because Debo wasn't paying attention. Because remember, he thought he put him to sleep, right? And he had fake like he was put out.
Yeah.
And the brick, he had to throw the brick at him. It's like, boom. Then the trash can, and he's knocked. And he wear him out, because. And Thomas Lister Jr., God rest his soul. He stayed out of he got into track and field old sports just to get involved, and just to stay away from gang life and shit. You know that? Went to college on it. The guy played Debo.
Oh, okay.
Thomas Lister Jr. His nickname was Tiny, apparently.
Yeah, I was about to say Tiny.
Yeah, 6'4", big dude.
Yeah.
He was an athlete. He was a shot putter or something like that, and he got a scholarship. And that's what kept him out of trouble growing up in LA. He somehow managed to go into acting, and he did great. He was quite an actor too.
May he rest in peace too.
May he rest in peace. Johnny Witherspoon, may he rest in peace.
Yep, and what's his name? Damn it, what's his name? The dude who played as the crackhead.
AJ Johnson.
Yeah, AJ Johnson.
That little motherfucker.
Damn,
he passed away.
Yeah.
Oh damn, God rest his soul. But you know what? The crackhead he played.
Go to Comedy Hype, man. Yeah, that's how I found out.
Oh damn. But he passed away. But the thing about him, like when he played the crackhead, he based that on his own brother who was a crackhead.
Yeah, I think it was from what they said, excessive drinking or something.
And he a little motherfucker. He was like what, 5'1", 5'2"?
Yeah. Oh man.
A lot of people remember him from like a couple of videos, because it was like Dr. Dre had him dressed like Eazy-E for one video when Dre and Eazy were beefing. But they had to have Arnez J later as in that getup.
Man,
it's like
I need to bring you over to my channel, man. Because
I think I am. I'm subscribed to your channel.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I've seen that notification. I don't know, but yeah, because I rarely see you up here lately. Yeah.
Lately.
Yeah, last time Charles was live, I don't think you was around.
Nah, I was like, because like Sicily, because it's like 6 hours between here and Baltimore. Because I'm across the Atlantic and shit, so yeah, it can be a problem sometimes just to keep up. It's like and at times like I'll purposely miss the show or something like that because I got some other things to take care of.
Yeah, I understand that one. I know how that is.
I mean, as we talk, I'm doing laundry, just washing clothes and everything. Monday morning, just doing some laundry because I ain't got shit to do.
Oh yeah, So that's what I'm gonna get on doing when I after I get done with my live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause I would just want to cover this shit and talking about these banshees.
Speaking of banshees, but R.I.P. Kevin Samuels, because I'm gonna say that one of the most important pieces of advice he gave. This was on a BGS hangout. It was talked about brothers going to see therapists and whatnot, but got to find a credible therapist because he had been through 2 marriages, right?
Yeah,
And both times they were narcissists.
or feminists, probably.
No, narcissists.
Feminists? So they wasn't
Narcissistic.
feminists?
No, they were narcissistic personality disorder type folks. That's a cluster B personality.
Hmm.
And being with that kind of a toxic person could really fuck you up. So you got to learn how to. You gotta go see a therapist so you can learn how to deprogram some of the bullshit they programmed into you.
Well, yeah, I mean, shit, the motherfucker ain't showing concern for you, then yeah, you cut him off as a therapist and try to find another.
I mean, you find a therapist to help you deprogram all that bullshit you were put through by the narcissist and everything. Because
Yeah.
they're not going to change.
What do you think about the T-shirts? I think brother between brother Dennis, not Dennis Sperling, but Dennis Champierre and Black Man Travels. What do you think about their T-shirt? That they came out with, which is
I haven't
called
seen that T-shirt.
it's called Traveling is Cheaper Than Therapy.
No, I disagree on that one.
Ooh.
I'll explain why. Because when you travel overseas, unless you're going to some place where you can get help or something like that, when you travel overseas, you carry your bag. You sometimes carry your own baggage with you. You bring your baggage with you. You know. So a lot of those folks who got some baggage from previous relationships or some things like that, they need to unpack all that stuff before they can try to do that passport shit or travel. Because you can't run away, because you can't run from yourself. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't really running from yourself, man. It's just all the money. You think about all the money you can rank up, man, and to go into a therapist. Even after the solution has been revealed, and yeah,
Yeah, but therapy is like therapy is like it's like a short term. It's not necessarily has to be a long term deal. It's like a short term thing if you know where to find the right person to get help from.
Because these brothers that is traveling, they're expressing showing how therapeutic it is, when they're
It is,
traveling.
yeah,
And
but
it's
they're
just
not
to
coming.
a high degree, and I'm like, yeah, and then when you look and see these pictures, motherfuckers with smiles on their faces and shit with these people that they're hanging out with, the locals and all that, man, these motherfuckers got glows on them. It's just so radiant, with joy and shit, man. And I like to see that, and especially another black man.
I do too, but the thing is like I say, because I'm from the third world and everything, so I understand that when you go to travel certain places, especially in the developing world, you got to have some command of the language. You need to study that language pretty well. If you're going there for a couple of weeks or something, that's one thing. But if you think of building a life there or some shit like that, you got to study the language so you can be.
Oh hell, a couple of weeks? That's a waste of time.
Yeah, that I know. But my point is just
But you're a dumbass if you're trying to set up shop there and not try to learn the language.
Yeah.
I get on foreigners here with that shit.
I studied. I had to learn this. I learned to read and write up here.
That
And I
motherfuckers.
love, huh?
I'm like telling you motherfuckers, I'm like, look here, y'all can't be over here dancing like that and talking about no English my ass. Shit, I'm trying to talk to you about this issue here, or no English. No shit, you better go on some damn. You better learn that damn English. Because if
But
I'm setting up shop overseas, like especially longer than a month, you know what I mean, have shit stacked up, whatever, for me
yeah,
to set up shop for like longer than a month, but still be coming back to the States and shit, sometime later. Yeah, it's really highly recommended, and it's wise
absolutely.
for you to learn that language of that place you're visiting.
The language, the culture, so you know how to watch, how to carry yourself out there.
Yeah.
Because like white boys, they know they're gonna have to watch themselves because everybody's gonna try to take them for a ride. Black people, we gotta always be on our black folks. They gotta be on their toes at all times because I mean, people still haven't. I don't want people to forget like what happened to that brother in Greece that one time, right? You know what I'm saying?
Haven't heard. Hmm.
2016, I think it was 2015, 2016, I believe it was. His young brother. He was traveling with a bunch of his buddies, bunch of his friends from high school. They all graduated. At the graduation group, they went on They went on vacation to Europe, and they went to Greece. And apparently, he got tangled up with somebody, and a group of them chased him around, and they, just beat him to death.
And
He
some
was killed.
motherfuckers though, the thing is though with niggas when they go over there, what they're looking for is making sure the motherfuckers don't come over there trying to make themselves a target and being all flashy and shit.
But he wasn't being flashy. He got picked on because the bar he and his friends went to, it was like frequented by a bunch of Serbs and whatnot. Serbs who were working and living in the country on this particular island. And apparently he posed for a selfie with one of the waitresses, I guess, and the waitress was saying some shit. And some of the guys didn't like that. And they're not even locals themselves, they're just migrants and shit.
Oh.
But I remember one YouTuber said, like, if you're a black man, understand you can't act the same way like white folks do when they travel. Your ass needs to be very cautious in any surrounding, and you have to understand the place you're going to. And Greece is like, it's an exotic place, but unfortunately, it's like, this past decade or so, with the economic problems they've been going through, they've kind of like, the worst kind of came out of them,
Mm-hmm.
especially the consent to black folks and shit, because they got Africans there. Like, what's his name? Giannis Antetokounmpo, who plays for the Bucks, the Milwaukee Bucks. The Greek Freak.
Nope.
Okay. He and his four brothers, they all were born and raised in Athens, and they had a hard time adjusting to life, because they had to deal with immigration.
He's in Athens.
He was born and raised in Athens, Greece.
Mm-hmm.
And throughout his life, he and his brothers, they all play professional basketball. Most of them. Two of them are one's still in high school. The other's in college, I think. No. He and an older brother, they're playing in the NBA for the Milwaukee Bucks. They got a younger brother who's still in high school, and there's another brother who is technically playing in Europe. And then their oldest brother, he used to play soccer, but he's retired and got into business. But growing up to Nigerian parents, people just saw them as Nigerians, and even though they all have Greek names, Greek first names, they speak fluent Greek, and they all had to wait till they were 18 to acquire Greek citizenship, even though they were all born and raised in Athens. That's just immigration, and that's how immigration laws work there. And a couple of them started out playing professionally, and he and one of his older brothers, they played in Europe in Athens until they got drafted to the NBA. Before then, nobody was Greeks weren't really considering him, weren't considering these guys like much. But once he made a name for himself, and he started being called the Greek Freak. And once the Bucks won an NBA championship, oh wow! So I wasn't paying attention. Ray's gone. AL still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. How you holding up, big man?
I'm alive. That's all that matters for the moment.
Well, you want bad, mother trucker. That's for sure. But all right. Hey, Charles.
Hey, anybody know why Arctic It More Enraged he didn't do a show tonight?
No, I have no idea.
Shit,
I missed the last one, but yeah.
I forgot to ask why he was on the line. Shit.
Yeah. Charles, where's Charles? I think he's gone. I think he went to sleep or something.
Probably.
Yeah. Ray's gonna go live soon, so I might join him maybe later on. And in about a couple hours, Snowman in the Morning about to start.
That's what's up.
Manic Monday. I'll be bringing the jokes and keeping everything in line. Let's see who's still alive. Who's still in the chat? Let's see who's still in the chat. What you listening to?
It's just I'm playing Madden.
No, I mean the music.
I don't know. I'm just playing Madden.
All right. What's your favorite Madden of all time, by the way?
I've been playing these motherfuckers for so long, it just really don't matter. This one right here, might be the best of all in my mind. But I'm too many people too picky about it.
Fair enough. I've been like, because I'll be honest with you. One game I do love playing. I still love it. It's NFL Street. If you remember that game.
Hated it. Never wanted to play it. It just seemed like pitch up tackle to me. I'm like, I can go do that for real.
Well, I guess it didn't appeal to you, right? AL. I understand. I loved it. It was funny as hell. I loved the hijinks and the joys of just. The sequel was wild, but I get your point, man. Did you ever play the Fight Night games by any chance?
No, I don't like none of them. Just straight sports.
No, Fight Night was boxing, actually.
Oh yeah. I used to play that.
That's some dope stuff. I mean, that's some dope. Anyway, I better get up out of here. Got to get myself something to eat.
All right, that's what's
Start
up.
my day properly. I'll catch you later, Al. Keep on trucking, man. Charles, good night, brother. Good night. Good night to the chat.